is journalist Séamus Malekafzali to discuss a few foreign affairs issue that's going on right now in the world beyond our wonderful country. I'd like to begin by talking about how recently in Iran there has been a spate of sort of mysterious explosions, fires, things like that could be sabotage. The Iranian government's blaming it on weather and other accidents. Just to begin, I'm going to read here from the New York Times account of it. It says a large fire broke out at a shipyard in the southern Iranian port city of Bushehr on Wednesday, burning 7 ships and sending plumes of black smoke. This fire has followed dozens of recent fires and explosions across Iran's forests, factories, and military and nuclear facilities in the past 3 months that have rattled ordinary Iranians, but officials have said that some of the episodes may have been active sabotage, but blame weather, accidents, and other equipment malfunctions for the others. So, Séamus, you've been following this story. What are we to make of the timing and this just sort of proliferation of these accidents and fires happening all over Iran right now?
Yeah. Is it okay if I put some context in? Because I think it's important?
No, please don't. No, absolutely not.
Back in it's been a pretty bad year for Iranians in general, I think. Back in November, working class Iranians came out onto the streets to protest austerity policies and general government oppression. They were met by a deadly government crackdown that killed hundreds, at the very least. In January, Qasem Soleimani was assassinated by the United States, and Iran came closer to war than I think at any point in recent history. February, coronavirus came in and has killed thousands. In June, hyperinflation has hit really, really, really badly. And now there are mysterious explosions happening everywhere, and the most likely candidate is Israel. That's what the Israeli media has been saying. They used to be much more coy about it a couple days ago, but now the general consensus across media outlets and politicians is that Israel is behind it and that it's to stop Iran's nuclear program.
Sorry, Séamus, you shared an example of an Israeli TV star who I think did a TikTok, and she stars in a TV show called Tehran that is about this very thing. And it's like a TikTok of her watching the news about these explosions in Iran and like doing her nails and like looking slyly at the camera.
Y'all, the kids are all right. Y'all, the kids on TikTok are all right. So everything that I've seen about this seems to suggest that a lot of the reason for these strikes is both the belief that Trump is probably going to lose in this fall and the sort of thin ice that Netanyahu is on. Do you agree with that?
I would absolutely agree with that. My friend Sina Tusi, who works at NIAC, he made the assessment that Israel is trying to do this because, as you said, Trump, there's a high possibility that Trump will not be in office in November, come November. And if Israel can start this cycle of escalation, where things are constantly blowing up, where the onus becomes on the Iranian government to respond in some way, especially since they retaliate against Soleimani's killing. If they could start that cycle of escalation up, then even if Biden comes into office, then there might not be a way for him to make things simmer down to stop that process. And especially even if Trump were to stay in office, if Netanyahu gets nicked by this corruption trial, or otherwise gets ousted in some, I guess, fourth election that might happen, that could also put a hamper on it. Depending on who might come into office or who might not.
They just the courts denied Netanyahu's request to move the corruption trial back another 6 months. So I guess it may actually finally happen in January. I mean, don't hold me to this.
Yeah.
If you kept suggesting that they were finally going to hold it, you'd be wrong. But it's got to happen someday, right?
Yeah. He appeared in court yesterday, but that was after there's an ungodly amount of delays to it, and I'm guessing he won't see another day in court until God knows how long. It's going to keep getting drawn out.
Well, Séamus, I mean, if you're looking at this, like, you know, Israelis aren't even being coy about the type of sabotage they're doing, and if they're doing it to kind of initiate a cycle of like reaction in which like the Iranians feel compelled to respond, and then like that ratchets up tension, and they're trying to get in under the at the finish line in the off chance that Trump won't be in office. But like on the other hand, it's not like Biden is some great dove or friend of Iran or anyone who Israel is currently has their sights trained on. But like I guess it's really more just about starting it now so that Biden, regardless of his shitty foreign policy views, will be essentially straitjacketed by events that preceded him being in office.
Absolutely. Biden, again, we agree. Biden is not exactly a dove when it comes to Iran, but he's not as much as Trump and Biden might be similar in practice in terms of how they might deal with Iran. Biden is not going to tweet about how he's going to strike 82 cultural sites in Iran as revenge for the hostages in 1979. He doesn't have that. I don't even know what you'd call it. So if Israel can force him to, if Israel can move that overton window so that Biden is forced to deal with Iran on Israel's terms rather than even attempt to do some sort of at least faux diplomatic solution, that would be preferable to them.
But as far as the Iranian government and their response to this, like, as far as that New York Times article goes, I mean, it seems like they're like saying like, yes, some of it's sabotage, but like other, could be some of it might be forest fires or just accidents or things like that. It seems like they're trying to keep the powder dry. Like I'm certainly they're aware of what's going on here. And if you mentioned the Soleimani assassination, like they did retaliate to that, but they retaliated in such a way where they like, fired a bunch of missiles at a U.S. Air Force base in Iraq that was essentially empty. So like they had to make a show of some symbolic response, but it's not like they went all out, right?
I would disagree on it being entirely empty. There was 106. I believe the number is 106 U.S. Marines received traumatic brain injuries from that base attack. So it was a bit more. It was less symbolic and more in actuality. But in terms of trying to keep the powder dry, as you said, yeah, Iran is trying to desperately keep things under control. What with coronavirus and what with a new conservative parliament that's in power. And also, there was a protest in a city in southwestern Iran a couple days ago, and they shut down the internet to stop that from spreading. If there is any escalation from more conservative members of parliament that might push people to that that might push Khamenei or the IRGC to retaliate in that way, that's bad. If there is more unrest in Iran that might push the government to do another deadly crackdown, that is also bad because that might invite more foreign interference. Iran has no good options, at least on the government's terms, to respond to this Israeli sabotage. It really doesn't. So it just kind of has to keep it down until you simply can't.
And you mentioned at the beginning that this is also happening at a time when Iran is dealing with their own sort of like protest movement and like sort of like civil unrest regarding what is going on right now about, I think, 3 young men who have been sentenced to death for their participation in protests that happened in November.
They did cancel the execution of at least 2 of those men, though, if I'm not incorrect. I saw that today.
I'm not sure if it was canceling, but I do know that they put a stay on the execution, so it's been delayed indefinitely.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, the executions really rattled people. I think the wounds from November 2019 have not been healed in any significant way. Reformist politicians got behind it. Sports stars got behind the movement to stop the executions. And then, unfortunately, those waters got muddied by Trump weighing in from overseas in Persian for whatever reason. Then there was
he's
the
been
NDK.
Practicing.
Oh yeah, he's been going to Farsi school.
Yeah, he would go to Farsi classes at NYU after filming The Apprentice. He's very proud of how far along he's come. He actually watches Iranian TV dramas.
Oh, good for him. Good for him.
I'm a big fan of cherry. Love the way it tastes.
The Tehran Film Festival is no longer hot.
I went to the Fajr Film Festival. Who won the Best Jihad Award? Who?
So, but as far as tensions between Iran and then I guess the sort of coalition of America, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. Excuse me. It does seem like there's just it's this game of brinksmanship where the Israelis, of course, backed by America and Saudi, are really trying to goad them to do anything that will end up killing even a single American, because if that happens, then it's going to be really, really hard to stop. This is also in the context of American neoconservatives are they like playing coy about these latest acts of sabotage too, because they're saying, well, we don't know who's doing them, but it's good that they're happening because now we can negotiate a better deal.
Yeah, the Eli Lake opinion piece just I still think about it. It's so awful in what it's trying to argue, because then the inevitability is okay. Well, this, even though we don't know what's happening, it's good. But then it'll become there should be more explosions in Iran. There should be rebel groups that we should be supporting in the country. There's a general cycle that these things all take, and I think that's the inevitability. Just the issue is that they originally you heard about the Homeland cheetahs, right?
No, I'd like to know more though.
Okay. The Natanz nuclear site was that was bombed early on in this kind of phase. And one of the interesting things about it was that the original suspicion was on Israel because Israel's infiltrated nuclear facilities before. But strangely enough, BBC Persian received a letter of taking responsibility from a completely unknown group called the Homeland Cheetahs, whose logo is not a cheetah, it's a leopard. But they had
come on.
Everyone's a critic.
No one had heard of this group before. No one had even. It was completely new, but they had a video. They had sent it out before the news of the explosion had hit Iranian airwaves. So clearly, they had some advanced knowledge of it. But in the statement, it was aggressively pretty non-ideological, which is unusual for an Iranian opposition group because that's kind of what they're known for, of being just kind of painfully ideological. Saying that Iran had become like the Shah and that it needed to be overthrown, and this explosion was the first of many explosions. But the general feeling, at least for me, is that this is a pretty clear front group, I think, for Israel, to kind of take the responsibility off their shoulders at least a little bit, that there might be this homegrown opposition group native to Iran, obviously not foreign backed in any way, that is trying to take down the government. But outside of that area of responsibility, there's been no other messages. There's been no information about their leadership, what they want. It's just this shell that's been sent out into the world.
A leopard's paw, if you will. Well, as long as we're talking about Iranian opposition groups, there's always the MEK out there, and right now they're having
an actual legitimate opposition group compared to these false fronts.
I mean, so right now they're having their global summit, and these guys, they always turn up more because for some reason they have some unbelievable purchase over American politicians and people well-known figures in this country who always end up speaking on their behalf. But let's just start with who they are to begin with, because they have quite a story.
I love them.
Oh, me too.
They're obviously terrible, cynical, murderous people, but they're awesome.
Truly the most bizarre people.
I have a soft spot for any group where they're yeah, actually it's crazy. The guy who's in charge of our group is God, basically. That's my favorite thing that people do. That's the coolest. Even Lyndon LaRoche would never be yeah, I'm actually Jesus Christ. Like he may have at some point in the 70s, but generally for the LaRouche movement's operation, they didn't do that. Like when you like actually have CIA backing and you're like, yeah, I'm actually the Messiah. It's so cool.
Okay.
I will. By the way, like talk about fuck COVID-19. I want like everyone. I was looking forward to going in person to the MEK conference this year. I mean, I'm glad we still had it, but to have it on Zoom, I was excited to see Professor Dershowitz there.
Oh yeah, I mean, you brought up Alan Dershowitz is a keynote speaker. Dershowitz is a keynote speaker this year at the MEK. So
that's awesome. That's awesome that they're like, no, why would we not have him?
Hold on. Can I send? I have access to the Zoom chat here. Can I send the photo of what Dershowitz looked like while he gave his speech to the MEK?
Yeah.
Summit?
Great.
Oh yes.
Okay.
I always love seeing. I love seeing Alan.
Here it is. The photo that they have of him, for whatever reason, in the intro, he looks much better. He looks very, very, very clean shaven. But for whatever reason, in the speech that he gives in vertical mode on his phone.
Oh wow! Oh my god! Wow!
Holy shit! The texture of his skin looks like a potato chip. It's so fucked up. He looks fucking grotesque. He looks like the LA Valley illustration of himself.
I was gonna say, his mouth looks a little bit like that photo that was going around on Twitter this week of the fish with human teeth.
Yeah. Oh, he looks really fucked up.
I mean, I like to imagine that, like, so he's giving the like a keynote address over Zoom, but like also takes time out to explain that I only visited Little St. James with my wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's literally he's supposed to be talking about Iran, but it starts out with like, I've only gotten massages from members of my family. This is cheering.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. All right.
So
follow the good laugh here.
Obviously,
what an awesome conference.
I mean, like, so like they're able, they're able to attract A-list talent. You got your Dershowitzes, your Rudy Giuliani's, your Howard Deans. I don't know if Dean is speaking at the convention this year, but like just going back for anyone who's not aware. Like who are the MEK? Like where do they come from? What do they believe in? And like what do they want?
Okay, so the MEK, I'm going to keep this as brief as I can because there's so much that I could say. But the MEK has a really interesting history in that they started out in Shah-era Iran as an Islamic Marxist militia group, an opposition group. The communists in Iran had been known for being very theory-minded, very upper class, very out of touch with Iran's population. But the MEK was able to really connect with the working class because they were able to synthesize religion with socialist characteristics and really speak to that. But after Khomeini came to power, they were ousted from all of their positions and the new government, and they were forced to flee alongside with the first president of Iran, who was himself an Islamic socialist. But then rapidly after they were expelled from Iran, it became a cult of absurd proportions. The ousted president of Iran left, and Masoud Rajavi, and who would soon take one of his own members' wives as his own. Mariam Rajavi was the current leader. They would create an opposition movement that would rival Metal Gear. There are so many goddamn weird beliefs that they have. One is that you can't have sex, but you also can't have any sexual thoughts. You have to divorce your spouse, but not Mariam Rajavi, the leader. She can be married, but also her husband Masoud Rajavi hasn't been seen since 2003. But also he's still alive, but we don't know where he is.
Sounds like Shelley Miscavige.
It is actually. It's amazing how many parallels there are to Scientology and MEK.
Yeah, and then there was also stories about children being sent away to be adopted elsewhere because they couldn't focus on children. Friendships are discouraged. And then since then, they've completely abandoned Islamic Marxism as an ideology because no foreign government wants to promote that, obviously. So they've become essentially like Washington Examiner conservative pragmatist types. They have no ideology other than power, getting power, vague freedom, democracy, women's rights. But what is behind that?
Except for the right to get married, have sex, or friends.
Whoa, that's what I love about MEK.
After the war, they can get married, but now, it's too much. It's
like sexual feelings and friendships; those are deferred until the current Iranian government is overthrown.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
That's what I love about like under Maryam Rajavi, like I get it, like she and the people around her are very savvy. They notice that a lot of like sort of interventionists, their favorite thing to do is to, like jack off to pictures of, like telegenic, either Kurdish or Israeli female soldiers. So she's definitely made overtures towards that, but it's still like absolutely no dick. You can't get the list of people they get though is amazing. Like Ed Rendell. Michael Mukasey, Louis Free, like this is every guest on the Jon Stewart Daily Show has spoken at an MEK event. This is fucking awesome.
So like, but like Seamus, like at these summits, right? Like, so like you got your Dershowitzes, you got your Rudy Giuliani's, and I'm sure they're giving their boilerplate talks about how dangerous and awful the Iranian government is, and how much the people yearn to be free, and we need to support them and their efforts to. But like, do they have actual MEK people talk alongside these people to the same audience, or do they try to hide that stuff?
That's the thing. I have watched a couple MEK summits almost in full. Truly one of the most deranged experiences I've ever subjected myself to multiple times over. And in every single time, the only MEK person that really speaks, aside from maybe a couple for more than like a couple minutes, is Maryam Rajavi. She speaks for a big speech, but other than that, it's just every single former politician that needs a paycheck, the MEK will send them $20,000 to come speak at their conference for maybe 5 minutes. And this goes on for 6 hours at a time. And it's just endless of the same speech by the faces start to blend together at a certain point about who's speaking. But occasionally you see like a big name like Stephen Harper or Ben Cardin from Maryland or something. But yeah, it's not a show for MEK supporters really to show off Iranian native voices. It's to show that the world is behind them, and eventually they will use that worldwide support.
Yeah, but they're smart enough to have like basically created like just sort of seamlessly shifted into like the sort of DC like lecture speaking circuit, where like you just cash out $20K to like give a 20-minute talk to anyone, and you don't care who the fuck they are.
That is their savvy though, because it's like you can't. I mean, I guess you could if you really wanted to. If you were very good at the trade craft, do sort of Edwin P. Wilson payoff of foreign officials. But the legal way to pay these people is through the bullshit speaking circuit. That's how you make these guys rich, and it does show an incredible read of how people are paid in DC. You could call them a bunch of cranks, and they are, but they truly get how to line these people's.
Well, I mean, like
100%.
A good contrast, though, as long as we're talking about cults with absolutely bizarre cults with a suspicious amount of influence over DC politics, the people who did the exact opposite of this move were the Moonies. And one of my favorite clips of all time is footage from, it was like a gala dinner in DC that was thrown to commemorate like an anniversary of the Washington Times newspaper, which is like, the conservative, alternative to the Washington Post that is, of course, all a front for the Mooney Church. So at it, they had like all these Republican luminaries, like George H.W. Bush sent in like a video recorded message where he's like, always reach for the Washington Times every morning. Love to read it. Very prudent. Sort of like playing off the Dana Carvey impression of him, and like and it was like a ballroom full of like the bow tie conservative set. But because it's the Moonies, they had to have the Reverend Moon address the crowd, And it's just like it's like the standard DC boilerplate about we need an alternative to the liberal media. We love the Washington Times, and then the Reverend Moon gets up there and starts talking about how like our eternal war is against fornication, and that none can, when you stop fornicating, none can oppose me. He just he literally says, "Who can oppose me?" And there's a shot that cuts to the crowd that is so fucking funny of these people just looking around going, "What the fuck?"
Okay. Yeah, two things. One, there is a connection. There is a clear through line with the Moonies and the MEK. The Washington Times is the most pro MEK paper out of all the pro MEK outlets that are in the United States.
Which is all of them.
Well, yeah, but there was a 34-page paid for spread in the Washington Times last year for their summit. And it was just...
That's like a section of the Sunday paper, a 34-page ad? What the fuck?
Like this full coverage of the Freedom Summit that would finally bring Iran to heel next year, I guess. And there's this constant feedback loop of MEK saying something, Washington Times reporting it, and then the MEK reporting on how the Washington Times takes them seriously. And to go past that... Mariam Rajavi is very pragmatic in that her speeches are not that insane. They're extremely bland, very boilerplate. It's all platitudes directed towards Washington elite so that it sounds good and that they seem palatable and that they seem competent and organized and that they could take power in Iran the second that the government's overthrown. If they did the Mooney thing, where they talked about how sexual thoughts will destroy the revolution. I think Rudy Giuliani would maybe think twice before taking the money, but he'd still take the money. But even
he'd take them. He would still do it in a second.
It's Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, no, you have to respect the Moonies for even when everyone's there, staying themselves. But I don't know. You also have to give MEK credit for being just very smooth operators. I mean, you got to figure that I don't know where the husband is, but Mariam, she's caked up nowadays. Probably, I would assume she has a very nice house.
In the giant military compound in rural Albania, probably she's probably got a nice place there.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like New Yorkers moving to Missouri. Imagine how far a dollar goes in rural Albania.
Oh man, yeah, you can get a bunker for dirt cheap over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on from the MEK, the last thing I want to talk to you about related to this is you recently wrote a piece about the role that this foreign exchange program between cops in America and Israel has played into the militarization of American policing, and certainly in light of what's going on in Portland right now, where you've got DHS, Border Patrol agents dressed as troops, essentially doing civilian law enforcement in response to these protests. And I think Trump has been pretty clear, and his Justice Department has been pretty clear about how this is basically a pilot program for the rest of the country. Now, I don't think there's a one-to-one connection between those two things, but this kind of training of American police by the Israelis has been going on for a while, certainly after 9/11, and you wrote a piece based on the Labor Shadow Education Secretary, Rebecca Long Bailey, just got axed. She just had to step down for referencing this fact and sharing a Facebook post, I think. Could you explain what happened there?
Yeah, Rebecca Long Bailey, I mean, it wasn't even a Facebook post specifically about that. It was an interview with an actress who was a labor supporter, and it was buried very, very, very deep into the interview where she mentioned that. But even so, even though it was this small mention, Keir Starmer, the new labor leader, felt it was necessary to completely eliminate her from the labor backbench and assumedly a future labor government. It was a pretty severe response to it because of the labor anti-Semitism allegations that have been dogging the party for a while. But the training of police officers by Israel has existed since 2002. Yeah,
I mean,
back
it's
in
also
2000
severe
yeah.
in the sense that like they're not shy about advertising it. It's not like this is some secret fact or like a conspiracy theory that's being shared. Like in another context, if she were proud of this fact, it wouldn't have been controversial. But just mentioning
yeah.
it, yeah.
Well, that is sort of the MO of Israel almost. It's to just do things right in front of you and then call you insane and anti-Semitic for noticing it, right?
Yeah. Back in 2002, when this all started, obviously the year before, 2 jetliners had crashed into buildings in New York, and there was a
fear. I forgot about that. Jesus.
I'm just saying there was some context needed. And people were afraid, I guess, in small police departments across America that terrorists might blow up a bomb at their pumpkin festival or something. And thus, tons of small police departments, including the big ones like NYPD and LAPD, were sent to Israel to receive training in counterterrorism operations. And the trainers that they received were very explicit in the lessons that they wanted police officers to take home with them. Israel had fought in intifada back in the 20th century, and in 2002 they were finishing up with the second intifada. And Israel had, you could see, they stopped the suicide bombings. They managed to pacify the Palestinians. So obviously, if we were able to do it here, we can transfer these lessons to the war zones that are happening in the city streets and prevent terrorist attacks. So they started with a very, very small program there, but then it eventually exploded into scope. There was an itinerary by one of the organizers of these trips. The Anti-Defamation League organizes one of these trips, and throughout that itinerary, police officers meet with officials from Shin Bet. They meet with IDF leaders who are in charge of occupying certain cities in Palestine. They talk to people who are quite literally responsible for war crimes, like personally responsible for war crimes, and they're supposed to learn lessons from them. And then the main point of contention is that these organizers claim that they don't learn any. They claim that they don't learn any specific techniques, but even if that is the case, which I somewhat doubt, but even if that is the case, they're still being taught how to respond to people. They're taught to treat protesters on the streets of Portland or Chicago or New York or whatever. They're taught to treat them like you would a Gazan trying to cross the border, or a West Bank protester throwing a rock at you. They're supposed to respond with some sort of overwhelming force against them to make sure that there's no insurrection or something.
Yeah, and I think what's going on here is like, look, certainly when it comes to policing in America, it's not like U.S. cops need it's not like it's all Israel telling them to do this, because it's like I don't think they need any like extra motivation to pretend that they're troops or brutalize urban populations or anyone really under their boot. But the thing is, like you mentioned, like this became popular after 9/11 in like the sort of color coded era of the first Bush administration, where literally everyone in America thought like Al Qaeda was going to do another 9/11 like in their town, like tomorrow potentially, or that like terrorism would just be in our streets. And like the weird thing is that now in our current moment, like that fear, I really feel like doesn't exist that much anymore in America. If it does, people are very quiet about it. They're not obsessed with it. Instead, I think what's happened is that like originally what would be advertised is like, oh, like, in Israel, we know how to deal with terrorism happening in our cities. But I think what's happening now is like they're selling it as like, no, what we know how to deal with is, I don't know, how shall I put this? Restive urban populations who are not happy with the way they're being ruled over.
Yeah, it's switched from. I mean, it still works within that kind of wider Israeli political context. It's moved from trying to counter some equivalent of Hamas terrorists coming into your city and blowing themselves up, and now it's shifted to trying to keep down a West Bank town population that doesn't particularly like Israeli control over their cities. It shifted those kinds of tactics. But even so, militarization of the police has continued to go up and up and up and up and explode in its scope, despite the fact that we're not talking about trying to stop a pressure cooker bomb going off every single 5 minutes. People are buying M16 rifles. They're buying Bearcats. They're buying anti-mine vehicles, ostensibly to deal with people in red and black bandanas on the streets protesting racism. Apparently, that's something that's needed.
Well, apparently the people with red and black bandanas did assault the Border Patrol agents with lasers. Apparently that happened as well. They were firing lasers at the police. Okay,
I saw a post about some police officer got hit with a slingshot and he was bleeding a little bit. I hope he didn't have to break out his automatic assault rifle in order to deal with that. But we're praying for him.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's like the thing that people, the videos everyone saw of them, just like snatching people off the street, throwing them in a van without identifying themselves or even having any like official identification or insignia of what branch of the government they were. And like the other thing is like the city of Portland and the state of Oregon did not ask the federal government to intervene. They just like are meant under some rubric of like civil unrest. The federal government is under Trump and William Barr, seizing this authority for themselves to deploy federal troops basically to U.S. cities. And then it turned out that these guys are from the Border Patrol Service, which is even greater because they're going to become like Trump's like own personal Sadhukar made up of people who are too fat or psychotic to become regular cops. It's pretty fucking bleak. And like they're being very clear about how like they want to do this in Chicago, Philadelphia, New York, elsewhere. Trump was very, very satisfied with the results of what has been happening in Portland.
Yeah, there was I think Ken Cuccinelli came on TV and said that they want to expand to all those places.
Yeah, Cuccinelli, by the way, is very. I don't know if any of you guys remember this, but in 2016, Cuccinelli famously, he was a big Never Trump guy. He was a big principled conservative Never Trump Republican, and famously, in a pathetic display, ripped off his own lanyard and threw it on the floor when Trump secured enough delegates to become the nominee formally at the RNC.
But more than happy.
Literally just brutalizing people for Trump now. I mean, I would like to just give that example to anyone who's very into the Lincoln Project. But
yeah, there's no moral backbone to it. Ken Cuccinelli wants to see this program that has essentially been going very, very well in Portland, I guess. He wants to see it expanded to the entire place. And there's a concern, I think, about what is the next step here. I don't think that the border police, at least according to the ACLU, only has jurisdiction over that 100-mile border, I think is what they used to call it. So they can probably do it in Chicago. They can probably do it in Portland because it goes over that. But they're really going to expand it to Kentucky? Are they really going to expand it to Missouri? Are they really going to try to expand it to all of these places? I don't know. It's just depressing to see, I think.
Felix, you had some questions about Lebanon, correct?
Yeah. So I'm just going to give a little background on Lebanon for the listeners who I presume haven't really been keeping up with news of Lebanon's central banking catastrophe.
Oh, God.
But just for background.
Do better, listeners, please.
Yeah, fucking morons. So Lebanon had I'm going to say had because I don't think they're going to go back to it after this, a very interesting banking system. And what it was, they pegged the Lebanese pound to the dollar. And the way they did this was by keeping high reserves. And the way that they kept high reserves was that the banks would pay massive, massive interest on large deposits in order to keep the peg, like sometimes 15%. This caused a huge black market inflation. And because eventually large depositors realized that this was based on nothing and that they were just using these deposits they would sometimes pay double-digit interest on to service existing outstanding debt, incredible amounts of debt. They started pulling it, and the Lebanese pound to the dollar has been in free fall. But I was wondering if we could get an update on sort of the economic and political collapse of Lebanon.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. This one is a lot of personal experience wrapped up for me. In January, I moved to Beirut with a spring in my step and a great desire to study at the Harvard of the Middle East, the American University of Beirut.
It's a beautiful place. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I remember being very excited for you. I was like, let's fucking go, have a great time. I wish I could have gone to college there. Not now, but
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Okay. Because then 3 months later in March, I was summarily told by the university that I would have to leave the country within 2 days, because since they were going to lock down the borders. So yeah, Felix summed it up beautifully. The economic system has basically collapsed in on itself. Since then, the lira has been trading at around 9,000 to the dollar. Previously, in November, it had been trading at 1,500 to the dollar. The inflation rate, at last I saw, was 487%. It's basically wiped out everyone's savings that they previously had. And it's getting to an increasingly desperate position, which was intensified a couple days ago by the decision by AUB, my university, which is the largest employer in Lebanon, to lay off over 1,000 people without telling them first. And then they were so afraid of a riot breaking out that they called in the army in order to prevent them from protesting their layoffs. So that's one aspect of it. On another one, Iran has been trying to buy Lebanese oil in Lebanese pounds, which is rapidly depreciating, and the Lebanese administration is not buying into it for whatever reason. But they also can't. They also are losing money very, very rapidly. They're burning through the foreign reserves, and I'm not sure what's going to happen because somehow, truly bizarre development. The IMF bailout is not going forward because the IMF does not trust the Lebanese government to pay up even a little bit. The IMF famously exploitative to a T, burning out African countries and Middle Eastern countries across the board with loans that they cannot pay. But when they see Lebanon, they are so cash strapped, so absolutely fucked that they look at it and say, okay, Lebanese aren't serious about this. This really can't go forward in the way that it is now. So that's one aspect.
Like, what are they like? These people, they love to haggle. It's just such a pain in the ass.
Well, that did surprise me because when this was happening in October, I expected like, oh yeah, okay, IMF is going to expand the racket. They're going to have another group of people that will pay protection to them. They'll give them some like in the decabillions bailout, and I mean they said corruption, but that's not really stopped the IMF before, as long as they get their debt serviced. But that really did surprise me. I mean, I guess that means either the right people didn't get paid off or Lebanon is deeply, deeply fucked, or both. I mean, their financial system it's fucking insane. It's insane that it went on for this long. Like, when you say it, when you explain it out loud, it's like everyone was just okay with this. Like, holy shit!
It is.
I mean, by everyone, I don't mean like the Lebanese people. I mean like just like if you worked in the central bank and you saw that you were doing this, you at no point were you like, this is like. Any like a butterfly flaps its wings on like the Chicago Board of Commodity Exchanges, we're fucked.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
It is. We could talk about this for like 5 hours, but just listeners at home, it is difficult to overstate how comical the level of corruption is in Lebanon, to the point where it defies imagination about why anyone would even do it. Because it seems like nobody's even getting paid anymore. Like lots of bankers, they took billions of dollars out of the country before the financial crisis hit. Politicians are being paid in currency that is slowly becoming worthless. And now, what is there? What's the next step? Nobody seems to really know, and nobody has a plan. Right now, the Prime Minister of Lebanon is suing all also my university, AUB, suing his former employer for $1 million in a contract dispute because his salary is worthless now. It's just completely going off the rails, and also coronavirus is a problem on top of that.
So yeah, when you add up that and like the collapse of the economy and banking system in Lebanon, I mean, obviously this doesn't augur well for the future. But what are some of the ramifications for both Lebanon itself and like the broader Middle East?
I mean, that's a tough one. Lebanon is going really into, unfortunately, it's going into abyss that I'm not sure it can pull itself out of. At least not in a time frame that you can really plan out. It's going to, I think, inevitably become even more under the heel of regional interests like Saudi Arabia and Iran than it already was. If you recall, back in, I want to say 2016, 2017, Lebanon's prime minister, the previous one, he was kidnapped by Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
And flown out, forced to resign, and then when it became evident that they couldn't really kidnap him anymore, they just flew him back and he unresigned. This is already a country that is very much.
Did they send him to that hotel where they keep like half of the royal family?
I don't know, but I think that's probably right.
I remember a hilarious photo of him at some hotel. I don't know if it was the Hilton that they were keeping. I know what you're talking about. All the other, yeah.
Was he doing the Trump Terry Richardson double thumbs up?
He had like a really Saad Hariri always has. He has just like one of those weak faces. I mean, have you heard the rumor about him? I think I've said it on the show before.
Is the one where he's the son of the Saudi? Yeah, I've heard that one before.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a popular one. That's a popular one.
So for people who don't know, there is a rumor that when Rafiq Hariri, his billionaire father, went to Saudi Arabia to make his fortune, the deal that the Saudis made with him. Well, I think it was Abdullah, right? Was it Fahd or Abdullah? It's been a while.
I think it was Fahd. Yeah,
King Fahd was like, well, we'll help you make your billions in telecom and construction, but there's what? Can you give me prima nocta, basically? And fucked his wife and had him raise his child as his son, Saad.
Again, this is a rumor.
This is a rumor. I will say that Saad does have that weak chin that Fahd had, but I digress. Saad always has this very sad, broken look on his face. And
yeah, it's really palpable. There's an interview that he gave when he was kidnapped by Saudi Arabia, and it's on his own television station. And he's looking like over the corner to like someone like, I guess like a minder, and he's crying, and he's just like on the verge of tears constantly when he's not crying. Just a man who has clearly been broken by something.
Yeah.
So if you saw that and you think, can it get worse for Lebanon in being controlled by foreign interests? It always can. And I think that's what's going to happen because recently in a lot of Saudi media, like Arab News, which is their big English newspaper for foreign diplomats, they've been really promoting investing in Lebanon's future, in AUB more specifically, trying to make it so Lebanon is ostensibly, quote unquote, a future bastion of liberal thought in the region. But of course, it's Saudi Arabia. Liberal thought really isn't in its canon. It's just to increase that kind of influence. Iran is trying to make that same play by paying for oil in their own currency, which is rapidly depreciating, but they don't really have that same massive in that Saudi Arabia has, at least with the main government. But that's for Lebanon specifically. And in the major region as a whole, things with Israel are also starting to pop off. Unfortunately, at least during my time in Beirut, I never heard any drones. But once coronavirus happened and everything shut down, you could start to hear it. The drones circling overhead. Just yesterday, there was a drone flown by Hezbollah that got intercepted, flown over the border into Israel, then shot down. There's been like one of the Lebanese ministers said that Israel has done 1,000 violations at the southern border since the beginning of this year or something like that. And Israel's been saying something similar about Lebanese border guards. We're not on the verge of war as it might have been in 2006, but it's not considering the administration that's currently in power in Israel. I would not bet against something horrible happening and then another conflict emerging in the near future.
I mean, and to sort of wrap it all up and make it go full circle, what better way to delay Netanyahu's corruption trial than to have another war?
Yeah. Oh, God. Israeli politics, I talked about this on a previous podcast interview that I did, but Israeli politics seems to go always in this cycle of, I'm having a big scandal right now. I'm going to start a war that's going to kill like 1,000 people, and then we're just going to end it like a couple months later. And then, poof, it's out of the news cycle.
The last Lebanese war, I mean, that was one of the most comically corrupt Israeli leaders ever, even by their standards. Ehud Olmert, I mean, he actually got convicted, which is, think how fucked up you have to be.
Yeah, I mean, there are two Israeli prime ministers that have been convicted for entirely different obscene crimes, but even then, other prime ministers don't get convicted for the shit they do.
Well, I guess to broaden the horizon even more, I mean, back to the issue of mysterious explosions happening in Iran and this sort of like deadly game of provocation that's going on right now. I mean, a lot of people are speculating that, Trump down in the polls, he might just feel the need to start a fucking conflict with Iran right in the fall to get people, get people on his side, or just distract people or hype them up, or just do something to seem like a leader at the time when like the coronavirus, like, and how fucking awful it's been in this country is really dinging. Even if you're like inclined to like the guy or want to support Republican policies, it really is like as good a demonstration as you can get of like the just fecklessness or just inability to be an authority figure in the face of a crisis, and nothing better than a war to fucking get back on that side.
Yeah. I mean, Trump has somehow pulled us back from the war front with Iran more times than I think any other president in history, but also he has brought us to that front more times.
Yeah, it's a weird paradox. It's a really bad paradox,
It is insanely stressful to think about, but also considering how malleable Trump is, that depending on what general comes in, they can be for war with Iran or against it. He will listen to that person as long as they're the last person that he talked to.
I mean, like I've said it before, I just think it's like the calculus is like, if someone pitches it to him, like, does he think he will come across as a winner rather than a loser, or like will look presidential? I think that's basically it. And if someone can convince him that
there's also, adding on to that, the onus of wanting to force Iran to make a deal with him, but Iran isn't like North Korea where they kind of want that legitimacy. Iran already. They don't want that. If there is an escalation, they will meet that escalation.
Séamus, good times ahead all around. Lots of reasons to look forward to the fall this year. Should be great, but I want to thank you once again for coming on the show. It's been great. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
If people want to find your writing, where should they go?
Well, if they want to find my writing, they can go to Séamus-Malekafzali.com. I have all my writing there. Seamus-Malekafzali. If you don't want to remember that spelling, I'm sure the good folks here will put it in the description.
Yes.
It will be in the episode description.
It will be in the episode description.
What if we replace outdated urban services with new services driven by artificial intelligence? What if we built The Line? A 170-kilometer revolution in urban living. Protecting the Earth's most stunning nature while creating unmatched livability. A home to all of us. Welcome to The Line. NEOM.
But I think it's now time that, with the help of our guest for the first part of this show. We look into the future of another country and the future of cities in general. Joining us today and collecting his 2-time Chapo appearance challenge coin is our friend Brother Séamus Malekafzali. Séamus, how's it going?
It's going great, guys. Glad to be back on the program.
Well, Séamus, we had to have you on because, like, a couple years ago, we covered this topic, and, like, you know, it's been back in the news, so I think it deserves a redux. I am, of course, talking about Saudi Arabia's city of the future, NEOM. NEOM. It's basically like if Mohammed bin Salman wanted to do SimCity 2000 in the desert. That's pretty much what NEOM is. But I was a couple years ago that we did an episode on it. So Séamus, could you just like maybe just remind us, like when NEOM was first announced, like what was being promised here about this glittering future city in the desert?
Well, in 2017, the then newly coronated Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman went up before investors and said that they are constructing a gigantic city out in the northwest of Saudi Arabia that would be 22 times bigger than New York City. It would be 3 times as large as Lebanon, larger than Israel. Like just a massive urban megacity, megalopolis, metropolis where science, innovation, creativity would flourish. Ingenious public transportation, just a city where every single important person would want to be. I think Matt even said in the last episode he compared it to a Gulch, something along those lines.
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly like that, except real and like a futuristic city.
It's basically like okay, yeah, a city that is larger than the entire state of Israel, 22 times the size of New York City. But it's also was sort of pitched as kind of like a Saudi Westworld that would include things like an artificial moon, robot boxing, dinosaurs. And I mean, like, what are some of the other outlandish things promised by the NEOM city of the future?
Yeah, in those 2,300 consulting papers that were given off to McKinsey, there was animatronic dinosaurs, correct? There was the moon. There was genetic engineering of superhumans.
When has that ever gone wrong?
I can't imagine. There were mech fights. There was a glow in the dark beach. There were flying cars. There were just literally everything that I could even think of. Oh, sorry. There were drone armies and meant to give a live stream of outer space in addition to the artificial moon and making all these different attractions, like just anything that you could possibly think of for that a futuristic city would have in your imagination. That's what Mohammed bin Salman wanted to make real.
And you know, you have you wrote an article about NEOM on your Substack, and which is why I want to get into it. But like in it, you sort of make the point that like of these amazing futuristic Tomorrowland like features, I mean, not necessarily all of them are constrained by, I don't know, scientific possibility of the present moment.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to the things that that could feasibly exist, and I do mean the feasibly is doing a lot of the legwork there, but you know, dinosaurs, animatronic dinosaurs are within the realm of possibility. I mean, I think there used to be a show in New York where like Walking with Dinosaurs, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Weather seeding is still a thing that exists, though I'm not entirely sure what the process is for creating clouds. I know it's possible to dissipate clouds.
Yeah, you can bust those. There's cloud busting.
Yeah.
Similar to nut busting into technology.
You can cloud bust or cloud seed.
Like these kinds of things are possible, but the issue is that you can't sell a city on that alone. You need to have something more to the table. But the issue is that Mohammed bin Salman went way over the line in terms of trying to market this and even essentially just created a city that is impossible to make. And from what I understand from the Wall Street Journal article that was released about a year ago, the consultants tried to like talk some sense into him about what exactly he could do. Like when they told him that he needed to figure out like a street plan for his city, he kind of scoffed at it and said, we don't need any cars in NEOM because we're going to have flying cars by 2040.
We won't need cars. I mean, yeah, flying cars is one of my favorite tropes of like what the future is going to be like. If you think back to like the movies or science fiction that, you know, you read as a kid, it was like the flying car was just one of those things that would be like the stand-in for like letting you, the viewer, know that you're in the future now. Flying cars are one of those things. But like, it's an idea that if you think about it for more than like 5 seconds becomes a complete disaster. Like, there's absolutely no reason to have flying cars, because all it would do is like, the idea is like, oh, well, if you had a flying car, you wouldn't be constrained by roads, like famously as they said in Back to the Future. But like, all it would do is if it became like consumer viable, would be like the same amount of cars, but just like in 10,000 feet in the air, traveling at like 800 miles an hour. So like, imagine all the traffic fatalities happening, but then after each car crash, it would plummet several thousand feet to the ground.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, you can't really say that anything in these consulting papers was really thought out much. It's really just Mohammed bin Salman has somewhere in the realm of $300 to $400 billion in the public investment fund of Saudi Arabia. And if you are given an insane amount of money to draw up plans for what the Gulf monarch wants, you're going to argue with it maybe a little bit if you actually want investing. But if you just want to take the money, you know, why argue with it?
Yeah.
Just kind of let it roll with it.
And I mean, like, in all of this wish list of things does seem like what a teenager or like a child would come up with if like you gave them $400 billion and said, build the city of your dreams. And it's like, yes, I want animatronic dinosaurs roaming the streets.
Yeah, the two messages of what the PR people in NEOM are trying to kind of talk about and what Mohammed bin Salman himself wants from these documents, they're really on just two entirely different playing fields, because the people in the videos that come out of NEOM social media, they're talking real vague terms about the quote-unquote city of the future, talking about water preservation, talking about climate conservation, things that sound good to investors who want to just kind of sink money into something. But if you
will it be Wi-Fi enabled?
yeah, just something stupid like that. But what Mohammed bin Salman wants himself, you cannot market to people, really. And there's kind of this push and pull, clearly, with what Mohammed bin Salman wants and what the people kind of running the program want. And what he really wants really kind of came to the surface I want to say a week or so ago, when he announced the new The Line project.
Well, hell yes.
Yeah, I love
this shit. The city,
the line, yeah.
The city named after the thing they were snorting when they thought of it.
Well, I want to get into the line, but like there are other purposes for this city as well. And like in the piece you wrote about it, like, I mean, it opens with basically what begins with like an account of like these Bedouin tribes people living in the area of Saudi Arabia that would become this gleaming city of the future. And, you know, the fact that they're living there in the first place is a problem, but the fact also that they're living a sort of a lifestyle that is incompatible with the kind of SimCity 2000 arcology model that they want to build there. And there was a man who sort of took a stand against this city of the future. How did that turn out for him?
Well, Abdur Rahim al-Huwaiti, he was a tribesman of the Huwaita tribe, and there is a perception among very aristocratic, very upper-class people in Riyadh, places like that, that these tribes people are very backwards, very basic. The Saudi Arabia kind of blessed them by supposedly giving them infrastructure and cities, when that's really not the case. They're literate, they live in towns, but they don't live in, they don't really want to live in these gigantic cities. And so,
yeah, it's not the Flintstones.
Yeah, it's not like that. It's not really.
They're not mixing concrete for NEOM and a Pelican or something like that.
Yeah, it's completely not what is being. I mean, it's not even that. It's not even that's what's being advertised to people who want to invest in NEOM. What's being advertised to people who they want to invest in NEOM is that this land, nobody lives on it. Absolutely nobody lives on it, and that it's free for the taking if you want it. But Al-Huwaiti, obviously, when these plans were drawn up and then they were announced, the land surveyors came in, Saudi authorities came in, telling people, okay, we're going to compensate you for the houses that you live in that we're going to tear down, but you guys have to leave. This is non-negotiable. Either you take the compensation and leave, or you leave and you don't take the compensation. Abdul Rahim did not take this deal. He recorded videos of himself to his YouTube channel, yelling at Saudi surveyors from his rooftop, confronting people who wanted to compensate people, confronting people who were calling his people illiterate. He spoke in poetry and the sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, talking about how, there used to be honor in society, but now it seems like that's pretty much been lost. And eventually, all of these kind of very public dissent, it eventually came time for him to pay for that dissent. So in April of last year, the Saudi authorities surrounded his home, finally. They asked him to leave. They were going to condemn the house, tear it down. And he refused to leave. And then there was a multi-hour shootout. And eventually, Abdul Rahim was killed. There were videos of the house after it was shot up. And I mean, there's just bullet holes just everywhere inside the house. Like the walls are just peeling off. There's debris everywhere. Like it was clearly very violent. And in the response in the Saudi newspapers was that there was this random wanted man who was killed in Tabuk province, that he threatened the security of Saudi Arabia. But of course, that was not the case. There was this big fear about this backlash, maybe not just in the Arab world, but outside the Arab world, considering that Jamal Khashoggi had been assassinated just a year or so prior, and that had created such a national outcry. They had attempted to pay off members of the tribe that Al-Huwaiti belonged to. Some of the tribal leaders did take the payment and denounced Al-Huwaiti publicly. Others did not take the money and attended his funeral. He is the first person who has been killed in the pursuit of the NEOM project, but he's not the first person arrested. There were several people arrested before him. And he's not the first person who has been harassed, who has been attacked for resisting this kind of project. And I think there's going to be way more of these in the future, because there's something like 20,000 people who need to be relocated for this project, and it's not exactly done yet.
Well, yeah. Once the robot gladiators, just gonna push them in there, they'll deal with all these recalcitrant people. I'm sure they'll go to the new artificial moon, the artificial moon colony that they're also building. But you bring up Khashoggi, and I mean, like, this becomes a very important part of this story, because when NEOM was announced in 2017. This was at a time when Saudi Arabia, but specifically Mohammed bin Salman, could not be hotter in the international press. I mean, there was this part of this huge PR rollout of just about a new modern Saudi Arabia. And of course, like we covered, and we all remember when MBS got the full Tom Friedman treatment. So like, how did NEOM fit into this whole like new, modern, like fresh, liberal, cool Saudi Arabia that MBS and his people were pitching?
I mean, the whole thing about NEOM is that, one of the main things that was advertised about NEOM was that it was going to have its own autonomous court system, aside from the Saudi judicial system that was so kind of notoriously paternalistic. In the idea that Saudi Arabia used to be this kind of old, outdated thing that nobody really wanted to touch, and that investors wanted to invest in maybe a little bit somewhat more quietly. This was something that investors could potentially be excited about investing in, want desperately to live there. Something about the quote-unquote new Saudi Arabia that would be attractive to not just rich people necessarily, but something that literally everyone who is artistic, who is intelligent, who has something to give to the world wants to be in. And that's exactly what Mohammed bin Salman, the image that he wanted to bring to the world. But unfortunately, Saudi Arabia had not really changed that much, really. So when road met rubber, and Mohammed bin Salman was forced to, not forced, that's not the right word, but he felt that it was in the trend of his royal family's history to continue oppressing dissenters, eventually that image kind of fell apart for him.
And you said like an independent port system, meaning that to attract people to live there, you could import or bring things into NEOM that would otherwise get you arrested for like witchcraft and the rest of the country.
Yeah, so alcohol, maybe not drugs necessarily, but vices that you would not be able to indulge in pretty much anywhere else in the country, at least at the time that this was announced. There are some liberalization programs going on in like the UAE and including in Saudi Arabia, but those are pretty slow moving right now. Theoretically, in NEOM, this could be essentially just like any other country that you want to move to by 2030. So you wouldn't have to wait up for them.
I would like it if in NEOM, City of the Future, like drugs, regular drugs, still illegal, still get the death penalty for possessing, using, or selling them, but all future drugs that take place in the future, like Nuke from RoboCop 2, or like that slow-mo drug from Judge Dredd. Like in the NEOM City of the Future, you can do futuristic drugs there that are engineered in a lab.
Yes. Anything that is bright green or blue and that comes in some sort of a prepackaged vial situation where like it instantly it's auto-injecting and makes a noise.
Yeah, like yeah. Yeah, if anyone out there in McKinsey is working on the slow-mo drug from Dredd, please let me know. I would like to try it. It's part of this PR roll-up. But then you said like, okay, then Khashoggi happened, and that, I mean, for not just NEOM, but for the entire like nation of Saudi Arabia and Mohammed bin Salman, that was at least for, I guess, the surprising thing, for a short amount of time, a kind of a big wrench in the works here. It kind of fucked things up for them.
Yeah, that's kind of putting it lightly. So after Khashoggi was murdered, investors, media outlets, pretty much everyone that had kind of fallen to their feet to praise MBS, really not in the mood to continue doing that, at least for now, for the foreseeable future at that time, because the Future Investment Conference, or Davos in the Desert, that was happening when Khashoggi was still considered missing. That second iteration, so it was still very, very fresh, and MBS was kind of preparing to find new investors for NEOM at this conference, and then, I mean, his own kind of sadism kind of ruined that for him. He said there was a Financial Times piece that said that he said that no one would invest in NEOM, for years to come. It really threw a wrench in it for a while, and there was no IPO. They're planning to put Aramco.
So the Saudi Aramco, like, could you explain what the Saudi Aramco IPO was and how it was going to finance the NEOM?
Yeah, so Saudi Aramco is the state-owned oil company. One of the most valuable companies on the planet, obviously. And the idea was that if you put it up for public investment on the stock exchanges, that it would bring in something along the lines of $100 billion for the Saudi Public Investment Fund. And I want to say the valuation, I don't have the numbers out in front of me, but I want to say it was somewhere around in the trillions. Like, it was real gigantic. And so the idea was that you get the IPO, you get $100 billion basically guaranteed, funnel into NEOM. Maybe we don't even need the investment necessarily just for NEOM. But that got delayed because there were logistical problems. And so, Khashoggi had been murdered. There was no IPO to fund it either way. What do? But MBS, being MBS, sees NEOM, no matter how implausible it might be, he sees it as his meal ticket. And so he starts building anyway at the start of 2019. And, just that month in January, there's now an airport at NEOM Bay. They start developing it, and it's kind of slow and steady, but there are enough faculties in place by the end of the year for a royal palace, for a hotel, a golf course, banks, apartments, things that very basic things that you would need for just people to essentially be there. because people eventually started seeing that it was being built, investors slowly started to come back because the heat had been dying down from the Khashoggi hit.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, it was pretty incredible when that happened because it just seemed to be like the most flagrant thing that they could possibly do to like eject them from the company of like, considered like serious, okay nations. But they weathered that. Like, they just basically like they admitted to it and then, or they had to like sort of half-heartedly. And then it's just been like a year or two, and it just seems like most people have kind of forgotten about it, or they're just like, well, the money's there. So, I mean, yeah, time to invest.
Yeah, I mean, Saudi royals, they knew that, even before this, Saudi Arabia had a pretty infamous reputation, but they knew that the money would always flow as long as it was still there, and it will always still be there. So all they really had to do was play the waiting game for investors to come back. The real question was, maybe it's going to take a little bit longer than we initially anticipated, but really it didn't. It just took around a year. And now they're securing hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts to build NEOM from gigantic construction firms. Even firms that had left NEOM because of the Khashoggi killing came back because the money was so good. Like
Bechtel is, I believe, one of them.
Yeah, and also there was the name escapes me right now, but there was a company run by a British lord that is designing one of NEOM's projected 4 airports. They're doing that now.
God damn, it's worse than Denver over there. Jesus Christ, and probably even more apocalyptic than whatever's going on over there.
God, it's the money is there. The issue is, is it going to be completed? Probably not. But as long as Saudi companies are paying,
they built one airport, and then you said like NEOM Bay. It's like they've done enough to like have it be like, oh, it's a place, it's happening. And you also mentioned, like, as part of, I guess, another aspect of this kind of like PR offensive that they're doing, you say in your piece that NEOM Bay, or like what's been built there, like, or they've already have like a palace facility or something like that, is rumored to have been the place where Mohammed bin Salman and Netanyahu first met in person to, I guess, like officially begin this kind of diplomatic rapprochement between Saudi Arabia and Israel.
Yeah. So when the pandemic hit, construction kind of slowed to a halt. So what Mohammed bin Salman did was he just kind of refocused it around having just tons of dignitaries come there. As like, if you want to meet in Saudi Arabia, you need to meet in NEOM. So King Salman...
Meet me in NEOM.
Meet me in NEOM. So King Salman would have his cabinet meetings there. So he got the vaccine there. He does all his medical treatments there. He vacations there. NBS hosted Mike Pompeo there. He flew like straight from DC to NEOM Bay. The Saudi foreign minister sometimes holds meetings there. And they chose that when Mike Pompeo got there to facilitate that meeting between Netanyahu and NBS, because there was a private plane that was registered to people with Netanyahu that flew from Israel straight to NEOM Bay and then left several hours later. So
I like to imagine in the meeting between him and Netanyahu, they had a lot to talk about because they're like, hey, this whole airport was actually based after we bulldozed the homes of several thousand people living there already. So, it's like they got something in common. This is the nature of diplomacy. This is how you bridge divides between formerly hostile nations.
Yeah, he's learning from the best there. I can't say anything else. But yeah, they're trying to make NEOM into a place that, that was one of the original intentions. They want to kind of force it to be a place where everyone wants to go because they have to go because it's so close to everything necessarily, because I think it's reachable from a lot of places in the world within 8 hours or so. Yeah, if you want to go somewhere, if you want to have a meeting, if you want to have a corporate retreat, you come to NEOM. It's already there.
The whole thing is, they're trying to make NEOM a thing, and really this whole story is just about they're trying to make NEOM a place. They're trying to make something there where previously only just people who don't matter live. It's not a real thing. They're not robots. They're not holograms. They're not Cyberpunk 77.
Yeah, it's just I'm not. The money's obviously flowing, but I'm not entirely sure. Like, just how successful that effort is necessarily going to be, to make it something that literally everyone and anyone wants to go to.
Well, I mean, here's an issue that I was thinking about and pondering: a city 22 times the size of New York, in the northwest corner of the Arabian Peninsula. How the fuck are they going to get like enough water to just like make it not just be a desert? Like, I mean, like, how are people going to drink water or have water to like have a human population there?
Well, I mean, in the concept art that they have of NEOM on the website, there's all these lush greens, and I assume there is going to be, and they talk about like water preservation as a means of irrigating. As much as I've seen in my research, there really is nothing super concrete about it, but I'm assuming if you have enough money, you can just dig things and you can just kind of hope that it works. Like, yeah, it's not exactly hugely thought out. It's kind of something that you kind of push off until later.
Well, okay, as long as you're talking about things that are not hugely thought out. I mean, this gets us to like the latest iteration of the NEOM Tomorrowland Future City idea, is that what was just announced recently is, things are trickling in. It's like, it's something's there. It's still happening. And if the idea about like this fucking megacity one with fucking robot fighting and like hologram beaches and fucking flying cars wasn't enough for you, they've just announced something called The Line. It would be, I mean, I'm without exaggeration here, this is a city that is 150 miles long, that is just one single totally straight line that cuts across the country. But the genius of it is that it's like there's no real depth, so it's just basically one long like commuter rail that unites this gigantic but very narrow like just linear city.
Yeah. God, okay, I'm gonna posit a question to you, Will. Have you heard of the movie Pieces?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, the tagline of the movie Pieces is, quote, "It's exactly what you think it is," unquote. I try to explain The Line to like multiple people in my life, because they're like, people are asking me about it. Like, there is no higher meaning, really, honestly. It is a city in a straight line. That is the gimmick. The whole thing, it appears to be, is that it's 95% of nature is going to be preserved in the space that it is, fully pedestrianized. No streets,
so yeah, no one needs a car.
No cars. Yeah,
no one
exactly.
needs a car.
Well, is it because like things are just, it's like it's just the same stuff, the same amenities, one after the other, and then you're within walking distance of one segment of them, or how's that work?
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be the most walkable city ever conceived of, in that everything is going to be within all of your daily needs are within 5 minutes walking of your
the most walkable city in the world. Isn't it like 150 degrees outside in the summer? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, you got the weather sitting above it, so it's going to be a cool 70.
Oh, okay, right, all right.
It's going to be great.
Yes, the dome over the line will take care of the weather at a future date.
Yeah, but of course, maybe you're thinking, okay, maybe not all of my daily needs can be fulfilled within 5 minutes. I want to get around. Okay, well, MBS has a solution for you. The city will be traversable within 20 minutes. Now you might say, how do you traverse a city within 20 minutes that is 105 miles long? It would have to be a train that is 315 miles per hour, and there are no trains currently in service that are that speed. But
maybe he means the other way, like not length, like width.
Girth.
20 minutes.
Girth.
Like we didn't say the whole length, just the girth.
Oh my god. I'm trying to explain it in a way that will like make sense. Just look up, like if you're a listener at home, just look up The Line, and you'll see what it looks like.
It's like if someone took a line tool in Photoshop and like dragged it over a fucking like satellite image of like the Arabian Peninsula and just dragged it across it. Like that's it. Just the line tool. That's what it looks like.
And additionally, one of the things that confounds me about it is that there's a space in the area that's talking about that's pretty flat land, but inexplicably it goes through a mountain. I don't know what the plan is for what happens when it goes through the mountain, because it's supposed to be fully pedestrianized. Are they going to dig through it? Are they going to blow it up entirely? I don't understand why you couldn't just make it shorter. I'm not sure I'm truly and honestly confounded by what the thought process is behind this entire
Seamus,
thing.
the thought process is, and I brought it up before, like this is the real life version of playing SimCity 2000. Like this is exactly what you do in that game. You just like you use the bulldozer tool to just like take a cut out of a fucking mountain so you can build a highway through it.
Yeah, you have a save file where you want to just like see if you can try out doing a city in a straight line. But of course, MBS, because he has hundreds of billions of dollars at his disposal, wants to make this thing real.
Because he has all that money, he used the cheat code, so he never gets like the angry city councilman being like, "You cannot cut funding on dinosaurs. You will regret this."
Honestly, the fact that he's doing animatronics, he's not even trying to do real, genetically cloned dino Jurassic Park style
sucks.
real dinos. In fact, he's not even like giving it a go. He's immediately giving up and going to.
They're not dinosaurs.
Pathetic.
No,
Lame.
I completely agree.
They're not even dinosaurs. It's ridiculous. But I guess like overall, like finally to wrap things up here, how do you see this? Like, because I mean, I find it hard to believe anyone at a certain level really believes or buys into any of this shit. Like, if you're McKinsey, you're just taking the money and you're like, yes, very good, sir. Yes, there will be an artificial moon. Yes, the Line City, brilliant. This is a vision of the future. And then like everyone else, like the money's pouring in, the contracts are there. But if you are MBS, if you are like the Saudi government, like what's really going on here? What are they like pitching to the world? Is this idea of like, do they want Saudi Arabia to be something that like is a global destination and power after their fucking oil runs out? Or like, is there something else? Are they just trying to like pitch themselves as like a modern futuristic place to live while also being like a fucking totally undemocratic, like authoritarian monarchy?
Yeah. If there's one thing that revealed the real vulnerabilities in Gulf monarchies, it was the pandemic. Because of trade slowing down, of tourism slowing down to a near halt, Gulf economies really took a really bad hit. Something like, I mean, just in Dubai, which is a model city for what NEOM wants to really kind of build itself on. Something when the coronavirus first hit, around 80% of businesses in Dubai were expected to close within 3 months. They narrowly avoided economic catastrophe in the UAE by halving the size of the entire government. Like, it's real shaky ground. And when fossil fuels eventually start to run out and climate change becomes kind of impossible to maneuver around, you need other ways of producing money than just oil. Tourism is vulnerable, but tourism is kind of the number two. It's really the only thing you can do if you are a Gulf monarchy. So Saudi Arabia is really trying to do that in some form or another with NEOM. What strikes me about kind of the production of it, I don't think that the people really running the construction project really believe it to be it's going to be this gigantic super city, but MBS absolutely believes that it will be. And because MBS holds a near absolute power in Saudi Arabia, he can continue doing it for as long as he wants. And for the people, for the investors who are investing into it, it's really just kind of a money suck. And the hope is that at some point, eventually enough will be paid out back by the Saudis that they'll get their money back. But they don't really care if NEOM gets constructed. It's just, you get money for it.
It's hard to pick like tourism like as a replacement for like the global petroleum export. I mean, like it could work. Like Dubai, for instance. I mean, like they have some coastline there, and they're building more of it by doing those ridiculous fucking islands that like look like shit and are also golf courses or whatever. But like, isn't the problem here that it's just like, as a tourist destination, like the climate, the sort of landscape, I mean, it's not like that nice of a place to visit. I mean, and I know they can provide all kinds of like insane, ridiculous luxury and splendor, of course, basically all underwritten with pseudo slave labor. But like, this country of Saudi itself, you can't do anything fun there if you're trying to like attract a global elite clientele, right?
Yeah, it's not a perfect system. I mean, you have to remember that the initial genesis of the NEOM idea was that MBS was on Google Earth and he saw part of the country that kind of looked empty, and he decided that he was going to build an entire city there.
Okay, all right.
Like there's no real thinking behind it except for that. And the PR people with NEOM have tried to kind of retroactively find reasonings for it. I mean, Dubai has somehow miraculously made itself into a major tourist destination just by sheer will of monetary force.
Yeah.
And the hope is that NEOM will become like a Dubai too. But the issue is that, you know, Dubai is Dubai. And when coronavirus happened, Dubai took a massive hit. NEOM really isn't going to fill in those gaps, but it's kind of the only option that that Saudi Arabia really has. That's how to maybe doing like solar energy, but that really isn't enough.
I mean, I guess like just finally here, like, I mean, we talked about the Khashoggi hit and the fact that like, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised, but it is pretty jaw dropping, like how easily they've been able to just wait that out, and like everyone has just kind of forgotten about it. And now with this new sort of like official diplomatic ties with Israel, I mean, like it's just like, how easily is it going to be for Saudi Arabia to like convince enough of the international press or like corporate leaders and or people in government elsewhere that like they're just a normal country and like not one of the most evil places on earth?
I think it's sooner than a lot of people might think. Back right after the Khashoggi killing, you know, there's a huge amount of negative press, obviously. But when this aligned city was announced, you know, if you went to Reuters, the AP, Bloomberg, you know, outlets that are very popular, they were talking about the city like it's a genius idea that you know, this a fully pedestrianized city with nature preservations. I mean, that's an amazing idea. The cycle resets itself very quickly, and I think the UAE and Bahrain got a ton of great press off of the normalization with Israel. I think if normalization with Israel happens for Saudi Arabia, which I think is going to happen very soon, I think that might be enough to fully reset that cycle, at least with some people, at least with enough people that they can say maybe not publicly. Because the key thing with the NEOM investments was that all of these contracts were announced as they have to, but when they were asked about it, they refused to answer any questions. They know that it's kind of toxic to talk about right now. But if you want that cycle to be reset, it'll probably happen pretty quickly, I think.
Séamus, thanks so much for joining us. The piece is NEOM, The Line to Oblivion. That is up on your Substack right now. If people... Okay, joining us now is journalist Séamus Malekafzali to talk about the recent protests going on in Iran. Séamus, welcome.
Happy to be on the program again.
Séamus, could you just give us just an outline on like what the context for the protests going on in Iran are right now, what kicked it off, and just like the Iranian government's response to them thus far?
In mid-September, a Kurdish woman named Mahsa Amini, she visited Tehran with her brother, and during her visit to Tehran, she was arrested by the morality police because her hijab was not properly being worn. At this point, this is where the narrative between the police and her family and eyewitnesses diverge. The police claim that after she was arrested and briefly put into a police van, she was released. She went to the police station, and then at the police station, she collapsed, went brain dead, had a stroke, and died a few days later. Her family says that she was beaten inside of the police van. She suffered fractures to her skull, had a brain hemorrhage, and she had no previous ailments. She had no previous health issues. So the idea of her falling down and dying at the age of 22 from pure stress alone was difficult to believe. As soon as the news of this broke on social media, protests started almost immediately, primarily concentrated in the country's north, but they were all around Iran, but primarily in the country's north, around Tehran, and in Kurdish majority areas, as Amini was a Kurdish woman. The Iranian government's response has not been as severe as it was in 2019 when the entire internet was shut down within 4 days. The Iranian army and the IRGC came in and killed hundreds of people, even by the government's own statistics. But it has been fairly severe. The death toll is in the tens. And there has been a major emphasis on counter protests, enforcing narratives of the importance of law and order, respecting the police, respecting public property, and trying to implement the narrative into the discourse that these are American-backed, American-planned seditions that are meant to take down the Islamic Republic from outside.
Could you give some context for the role of the morality police in the history of the Islamic Republic, and then also like the current state of the Iranian popular opinion on mandatory hijab, like the wearing of the hijab for women? It seems to be at like an all-time low, and like this would be like the inciting incident for these protests. Like, how do the morality police work? Is the according to polls, only 40% of the Iranian public still supports women wearing mandatory hijab in public. Is this a sign of like an increasing amount of pressure on the Iranian government as a result to these kind of like morality, religious issues?
In terms of how the morality police came into being, in the 1940s, the first Shah of the Pahlavi dynasty, Reza Shah, went as far as to ban the hijab entirely. And as a result, the hijab and the chador, the larger Islamic dress, did not fall out of practice, but it became something of a political statement in order to wear the hijab outside. It was a symbol of your social class. It was a symbol of your economic status. It was also a symbol of your ideology and how you respected the Shah. When the Islamic Republic came into being, when it was voted into being by referendum, the idea of the mandatory hijab was very popular. Something in the from anywhere from 80 to 90% of people in Iran backed the idea of hijab being mandatory through police enforcement. As the decades went on and generations came and passed, and there was more engagement with the Western world through globalization, the popularity of it eventually went further and further down. And as you said, it's below the majority of people in Iran want this to still be enforced. In terms of pressure, this has been a pressure point on the Iranian government before. There were protests over the hijab back in 2017 and 2018 that followed similar ideological lines as this. Back in 2009, this was already an issue. The main reformist candidate, Mir Hossein Mousavi, made that a cornerstone of his campaign, getting rid of the morality police's ability to enforce. I can't even remember if he wanted to get rid of it entirely. As far back as the reformist movement has been in existence since the late 90s, this has been a pressure point. But even though there have been moves in that direction by people in parliament, in the cabinet, even in the presidency at times, it has not moved at all. There is a belief among the Iranian government, by people in the Iranian government, that if this very visible aspect of Islamic governance is rolled back, that there may be a domino effect of other visible aspects being repealed, and that it may lead to other such things in the future.
Speaking of people in and out of the Iranian government, I saw just the other day that former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad came out and said against the requirement of wearing a hijab in public. Is this sort of like a face turn for him? Because I remember him being sort of a voice of social conservatism when he was in government.
No, Ahmadinejad has made quite the face turn since he was president. He has attempted to rebrand himself as a self-proclaimed liberal Democrat since his presidency. Now, that is not to say that he was always strictly within the conservative establishment. He was always butting heads with them, and he always had certain more liberal viewpoints than they did. But it has absolutely been a massive turnaround in terms of ideology. As an example of that, not just with the hijab and other things like that, recently, he came out very much in favor of Ukraine against Russia. He had made, and also within that position, supporting Taiwan. I think he was convinced that there was supposed to be a U.S., Russia, China plot to invade Taiwan, Ukraine, and Iran all at the same time. He has found a way to incorporate his own peculiarities into a liberal framework.
Well, I mean, he's on Twitter now. He's back on Twitter. So
sure. He's on Twitter.
Yeah.
He's back in Michigan football. He's I don't know. He's living his own life.
You pointed out an interesting incident the other day where among the protesters, they set fire to the statue of an Iranian revolutionary intellectual. Could you give us some of the background for that, or why that's noteworthy or interesting?
What has been, I think, interesting about this in particular, it's not unprecedented for protesters to call for the end for the Islamic Republic, for the death of Khamenei, for death to so-called dictators. What has been interesting and unprecedented, I think, is the level of disdain directed toward government ideological figures, to government local government municipalities have been overrun. There was a brief time in which a town called Ushnavie in the country's east was completely overrun by protesters. There has been, I think this is probably the most severe instance of a kind of outpouring of anti-Islamist fervor. The generation that seems to be leading these kinds of protests are the youngest generation, the Zoomers, Gen Z. And my friend Sina Tusi made the point that Gen Z in Iran is not used to the idea of projecting a public, religiously complacent face that other generations were used to. The face that they project to the internet and the face that they project in public, to them, needs to be unified. And the idea of granting any sort of respect to figures of the Islamic Republic's past, which they were not around for, is going to seem alien. It's going to not make a whole lot of sense.
And is the younger generation's attitude toward the hijab? I mean, we would have to be different from the older generations, because you talked about how first the Shah outlawed the hijab and then it became a symbol of freedom and independence. And I suppose the younger generation feels just the opposite. It's that it's a symbol of oppression and surveillance.
I haven't been able to see an age breakdown of the polling on that issue significantly, but there are age breakdowns on support for Raisi as president, the current conservative president, and who has, of course, championed the crackdown on the protesters, very conservative ideals, very religiously conservative ideals. He's not a neoconservative in the Iranian context like Ahmadinejad was. And obviously, as you get older, support for him pretty substantially increases. There is a very significant divide between those who grew up, or at least were alive for, the Shah's time, when wearing the hijab was a symbol of, opposition to the establishment, to the government, and between people who grew up after the Islamic Republic, who know no other system, and who's know that not wearing the hijab is the anti-establishment, the anti-government position.
How would you say that these protests? I mean, you mentioned that the inciting incident was a Kurdish woman visiting Tehran. How do these protests sort of complicate the kind of tenuous notion of an Iranian national identity? Because Kurds are about a population of about 9 or 10 million within Iran. Is it breaking down on these kind of ethnic sectarian lines? And how does that play into how young people see themselves as Iranians?
I think now what is interesting about these protests is that a lot of people were waiting, a lot of analysts were waiting for this moment in which working class Iranians from ethnic minority groups and middle-class Iranians from places like Tehran would protest roughly at the same time. Because in previous protest movements, they had mostly protested separately, as separate groups. These protests have been cross-sectarian, cross-ethnic, cross-class for the most part. However, the objectives of these protests, at least in the eyes of different groups, do divert based on location, based on place. The Iranian government, in particular, has seized on the fears some people have of Kurdish separatism. They have been really honing in on the threats posed by Kurdish armed organizations in Iran, who are operating outside of Iran, but have obviously directed their guns toward Iran, and are hoping for that kind of narrative change. Just the other day, there was a ballistic missile attack on the headquarters of Komala, which is a Kurdish center-left group that is based in Iraqi Kurdistan. The IRGC fired ballistic missiles at them. In terms of the actual population of Iran, realigning that discussion around if Iran can truly be a multi-ethnic state, personally, I haven't seen that quite yet. If the protests continue and they don't abate, I could maybe see that happening, but at the moment, I haven't seen it.
And what are the aims and objectives of these protests? I mean, it started out like a simple matter of we don't want to be compelled to wear the hijab under threat of imprisonment or harassment by police forces. But have the objectives sort of evolved as these protests have gone on to something broader about Iranian government and society?
I think almost immediately they became about the Iranian government and the Islamic Republic as a system. Initially, they were chants about, optional hijab, and that was pretty much it. But very quickly, it became chants against the system itself, talking about killing the people who killed the Mahsa Amini. It has definitely become a larger thing. And additionally, not just talking about the current government system, but also rejecting different government systems. Many of the chants that were heard in Tehran were against both the Shah and the Islamic Republic. It has, I think, in many ways become a protest with the goal of overthrowing the Islamic Republic, but to what extent that is the common opinion of Iranian people, I'm not sure. There's no real data to that effect. And President Raisi, just a year ago, had an approval rating of 70% among the Iranian public. It's much lower now, but it used to be 70%. And typically, the beliefs among people toward overthrowing their entire governmental system as a whole does not sway so wildly within a year's time. So it's a bit difficult to say.
What does the U.S. response to these protests look like at present? And what will it look like in the future in light of the Biden administration's larger Iran policy? Because, I mean, they still are, I guess, technically trying to do this nuclear deal. And then also, since these protests have announced another round of sanctions on Iranian oil exports.
The U.S. government has moved almost immediately to obviously exploit the protests and grant them, their support, their verbal support at the very least. Now, they have not gone probably as far as the Trump administration would have gone. Obviously, if Trump were in power, Pompeo, Pence himself would likely be at the forefront of this kind of narrative, trying to spread any which thing. In 2019, they did similar things. They published casualty reports, which were way out of line with what journalists studying Iran were thinking. They were actively trying to muddy the waters with intelligence from the MEK and things like that. So far, the Biden administration has not tried to do that, at least not yet. As you said, the negotiations over the nuclear deal complicate these things. Obviously, the animus of the American government is to interfere. It is to influence. It is to try to make way for a administration that might be popular, might be both not necessarily popular in Iran, but would be popular with the American government, that would be friendly to them. But they are also trying to get the Iran deal done, and that requires a bit more carefulness and a bit more tact. The issue is that these negotiations have been stuck in purgatory for God knows how long now, and I'm not sure that they are going to go anywhere in the near future. And I'm not sure if any response from the Biden administration to the protests would change that. I think it's going to stay. The sanctions that are currently existing on Iran, I think are going to remain there for the near future, especially because the election's coming up. And especially if you're trying to court Republican voters, getting an Iran deal done that they're going to seize on is not going to be very beneficial to them.
If I could just get your reaction to some advice for the Biden administration. This comes courtesy of Bobby Gosh of the Washington Post. Quote, Biden should amplify the voices of Iran's protesters. He writes, the challenge for Biden is to help the protesters without allowing the regime to portray them as American stooges. The most useful thing the U.S. can do is amplify the voices of the protesters and help them evade the regime's blackouts to better communicate with each other and coordinate their protests. One practical way to achieve this is to exempt from international sanctions Elon Musk's Starlink satellite system, which can provide internet connectivity to Iranians. The U.S. Treasury has said some satellite internet equipment can be exported to Iran. At the diplomatic level, the State Department should also use every opportunity to draw attention to the protests and encourage American allies to do likewise. Every statement relating to the negotiations over the revival of the Iran nuclear deal should be accompanied with a strong reiteration of solidarity with the protesters and an equally forceful denunciation of the crackdown. So, I mean, yeah, like, what do you think we could do more to amplify these voices? Or should we? Because it may the more we amplify, the more they may seem like stooges. The more we may all seem like stooges.
I love Bobby. He's a great guy. He's a great mind. Genius seeping out of that man's ears like pus. The issue that I think a lot of Iran analysts have brought up before, people who are Iranian themselves, is that a lot of failures of protest movements in Iran have been connected to the fact that U.S. sanctions it has resulted in the filtering of a lot of social networks, a lot of ways for Iranians to communicate. So the fact that those sanctions still exist is an active impediment. It's not simply the fact that the sanctions on certain internet systems exist. And I saw that there was a thread about this Starlink system that Elon Musk wants to put up there, and apparently it's very easy to track down the places where it's transmitting from. So I imagine it's a huge security flaw. But no, I mean, there is no way for the Biden administration to do both of those things at once, even if it wanted to somehow do that honestly. Once you give them that kind of PR, once you publicly back them, you are feeding evidence into the Islamic Republic's data banks that these protests are Western-backed, that they're CIA operations, because they can see it on the Twitter pages of Israel's Twitter account, in their Persian language communications, on the pages of the State Department website. Even if they did not themselves instigate the protests, you are giving them all the fodder in the world to make that accusation. It helps nobody. I mean, Bobby I don't think he's being honest, but obviously he is assuming too much honesty on the part of people like Tony Blinken or Joe Biden. So
you say it's like a don't change your Twitter avi to just a blank green circle just yet.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Well, speaking of PR and CIA operations, Séamus, are you familiar with this woman I'm seeing on TV all the time who's like a voice of like the Iranian protest movement? She's in Brooklyn. I forget her name at the moment, but I saw her on Jake Tapper the other day. I'm just wondering, Well, what's your read on this lady as like the voice of all Iranian women?
Masih Ali Najad, I believe is the woman that you were speaking of.
Yes, that's it. That's the one.
She, just for some brief context for people who may have probably seen her face around, but don't quite know who she is. Masih used to be a reporter for reformist newspapers in Iran. After a while, she left and she became an anti-hijab activist, and she eventually became a media personality working for the Voice of America. She is paid by Voice of America. This is not conjecture. This is not saying someone is CIA for the sake of saying they're CIA. There are investigations to this effect that she is paid thousands of dollars by the State Department. Nevertheless, because of the amount of attention that she receives for her activism, she has positioned herself as she has positioned herself as a very influential figure. She disagrees with the assessment that she is the leader, but she is making all kinds of, she's implying it very, very, very heavily to anyone who will listen, like Dexter Filkins, who wrote a New Yorker profile about her. Despite these assertions, I have not seen every video that comes out of Iran, so I cannot say this for sure. But I have never seen any protester mention Masih's name. I have never heard any chant. I have never seen any evidence that this woman is any kind of leader position of anything or any source of influence. This is a recurring problem because back in 2017, 2018, when there were other anti-hijab protests and Masih was again positioning herself as a leader in this kind of movement, female figures in Iran, celebrities who were involved in the protests, had to come out and say, no one is being influenced by Masih here. She's not a leader and she should stop saying that. But nevertheless, she continues to do so. And her connections with Voice of America, her connections with the government endanger people when she constantly feels the need to make these connections with her and these movements.
Did I see that she changed her name at some point?
I'm not entirely sure. Can you give me information about this?
Actually, I can't. Someone told me say she changed her name to mean Messiah.
Yes, Masih is. Yes, that is the name. That is the name of Messiah. Yeah, her first name. There might be something. Her first name was Masumeh beforehand. I don't know the exact reasons for why she did so, but God, there may be something to that. God, I hope not. That's so weird.
I mean, if you're going to be the Messiah for all women in Iran, it'd be good to change. You could have a name that speaks to that. I guess my last question here is the role of the current Ayatollah. I have read speculation that he is quite ill at the moment and may be knocking on heaven's door. Could you speak about the current Ayatollah, the state of his health, and what this means in general for these protests and the state of Iran going forward in the future?
Khamenei, the current supreme leader, he's 83 years old. He has had pretty significant health problems in the past. There was a report in the New York Times that said I believe he had major surgery, but that turned out not to be completely accurate. But, we have to remember this man had an assassination attempt on him that partially paralyzed him. He's had problems for years. Even if he was solely 83, he'd be in danger of dying. So the question of his succession, who will come after him, even if it is taboo to talk about in Iran in polite circles, it is very much on everyone's mind. The current most likely candidate that people are talking about is the current president, Ebrahim Raisi. Now, this is following in the trend that had been established when Khomeini died. Khamenei at the time was the president, and they decided for certain multiple reasons, one of which was that he was known to the people, he was anointed as the successor. Now, the issue is that Raisi, while he is known to the people, as he is the president of Iran, he is not nearly as popular as Khamenei was when he was president. Raisi's approval rating is currently in the high 20s. It's about 10% lower than Joe Biden's lowest approval rating. In order to get him elected, the Guardian Council of Iran had to disqualify many different candidates, and it resulted in the lowest turnout in Iranian presidential history. So, while I don't think that I don't believe the speculation that it's going to cause an earth-shattering fall of the Islamic Republic, it is going to definitely be a point of concern if they decide to push him as successor, because he does not have the same criteria as Khamenei did, which has allowed him to continue being supreme leader fairly undaunted. In terms of the state of the protests now and what there will probably be going forward, the fears that I had that there was going to be a crackdown like 2019, a swift one, have not panned out. What they appear to be doing is a partial filtration of the internet while still pretty harshly cracking down on the protesters. But my current prediction is that they will likely continue for a little bit longer, but like with many movements in the past, they will likely burn themselves out. Even if there are strikes currently happening among students and among professors, if there is no change that is going to happen in the government itself, and the government is committed still to continuously mobilizing its supporters and mobilizing the police, it's not terribly sustainable.
Séamus, I think that's all for us today. I want to thank you for your time. Joined by our good friend, the journalist Séamus Malekafzali, who you've heard from us before, who is calling in today from Beirut, Lebanon. And you can guess what topics we'll be discussing with him today. Séamus, welcome to the show.
It's a pleasure to be back.
So, Séamus, it's a new year, and like we closed out the new year, or like I closed out the new year, like just sort of exhausted by just the horrors of the ongoing catastrophe in Gaza. And like sort of ashamedly, like there was some part of me holding out hope that there would be some sort of like Christmas ceasefire, or that some element of the U.S. government would like reassert control over a rapidly escalating, or just like a situation that is unspeakable in every regard. That has not happened, and it really does seem like the worst of this is yet to come. And I want to begin today talking with Séamus about the events that took place in Beirut just over this past week. Israel announced an airstrike of a Hamas office located in a neighborhood in Beirut, a sort of like the Hezbollah-aligned neighborhood. They assassinated a Hamas leader, and they did so without telling the United States they were doing it, attacking yet another country in this broader theater, which is just one of the many ways in which like this war contains the possibility of a really frightening escalation into a wider regional conflict. So, Séamus, I'll just begin with you. Can you just tell me what it's like in Beirut right now and what exactly happened over the course of the last week or so?
I mean, at least where I am at the moment, I'm within Beirut proper. There's, I think, a certain attitude by a lot of people that the southern suburbs of the city are almost like a different universe. Fundamentally, the things that happen there aren't going to affect what happens within the city, even though they're only a couple miles away from each other. The strike in Dahieh in the southern suburbs, I went to it yesterday. Yeah, it's a residential neighborhood. There's themed restaurants nearby, lots of people rubbernecking at it. It's an extremely striking, brazen thing. This kind of thing has not happened since 2006, since that war with Israel, when Israel's Air Force was bombarding Beirut, South Beirut, day and night for more than a month. They had forces on the ground in southern Lebanon attempting to invade before Hezbollah forced them into a ceasefire. I think there was an anticipation that this would be the red line that was crossed. It had been believed that if the IDF were to strike inside Beirut itself, if they were to abandon the current lines of engagement alongside the southern Lebanese border, that this would be the thing that would force Hezbollah into action. And Hezbollah, Nasrallah had spoken yesterday night. And again, he is erring on the side of caution and trying to make Israel fear what response it will give, which he said would be without boundaries, without rules. Israel, I think, is hoping for Hezbollah to take that bait. And it's going to keep pricking at Hezbollah and Hamas within Lebanon itself until it gets what it wants. Because the current situation on Israel's northern border, on Lebanon's southern border, I think is unsustainable.
Now, you mentioned that the neighborhoods in the southern districts of the city in which this airstrike occurred and are sort of considered like Hezbollah neighborhoods. Is that a fair thing to say? These are sort of, how would you describe that?
Dahia is, I would say, under a lot of Hezbollah influence. It is a major support area for Hezbollah. When you go down there, obviously, there are portraits of Khomeini, of Soleimani, of Nasrallah. There are billboards of Hezbollah fighters who have died in Israeli strikes in a lot of places. There's statues of Hezbollah fighters. But the language that has been used by the Israeli media and the American media describing it as a Hezbollah stronghold, I think is inaccurate and perhaps even dangerous. Because it implies that they are within the same kind of territory as, Hamas in Gaza. And we saw that language being deployed, with the Hamas-run health ministry to say that the casualty numbers were incorrect. And I think utilizing that sort of language with Dahia gives the implication that this is like a military installation and not a neighborhood. Yeah,
it's the language that would imply that this is just another residential neighborhood that is in fact some sort of front in a war that is now totally okay to just bomb whenever you want. But I wanted to ask, you said that in sort of downtown Beirut, there's this kind of feeling that what happens over there is sort of disconnected or is somehow separate from broader Beirut, or just is contained in some way. I guess I'm just wondering, what's the feel when you go in these neighborhoods? What marks? You said other than the murals, what is the feel in those neighborhoods that are targeted by this now?
Well, I was there just today at the funeral of the Hamas official who was assassinated. It does not feel particularly somber or panicked or afraid in some way. It very much feels like, I wish, this may not be the right word in English to describe it because it seems, I guess, reductive, but there was a lot of anger in that crowd when I was there. I would think, understandably. It wasn't, the atmosphere in Dahia, I don't think, was palpably different from Beirut in general, at least when I was there, when I go down there, which I do fairly regularly. Again, war has been a pretty constant mainstay of Lebanon's recent history. The civil war ended in 1992, which is, I want to say, in the living memory of most people who are listening to this, I would hope. And again, war in 2006, pretty much everyone experienced that one. 2008, there was a conflict within Beirut itself between Hezbollah and other factions. Then, the Syrian civil war brought millions of refugees in. There were clashes out of Sal, out in the east. War and conflict is something that is obviously feared among people, but it does not cause, I think, the kind of mass panic that we would anticipate it would cause, for example, in America, where it would be so completely outside the norms of society that it would break things down. My friend Roqaya Shamsuddin, there were reports of people who were obviously trying to leave the South, come to Beirut, and find apartments here that would be safe from the Israeli bombing. And I characterized that as panic. And she disagreed because she had relatives in the south of Lebanon who, were talking about how, they don't really mind the bombing, the rocket strikes. It doesn't strike the kind of fear in their hearts that Israel wants it to. So it's more, I think, measured.
but like, it would seem to me that the intended audience for this is the United States and our military rather than the people of South Lebanon, because like you say, like it keeps sort of like sort of pricking Hezbollah and Nasrallah to sort of provoke. It would seem to me they're trying to open up another front in this conflict on their borders with Lebanon, and to get the United States military to directly engage Hezbollah. Because I mean, like here you mentioned 2006, they were forced into a ceasefire then. Like was this airstrike about decapitating the leadership of Hamas, or was it about provoking a response from Hezbollah?
I think you're 100% right about trying to bring another front. And even though Saleh al-Aruri was a very influential, important leader within Hamas, again, like with Soleimani, this does not destroy the Hamas leadership from within like a pack of cards. Like they get rid of this one guy and Hamas in Lebanon just folds in on itself. If Israel moves past certain red lines that they believe to be red lines, then that puts the onus on Hezbollah to respond.
Because I mean, they have a domestic constituency as well that will begin to put pressure on them to respond in a way if they feel like they are, being made to look foolish or ineffectual in some way. Correct?
Oh, sure. No, that's an interesting dynamic that I've seen play out, at least in interviews with people in the Palestinian refugee camps here in the country. I've never seen the opinion expressed among Hezbollah supporters that they hate Nasrallah or they hate the Hezbollah leadership for not doing enough. But I think there are quite a few people who are disappointed, or I guess they wanted more out of this. If you tell someone that we're doing a calculated response, that we're keeping the Israeli leadership on their toes, that we make them quake in fear of what we might do, that works on a lot of people. But a lot of people want, they want, like, do you remember the video that came out when the Houthis first seized the Galaxy leadership?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you saw the helicopter come in with the Palestinian
with the
Yemeni
flag,
flags.
yeah,
and
then all the awesome footage of all of the like the captain and crew of the ship just chilling with them, chewing cot, having a great time.
That is a huge propaganda victory for the Houthi movement. It's why when they pulled Gazans during the ceasefire, Yemen's response was ranked higher in approval than Hezbollah's. That works better on people than, videos of radar towers being destroyed and very blurry videos of IDF soldiers far in the distance getting struck by missiles.
I mean, yeah, I gotta say, when it comes to the propaganda game, the Houthis are killing it right now. I mean, like, I remember reading something about how, like, in Yemen, there's a long history of like war poetry, and they're really bringing it to the front right now. I mean, like that line, "The Red Sea is a red line." But Seamus, the point you make is that in the Houthi propaganda videos, it is very much they are responding to like the anger in that part of the world and their desire for any of these governments to stand up to Israel and to protect the people of Gaza. And the Houthis are like, if no one else is going to do it, it's all on us. So like we're proud to. We're proud to die for this cause because like where's all our friends? Where's our cousins?
Exactly. No, Yemen has. I remember the feeling that I had when October 7th first occurred, the days afterward, and the Houthis immediately jumped in and made statements to the effect that they might intervene. And at the time, I assumed that it was obviously. It struck me that there were a lot of factions in all these different countries, all pretty much at the same time saying that they might act, because that's somewhat atypical. But then the Houthis actually like start firing missiles at Israel. And then they close down the Red Sea to Israeli ports and Israeli-bound ships. And I don't know, it's Yemen is in a unique position here that they are taking advantage of, in that they have a direct sea access route to Israel. That Israel is not going to. It is in a geographic position in which Israel cannot easily retaliate against it, as it could with Lebanon. Obviously, can't mount a land invasion, and it also is running up against the fact that Yemen defeated a multinational coalition of nations, Arab nations, which had all the U.S. military weaponry that they could possibly fathom, and it didn't do them any good. The Yemeni armed forces under the Houthi-led administration, I think, have proven to be the most effective strategists of this conflict by far.
It's a point Felix made when you saw all of those kind of like real-time GPS like global shipping lane coordinates of ships at sea that showed that 80% of like commercial like cargo traffic was diverted around the Cape of Africa rather than like up through the Red Sea and into the Mediterranean. And the point Felix made was like for the investment of like men, material, and resources versus the knock-on dollar effect that this is having on global commerce and the import of goods into Israel is stunning in terms of like the bang for your buck in terms of a military operation.
And not just commerce, within Israel itself, the port of Eilat, Israel's sole Red Sea port, I want to say the figures that I saw is that entries to it had gone down 85%. There were Israeli news sites saying that the population of the city has gone down by thousands because so many workers are leaving for employment elsewhere. Tourism, which is a major source of income for the city, has also gone down. This is a city that is not only being hit by drones from Yemen, but is also getting hit by drones fired from militias inside Iraq. I'm still kind of in awe about all that they've managed to accomplish just from where they are in this respect. And even, just recently on New Year's Eve, the U.S. Navy killed 10 Yemeni navalmen who were going to, I believe the story was that they were going to attack a cargo vessel. And U.S. Navy comes upon them after an SOS call, kills 10 of them. And the U.S. coalition is expecting that the Houthis are viewing this as the kind of low-stakes fight that the America thinks it is, comparatively. This is about commerce, this is about trade, this is about freedom of navigation. But if you, as a member of the Houthi movement, as a member of their armed forces, view this as an existential war, that you are fighting for, you're fighting for the survival of Palestine, the cause that has been guiding you your entire life, that is the main animating cause. Like, how are you going to be deterred by that? You're going to be invigorated. You're being targeted by the largest army on earth for what you're doing.
Yeah, they just moved another like aircraft carrier group into the region to deal with these guys, which is not usually the opponents that are facing off against, the U.S. Navy. And it's not just Séamus. Another interesting thing is like it's not just that the sort of quirk of geography, which gives them, not just access to like one of the most important shipping lanes in the world, but also some level of protection from Israeli retaliation. The other really interesting thing about the language of the Houthi movement in these military operations is that they are throwing right back in the face of the West and the rules-based international order the responsibility to protect doctrine. That like not only do they have a responsibility to intervene, like every country has a responsibility not just to intervene, but to intervene militarily to cease the actions of an armed state carrying out a genocide.
Yeah, it's my friend Matthew Petty wrote about this, how the Houthis have completely adopted the language of the United States on this, and throwing, like as you said, throwing them right back at them.
They all read this. A problem from hell.
And I see, I think a person that I think a lot of listeners might know about who track this, Al-Bukhaiti, their spokesperson, who is always on.
Is he the guy wearing the bandoliers?
Yeah.
He's got
the bandoliers. He's got, he's smiling. Yeah. We all know the guy. I mean, he's been tweeting in English and in German and all these different languages. And the language that he uses is virtually identical to statements that come out from the U.S. Navy, from the U.S. Army, from the State Department. But they feel entirely different because they're actually backed up by, what I personally think
others can disagree, I think is entirely morally just. It's stunning to me the way that the U.S. has tried to cover up what the actual cause of this blockade is in trying to justify why Operation Prosperity Guardian has started. I mean, even the name.
I mean, like, it's a great name for this operation too, regarding prosperity, not guarding the prerogatives of our genocidal client state as they murder tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, like, I mean, human beings.
Yeah,
who really cares?
No, but
you're talking freedom of
prosperity.
Freedom to use the seas. Come on, guys.
Seamus, I guess a really good point, because like in terms of like, there's a propaganda value in shaming, not just shaming the governments of the world that are abiding what's happening in Gaza right now, but like offering a alternative to the populations of supposedly democratic countries of what it looks like when your government takes a moral stand for something that's actually morally just and asserts itself very proactively to change the world for the better or to stop something horrible from happening, instead of this song and dance that we do in this country about like, oh, well, you know, we've had very frank and candid conversations and we've assured everyone that there's going to be no mass expulsion of Palestinians, but we're rush shipping artillery shells to them twice in the last month, so to re-up their ability to do exactly that, expel millions of people from the Gaza Strip.
No, I mean, there's this constant doublespeak in the West, in Israel, where there are the stated goals that are given in English, and then amongst themselves, either in Israel in Hebrew or just behind closed doors in America, they talk about the real reasons why they need to do this, to do that. But in Yemen, the stated reasons to the public in Arabic, to the public in English, and the discussions amongst themselves in Arabic are exactly the same. The cause is directly stated. We can, if we want to be so wholly cynical about this and admit that, okay, they're not doing this entirely, the right word is altruistically, entirely selflessly. Okay, yes, they want to be in a better negotiating position with the Saudis. If you're in peace negotiations with Saudi Arabia, threatening that you're willing to go to war with the United States is a great negotiating position to be in, I would say. But they've stated what will be required for the blockade to stop. They're not demanding, the sun, the moon, and the stars here. They're not saying that Israel has to be dismantled tomorrow. They're not demanding, things that take a lot of time to do. They're asking for a permanent ceasefire. That is what they are asking. And then they will end the blockade. And we continue to have to do this song and dance where we pretend not to know what they want, even though they keep saying it over and over and over again.
They want those ships. They want the containers.
They just want they
want all the prosperity that's for us. We have to guard it.
I kept having to see these statements from God damn it, Eli Lake. We remember Eli Lake, right?
Oh, we love Eli.
Like a fucking
Eggman.
egg. Yeah,
I am the Eggman. Cuckoo, cuckoo.
Goddamn. He was talking about
he's a real blast from the past. And I've had to see his tweets recently because he's like, yeah, he's really feeling himself. He's really feeling himself again. Because whenever there's not some insane bloodletting going on in the world, Eli Lake is just like a non-entity, totally forgettable. But man, oh man, when the United States or Israel is really feeling themselves, you're going to be seeing Eli on the timeline. He's going to be feeling himself too.
And he's feeling himself right now because a group that he hasn't had to think about for a long time is now threatening something. And he's talking about why don't we strike the Houthi military positions, level them, and we'll show them what we mean. Like nobody in the world has ever thought about that before.
They just got through
strike Yemen.
Yeah. They just got through one of the other worst wars of the 21st century. I mean, and Seamus, the common response that I heard over the past couple of weeks as this Yemeni naval blockade has begun in the Red Sea is a lot of people just being like, yeah, it sounds pretty good, but they're about to find out the reason why Americans don't have health care. Am I right? And it's just like, Well, yeah. I mean, like our Navy is vastly more powerful than theirs in terms of like men, weapons, material, resources, etc. But they've just got done facing nearly the full force of like all of the best weapons that we could have on offer, arrayed directly at them with like no restrictions whatsoever, and they won. So, I mean, like, well, yeah,
And they came out more powerful.
Yeah, it's kind of an empty threat. Oh,
No,
we're gonna kill more of you.
Oh my God! It's we have to like. Sorry, I need to center myself, and I need to I need to go back to like what are the points I need to hit on?
Yeah.
The thing about the cause that they've had to narrow down for why the Houthis need to be eliminated this time, because they can't reference what the actual cause is. Because if you explain the cause to anyone with a functioning brain, they're like, I feel like this could be avoided if like there's just
I feel like this is the way.
for a while.
No, not just that, but I feel like this is the way that we're told that good nations use their military for.
Yeah,
like this is the way that we're told responsible democratic nations conduct themselves when a genocide is happening in the world.
Yeah, they put on the stops. They're not carpet bombing anything. They're doing what they can.
They gave out their delicious cot to the crews of the Galaxy class vessels. They're loving it.
Oh my god! Other hostages are not getting that kind of treatment. Let's be real.
Yeah.
But they have to say that this is not just about trade, but that the Houthis are pirates. They're engaging in international
privateers. Yes,
yeah.
They've received a letter of marque from Nasrallah.
And the idea is that it conjures up images in your mind of, I think, primarily Somali pirates. And we saw Captain Phillips. We remember the scourge of the Seven Seas, how evil they were, how money hungry they were. But then you put it under like any amount of scrutiny, and it's like, okay, well, they seized the one ship, but the ship didn't really have any cargo on it. It was mostly to send a message, and they're not seizing any other ships, really. They're striking them after numerous warnings, but they're also not killing anyone on these ships. They're not like, technically, if we put it under the magnifying glass, technically that is quote unquote piracy, but it's not piracy in the way that we would understand it and the way in which we would get gung ho about countering it. Like, again, they have to, with everything in regards to Gaza, they have to disconnect it from Israel in some way. All the suffering, all the knockdown effects, all the escalation, it has to happen in its own sort of vacuum.
Yeah.
In which the axis of resistance and its factions and its nations have to be attacking Israel in some way that is entirely unrelated to the situation that is present at this current moment, and as well the situation that existed before October 7th.
I mean, you see a similar dynamic with the protests in America or Europe, like the large and still ongoing acts of civil disobedience and widespread protest. It has to be about something other than the very clear moral stand and ask that's being, the why people are demonstrating is because like this needs to stop. And our government shows recently, and that is the terrorist bombing of killing several hundred people in Iran at the gravesite of General Soleimani. I just saw that ISIS has claimed credit for it. Séamus, what do you make of this provocation and any possible culprit or analysis of who might be behind it? ISIS, Israel. Who do we got here?
I mean, just before anyone jumps down my throat, because I know inevitably there's going to be something typing. There are instances in the past in which ISIS has claimed responsibility for an attack that they did not actually commit. This has happened a couple times. I think most notably, Las Vegas. People forget this. But after the Las Vegas attacks happened, ISIS put out a statement in which they claimed that Stephen Paddock was an Islamic convert who was attacked.
Gambling is quite sinful.
Yeah, like it's not a be all end all, but I think if ISIS is taking responsibility in this matter, I think it's most likely them. Iran has been subject to quite a few ISIS attacks over the past few years, but I think most people, including myself, admittedly, when this first happened, immediately suspected Israel because there was such a brazen attack on Beirut, a city that they hadn't attacked since '06, literally the night before. I think people anticipated that it was part of that sort of steep escalatory strategy that they wanted, in which they would pull Iran into some sort of grand regional conflict. I think this one is on ISIS, but I think ISIS, two things. One, I think ISIS is hoping that it will ratchet up the tension and that it will draw Iran and Israel into a war. And moreover, I know Israel loves that this happened, and it's benefiting from it right now. Daniel Hagari, the IDF spokesman, when he was asked about it, he refused to comment, with the idea that we should have some plausible deniability about whether or not we did this. And as well, the settler spokesman for Hebron went on Twitter and said that perhaps Iranian freedom fighters committed this act, inspired by Israel's response to the October 7th massacres. They absolutely are they can't believe that this good fortune, fell into their laps, in which Soleimani, a person who was such at the forefront of the Iran-Israel proxy conflict in terms of propaganda, that such an attack was able to happen, and they didn't really have to do a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of the culprit for it, I mean, the intention and effect of it is clear if you are someone who hopes to, I don't know, turn the Gaza massacre into a table clearing sort of final confrontation between Israel, America, and Iran and its proxies. But I guess this gets to the larger question about these acts of provocation aimed out, because the neighborhood in southern Beirut, that's not Gaza. That's a different country that they just attacked. And now this bombing in Iran, the intent of it all seems to be very clear. So I guess my question is, I know, you said, people are interpreting this as Israel wants to expand this war. I guess my question is, the obvious question would be, why? Because usually when you're engaged in a conflict, the rule of thumb is that you don't open up additional fronts in that war when you're still fighting the other one. But why is that perhaps not the case in this situation? And what could be going on here in terms of seeking to enmesh other countries, but particularly the United States of America and its military directly in this conflict on their behalf?
You're correct. This is the normal calculus. And I think this is the calculus that the axis of resistance is operating within. As much as they would love to pour into Israel and free Palestine, liberate the prisoners immediately, they obviously have to be more calculated and measured and make sure that they're not overextending one another. Israel, on the other hand, has been living in something of a fantasy world for the past 75 years, maybe a little bit less than that, where the United States has given them overwhelming, unlimited support, both militarily and rhetorically, so they can do whatever they want. They have been given a carte blanche beyond what many other countries have ever been given. And I think I still think about this anecdote, and it's so hard to believe. Back in '82, when Israel invaded Lebanon, Ronald Reagan, he saw what was happening on television, and he called the Israeli prime minister, and he told him that what he was witnessing was like a Holocaust. And he told the Israeli
and he would
leaders,
know, as he liberated a concentration camp in a movie.
Is that? Oh my God, jeez. And he gets on the phone. He tells the Israeli leaders this, and they initially reject, but then they acquiesce. They acquiesce to Reagan because all the president of the United States has to do is tell them no. That is all they have to do. This is not difficult. It is extraordinarily easy, and is known because past American presidents have done this before. Presidents who are far more conservative than Joe Biden is. And yet, the pressure that has been mounted on Israel by the Biden administration can be described as nothing else but, it's air. It's vaporous. It doesn't exist. It exists insofar as the American representatives of the UN will say, there should not be a forcible displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, as other ministers have suggested.
And like
should.
Should.
The
should
operative word.
And then also forcible, because I guarantee you, there are these statements now that we're seeing from Ben Gvir and Smotrich that is necessitating a response from State Department spokesdweeb Matt Miller. And they're saying, and Ryan Grimm got him to say, go beyond should and say, must not, right? But I think the other key word here is forcible, because we all know that this is the policy, despite what the United States says they can and can't abide. I mean, there's nothing we won't abide. I think that should be clear at this point. I think it is going to be meted out under the rubric of that this will be a voluntary immigration. That just people are choosing to leave because if they stay, they'll be killed.
Well, they of course they won't say that.
Yeah, they won't say the second part of that. They'll just say,
No, they'll
just say food and medicine. Food and medicine is on this side of a line, and that's what they went. Yeah,
yeah. I see the pundit panel conversations before me. I see the newspaper columns before me, and I visualize it as the prophets did in the Bible.
Yes,
I see. It is so clear to me that I talk about it as if it has already happened.
It is written.
It is written. You see it as, okay, look at Gaza, this humanitarian catastrophe, this famine, all the disease, all the destruction. They have no homes to go back to. Hamas has ruined their lives. It has brought an unconscionable war upon them. We should do the humanitarian thing. We should reach within our hearts, our moral center, and we should grant the Gazans passage outside of their prison.
Right.
We'll send them to Congo. We'll send them to some other country in Africa. Congo was literally the country that they're talking about sending these people to. And
I'm surprised it wasn't Madagascar.
Yeah, this is literally we have these conversations as if they're novel, as if they've never been thought of before, that we're thinking up of new political innovations to solve these crises. But voluntary immigration was literally the language that was used to justify plans by the Nazi government to send Jews elsewhere. There were thousands of Zionists who were told by the Nazis, hey, I got a great deal for you. You can go to Palestine right now. All you have to do is leave your homes forever. And they took it because the threat on the other side of that was death. This is not a voluntary choice. This is ethnic cleansing. It's a genocide. We've seen this time and time again. But there's a nearsightedness that colors all of this. Alan Dershowitz just today.
Boys are back in town.
Oh my God!
Reappearing onto the public consciousness at exactly the right time. And to the government of Israel out there, if you're listening, I just got to say to you, please, more Dershowitz.
Please,
the survival of the Zionist project depends on the world's greatest lawyer.
He got O.J. Simpson off. He will get the state of Israel off. I promise you this. But he put out this op-ed, I think literally the day after he went on TV, and I think said that I want to see all the people pushing the Epstein list. I want to see if they condemn the Hamas rapes. Mm-hmm. This guy is fucking zooming off into a different dimension with this shit. But he in this op-ed, he was like, you don't see the typical signs of genocide, of the Holocaust specifically.
Oh, right, which are the gas chambers and ovens.
Yeah. This is how we as Americans have been conditioned to view genocide. This is what we think it is. If we see a mechanized death camp, if we see video of, we would have to, we would hear about people in gas chambers and they're tearing at the walls and they have stars on their chests. This is what we would be able to see as clear signs of genocide. But as long as we don't explicitly see such obvious signs, even between you and me, I think if these obvious signs, these incredibly obvious signs were to manifest, I think we'd still be having these arguments.
Of course we would, because I can't come up with a better living example of a mechanized death camp than what the Gaza Strip is right now. I mean, if that isn't industrialized wholesale mass murder of a totally defenseless civilian population, I don't know what is. Like,
There's no railroads.
If I could look at
yeah.
like any of the images that I see coming out of Gaza of like summary executions, of just the scale of devastation and starvation, and then the highly technological apparatus carrying it out.
Mhm.
I don't know what other comparison do you want me to make here?
We've been conditioned to view an extremely narrow band, and when something expands outside of that narrow band and requires you to apply lessons and not to simply see direct parallels that are completely 1-1, then people start losing their fucking minds. They can't fathom it. They can't comprehend that this could happen again, and that moreover, this is happening again with America's explicit aid and abetting. The country that constantly says never again, that we will always stop genocide, that we move. You saw what we did in Serbia. We saw what we did in Kosovo, in Bosnia. We protect people, don't we? And then, I mean, of course, it was always bullshit. Let's not kid ourselves. But it's so egregious what is happening. And we have to still have these granular arguments 3 months on, where the 20,000 people are dead. And we're talking about, Jesus Christ, the amount of stories about fucking Claudine Gay.
Yeah.
I understand that there are obvious implications for free speech that is being like tampered down here, but the fact that it's
I don't want to say that like the Claudine Gay thing doesn't matter, because I mean, like, not to violate our policy of never caring about what happens in colleges and certainly not Ivy League colleges on this show.
Sure.
Look,
this was made into a controversy.
Yeah, like the implications here are obvious, right? But like I think like outside of in like disciplining academia from like a conservative, because it's not any great feat of Israel supporters or the right wing to scalp a Ivy League university president, because they are soft targets. And the thing is, all of the university administrator and even probably most of the people who are losing their jobs themselves basically agree with them on everything. And they don't want their students protesting for Palestine. They're sick of all they don't want any wokeness on their universities out there. They're sick of it. So,
I will just say, if I may, just to establish the difference between what is traditionally thought of as like pro-Palestine discourse on campus in America and what it is here in Lebanon.
Yeah.
At my old university, at AUB, Hezbollah runs in student elections. That is the difference. Like night and day, we're having these discussions somehow. But please continue. Well, I'm sorry.
I guess I just think like the true like whether with the goal of the like scalping these Ivy League university administrators are, I think like the knock-on effect of it and the most useful effect of it is in the American media, in the liberal media, to transpose, as you said, Séamus, the flatly now undeniable truth of what is happening, and then people's feelings of anger and outrage over it, and then like transposing all of it into a thing that the liberal media and liberal media consumers like nothing better: controversies about elite American universities. And like, so it's like so that Gaza and Palestine and what Israel is doing is like, it's rarely even spoken about in any except barely even merits a mention in terms of like what kicked all of this off in the news coverage of it. But it's just a way for people to get angry and sort of like, and there's a disciplining effect, but I think it's just a way for the liberal media to cover what's going on right now while completely ignoring what's going on right now.
Exactly.
And Séamus, like you mentioned to me before we started recording, I just wanted to like, because like you're in Lebanon right now, but like as like an American, like a consumer of media, when you are outside of a Middle Eastern or Muslim country, when you're in the Western media bubble, I asked myself this question: how am I going to fucking not go insane? Like, I mean, how do I even keep getting on the mic every week and having to like talk about this shit over and over again, given what I'm seeing, and just how how absolutely like grotesque and absurd the kind of like the stakes and just like the moral questions that we're presented with in this country, and like these little dramas that were given to distract us from like the political stakes and reality that's going on here. What does it feel like to be in a country with a different media environment?
I wish people could experience the kind of landscape that I am in. It's not perfect, but it's a night and day. I initially went back to America at the beginning of October after things started popping off, and my mother, who I love, was very insistent that I come back at least for a little bit to see how things shake out, and I did. And over the course of the next 2 weeks, I like you, Will, I went completely insane. I felt like I had lost my marbles. I could not fathom the language that was being used by news anchors to try and distance Palestinian civilians from their own murderers. I felt insane constantly hearing Israeli narratives prioritized over the people that were being murdered in scores viciously. And especially when Al-Ahli happened, when the strike on the hospital happened that killed 500 people, which feels like ancient history now, with so many hospitals that have been attacked without any sort of justification provided whatsoever. I remember the arguments that were being had there about cause, about attribution, in blatant defiance of what I could see with my own two eyes. And I knew that I needed to just get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
With all due respect to my lovely family, who I will never abandon. And when I came back here, oh my God, it was such a breath of fresh air. I could walk down the street and there were reminders of Gaza everywhere that I would look. I would talk to people and we would be on the same wavelength. I wouldn't have to talk about the conversations that I would have in America about why I was so depressed, about why I felt like I was losing it. I didn't have to have those kinds of, I didn't have to explain myself constantly in Lebanon. Everyone knew why I felt this way because they felt the exact same way too. And in terms of journalism, as you were talking about, there's so much focus on Gaza. It is still the main issue. It is the front page news story every single day in every paper, basically. It's all that anyone really wants to talk about still because it is at the forefront of all of our minds. And newspapers are willing to do proper adversarial journalism against the United States and its foreign policy narratives in a way that American media is absolutely unwilling to do. It's immensely refreshing to have your priorities be the national media priorities. I don't want propaganda. I don't want to be lied to. I just want to I want to feel not crazy. Yeah.
It's to get some sense like you exist in the same moral universe as the one your body seems to inhabit, despite all outward appearances. Otherwise, that you've passed through some membrane into some other reality other than the one that you can think and see and feel for yourself.
The big thing that I thought, and I think a lot of other Middle Eastern people thought, is that I think a lot of people don't want to associate with America and the Western world anymore. I think I don't have that luxury. Obviously, I was born in Wisconsin for Christ's sake. But
go Badgers.
A lot of people go back, of course, and I'm a Badger family, man. But the thing is that when Western newspapers, when Western pundits, when Western culture seems so invested in not seeing you as a human being, and it's become so evident and so obvious and so it's criminal. They don't see you as a real person who is only separate from you by language and by birthplace. They see you as an it that is only to be mourned when you don't resist your own murder. And even then, you probably deserved it. That's an insane,
or that it's all understandable because when tons of Muslim or Middle Eastern or Arab people are die violently, it's we've talked about this before on the show. It's like an earthquake killed them. All the people that are starving to death in Gaza, it's the worst starvation, the worst famine in the world right now. It's just that just exists. It's like gravity or something. It's a natural disaster. There's no one who's actually responsible for it. And I guess I'll go back to where I started at the beginning of the show about efforts to incite a broader regional conflict that Israel thinks it will benefit from because the United States will get involved, and be directly helping them in a way that we're just simply helping them in every other conceivable way other than directly using our military. I will just say that I think this is all happening because Israel has failed entirely to destroy the Palestinian resistance, and it has failed entirely to contain public opinion in Europe and America in particular. I mean, like not like public opinion really matters to our foreign policy, but like it's unmistakable the desperation that they feel over this, because like if you look at polls, they got another generation to go, and that's it. Like then their goodwill is spent. But like I just think like all of this is that they have not broken the Palestinian people, and they have not broken at least Hamas's ability to resist them. And not only that, but like the world at large now seems to be foursquare against them entirely.
Yeah, it's really interesting to, I mean, on January 1st, midnight, New Year's Day, here in Lebanon, once the clock struck midnight, Hamas was able to fire a barrage of missiles at Tel Aviv. And this had been 80 days into the war, something like that. Israel has constantly talked about how the northern sector of Gaza is under operational control, whatever the hell that means, that it's close to achieving the defeat of Hamas and it's within arm's reach, and it'll only take a couple more months or a year or 10 years or whatever. They can't decide. It is shocking to me that even in the course of trying to perpetrate a genocide, they haven't diminished considerably Hamas's military capability. They've diminished it somewhat, but they haven't. There was an expectation, at least to me, that Hamas should not be able to fire as many rockets as it does consistently into Israeli airspace this far into a war that Israel claims to be winning. What they do is that, you know, the IDF bombards these cities, flattens them, but Hamas squads, they disappear below ground. They attack Israeli tanks, they disable them, they fire rockets at them, they maim Israeli soldiers badly, they kill them in ambushes, and then they disappear back to the ground again. This is not a traditional state of, you know, command and control in which there's a specific town that is being held by a certain faction, and then the IDF sweeps in, and then that's that. Hamas just goes into a different level of control. And that is a level of control that the IDF is not prepared, fundamentally not prepared to counter. I genuinely wonder how long this is going to go on for. Because like I just said, they keep changing the amount of time that this is going to take. Biden wants this to be wrapped up, like he wanted this to be wrapped up by Christmas, and then that's completely blown past, and that's absolutely not going to happen. And now he would like it to be done, preferably, I think, before the election, because if this is still on the table, I think he is going to lose to Trump, even if Trump is a war hawk and would absolutely give Israel, I think, what it wants, if someone could convince him to do so. My fear is that I think it's a well-founded one, that there is not going to be a ceasefire on the horizon anytime soon, another one. I think this is going to continue to build in Lebanon, in Yemen, because the United States and Israel are locked in this. And Will, you put this exactly correct. The first time you said this, I was like, he got it. You said it was a murder-suicide pact between Israel and the United States. However much the U.S. might want to extract itself out of the situation, they don't want to think about Gaza. They never want to think about Gaza, but they don't want to think about this anymore. They want it to be done with. And the longer they have to deal with it, the longer it's a problem for Biden, the longer it's a problem for the United States' international reputation. But they can't back down from this, and Israel knows this. And that's why it's hoping that if they can provoke Hezbollah into a war, if they can convince the United States that they need to go into Yemen, they need to strike into Yemen, that they need to make that a front, they can bring the United States into these wars and make it something that they themselves do not need to fight. They can get soldiers that are better equipped, better trained, have better strategy. And this is not something that they have to deal with on their own. This can be a bigger civilizational battle that they can use to build support for their own government. That's a fucking disaster. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and like just to underscore what you said, like I really think like the United States, we're not changing course. Biden is locked into this, and I think like in his head and among his advisor or whoever is in his ear, I think that they're like this is a brave, act of statesmanship, like not changing course, seeing it through. So I think like U.S. policy is not going to change, no matter how disastrous it is, certainly for the people of Gaza, but also for Joe Biden's own reelection campaign. But that being said, the media and like supporters or like people who want to see Joe Biden reelected can no longer deny what's going on. And like the only people left really advocating for this slaughter are the people zealously committed to the project of Zionism. And you'll notice that in the defenders of this ongoing violence, nobody is saying anymore Israel would never target a hospital. That's a blood libel to say. Israel would never do a population expulsion. They're all just openly admitting, because like there's nothing left for them to say. Oh, we're not doing that. Now we are doing that. Try and stop us. But the thing is, like that's unpalatable politically and untenable politically. So I think you're right that, as we're seeing with the Claudine Gay stuff, the liberal media is just going to try as hard as possible to just move on and pretend like basically just be like there's nothing else we can do. And I think this is the attitude that most of like the media and like our political consensus going into 2024 is, I think, best summed up by engagement farmer Aaron Rupar, who said this: "My view on the Israel-Palestine conflict is that it's been going on for more than a century, and there are shades of gray on both sides. It's not a simple story of good versus evil. This may sound obvious, but acknowledging complexity too often gets you tarred as a heinous person." So I really think that like this. I think this is going to be the line going into the new year, which is that no one can deny what's happening anymore, or Biden's complicity in it, or the fact that like he could stop at any time he wants. It's just like the line is going to be, it's all very regrettable, but who can say what's right and wrong in this mixed up world of ours? And that like, we have to acknowledge complexity now. We have to like, sort of like find another nuanced angle. But like, I mean, no one's describing the complexity or saying things in a nuanced way. They're just demanding that we not talk about it because because it makes Biden's reelection chances circle the fucking toilet, and it makes them personally feel responsible, which they are.
No. It's too. The only reason they say it's too it's too complicated because they don't want you to discuss it. How can you possibly have an opinion on something?
Yeah, exactly.
If it's too complicated, you should leave this thing to the suits in Washington. Come on, guys, they got this thing handled. But you would never, ever, even Aaron Rupar, the man who has never contributed anything of substance in his entire life, he would never have this opinion about like healthcare policy or tax credits. Who understands tax credits? But like. It is only the Middle East, it is only foreign policy, really substantially, that has this common refrain from people. The dynamics are too complex. There are too many perspectives that need to be incorporated here. I think the great Michael Brooks, whose perspective is sorely missed, I think put it best about this when there was a Israel supporter asked him about this. It's not complicated. It's super simple. Right? There's one side that is being oppressed, and there's another side that has operated with absolute impunity and has never been punished for anything. There are obvious complexities within that, but the dynamic is easily understandable to anyone with a brain. Macklemore got it. Jesus Christ, Macklemore. Like, are you saying that you're dumber than Macklemore? I hope not, man. Jesus Christ, have some fucking respect for yourself.
Well, no, I mean, it's just it's the increasingly frustrated and condescending and angry demand that they be freed from the moral responsibility of continuing to support Joe Biden, and that like, and because like you'll notice they're not really even saying there's nothing he can do anymore. I think that they've just backed themselves into begrudgingly accepting what his policy is and just going, I'm willing to countenance this because the alternative is worse. Or that like in a real way, I'm willing to like accept it now as like a sort of new fabric of reality that we all just kind of like live with, this kind of thing happening and the United States doing it. and I think that's what's going on here.
God, yeah.
No, I got nothing. I was gonna leave it there on that cheery note for this episode, but.
No, I was literally just about to to grovel and say that. Oh God, yeah. No, this shit sucks, man.
Yeah.
Well, on our way out, can I add, your invocation of Eli Lake and Alan Dershowitz coming back in this moment reminded me of another person that I've enjoyed seeing pop back up, which is, Will, have you noticed that John Podhoretz returned to Twitter after being off for
he did.
For
he did to be horny about OnlyFans.
Yes, because he really did quit for like 3 or 4 years. He's like, I've had enough of the toxic discourse here. They made a dramatic comeback shortly after October 7th, saying, I feel something like, I feel compelled to come back here to combat the heinous misinformation that is popping up on the site. By which he means, of course, finding like 10 follower accounts saying, I support Palestinian liberation, and RTing that saying, like, look at this heinous anti-Semitism. But the thing that really entertained me is that it took him about 1 week of his crusade to just go back to adding services that have given him ineffectual customer service and complaining about it publicly and tweeting stuff like, did anybody think that Chris Pratt came out of the Marvel Cinematic Universe as the best leading man? Or like, just complaining about movies.
The one I saw him was like quote tweeting and responding to like the OnlyFans like ads that they run on Twitter now for like OnlyFans is trying to be like, I don't know, like a comedy streaming service. And they're like, oh, here's a cooking show. Here's a cooking show with Riley Reid or whatever. And he's like quote tweeting it being like, is she a porn star or something? Porn actually censored the asterisk in place of the O. And then like, just his cretinous followers, just being like, oh God, So
it's funny just to see him like deep down in his soul, the logic really there was, oh God, thank God, finally an excuse to post again.
Yeah. No, I mean it's great. I mean, like I love all the people that they're bringing out of retirement.
Yes,
like Tony Blair. Tony Blair supposed to, like the reports that he was going to oversee this population transfer. I mean, like that's love of the game right there. He was in a cabin in the woods somewhere.
You just shave off the giant
like splitting
beard.
logs or whatever. A helicopter lands. They're like, Mr. Blair, we need you back for one last war crime.
I gave that life up. Psych.
Do we get to win this time? Yeah. All right. Well, actually, I will. I'm going to save this episode. I'm going to save this episode from the pits of despair by doing a little plug for myself. If you don't want to, draw a warm bath and start sharpening a razor after listening to this episode, joining me is, I think now, someone I can be calling our official Chapo Lebanon correspondent. It's our good friend Séamus Malekafzali calling in from Beirut. Séamus, how's it going?
It's going all right. Happy to be back in the trap.
Well, Séamus, I promise I will have you on for a movie mindset episode, and we can talk about silent film, but I feel like the last couple of times I've had you on the show, it's been to discuss another very terrifying and concerning escalation in what could be a conflagration in the Middle East that is getting out of control. Could you just, over the last couple of days, we've seen the assassination of a Hezbollah leader in Beirut, in southern Beirut, the assassination of the Hamas's chief negotiator in Iran, and the assassination of an Al Jazeera journalist in Gaza. All of these things do not augur well for the future, but let's just start in Beirut where you're at. Could you describe what the feeling is in Beirut right now and just the general tenor of things after the events of the last couple of days?
I think I've made this observation a few times before, and I think people who are stationed in the West are a bit surprised by it. But despite the fact that there was an Israeli airstrike just a couple of days ago in the suburbs of the city, only a few miles away from me, the tenor really doesn't seem to have changed much. Beirut proper really has... this has been a constant societal issue that it's kind of siloed itself off from the rest of Lebanon. It's very much its own kind of vacuum sealed area. And even though South Beirut is, only a stone's throw away, it's almost like it's a different country, if not a different universe. Things that happen there won't affect anything here. And if they do, it's because we were dragged into it. It's really not our problem. But the only time in which I think there was a real definable panic that I detected in the city was when Iran directly retaliated against Israel back in April. It was maybe around like 2 or 3 a.m. and there were runs on grocery stores. There was runs on gas stations. Shelves got emptied out. There was a real identifiable sense of panic within the city. But here, things really did proceed as normal. And I think they will proceed as normal for a while. Lebanon has suffered war very regularly throughout its history. And pretty much everyone here has experienced it at one time or another, whether it be 06, Civil War, whichever one you want to pick. So I think it would take a lot more to incite some sort of panic.
Well, what do we know about the assassination that took place the other day of the Hezbollah leader? Like, Israel was targeted a leader of Hezbollah. What is his name, and what do we know of him? And also, what do we make of the other leadership of Hezbollah's comments since this assassination occurred?
Fouad Shukr, there isn't really a whole lot that is known about him to the public, but he was by far, I think, the top-ranking commander that Israel has killed so far. In this war. I believe in the martyrdom message that Hezbollah issued that he was referred to, if I want to recall correctly, he was referred to as, like, I think the great jihadi commander, which is not a moniker that was given to any other Hezbollah commander in this war so far. Definitely was in a high leadership position, definitely controlled a lot of things within Hezbollah's military structure. But in terms of actual effect that will have on how Hezbollah fights, I don't think it will have much an effect. This is a group that has managed to delegate a lot of its. It fights asymmetrically. It's not like all power is concentrated into one general or into one commander or some sort of personality cult.
And like in terms of like, I noticed today that Hassan Nasrallah made a comment today that said, quote, the current battle has surpassed that of support fronts to aid the Palestinians, and today has turned into like the war has entered a new front today with this assassination of one of Hezbollah's top commanders. I mean, what can you say about that? And just basically like southern Lebanon being potentially a new front in Israel's war.
No, attacking southern Beirut, directly attacking a Hezbollah official, because the first time that Beirut was struck during this war, it was to assassinate Saleh al-Aruri, who was a Hamas official. To attack Hezbollah in Beirut, in a sovereign nation's capital, I think would have escalated things further already. I mean, this was a red line that was established pretty clearly. But to then follow that up only hours later with, going into Tehran and assassinating the highest official in Hamas, the leader of Hamas, in a place that was long thought to be safe from this kind of assassination of a high-ranking official in such a public way. That just pushed things, I think, over the top. What Israel has been doing now the amount of impunity only seems to increase with every passing day from the American administration. What it does with that impunity is that it is now attempting, as it has been doing for a long time, but it's increasing the rapidity of what it does, of seeing what red lines actually exist and pushing Iran, Hezbollah, Yemen into a position where if they don't act against this provocation, then the axis of resistance loses cohesion. Because, if southern Beirut is attacked, but it's against a Hamas official, not someone who is as influential as Hezbollah, that's a provocation. That deserves some sort of retaliation. But does it require striking Tel Aviv? Does it require attacking the Knesset or something like that? No. I guess we have to calibrate it that way. If you go into southern Beirut to attack Hezbollah, I think that would have to be met with Tel Aviv, right? But no, if you go into Tehran and attack sovereign Iranian territory, then that becomes, we need to take this retaliation higher. We need to sort of light the sparks for a gigantic retaliatory attack, one that exceeds the one that occurred in April, or else we'll be seen as not meeting Israel where it needs to be met for deterrence. This is an extremely dangerous situation to be in, but it is also, I fear, the only situation that can exist. Because without it, then there is no deterrence. There is nothing that Israel won't be able to do in the situation. If they decide that now, without any sort of guarantees, without any sort of provisions for the Palestinians, without any sort of stop to the end in Gaza, let's just pull back and keep absorbing these hits to us. I don't think that's tenable anymore. Not for Hezbollah, not for Iran, not for anybody.
I wanted to ask, is there a sense among either, people in Hamas or close to Hamas or in Hezbollah of like, we don't really know the specifics yet quite how this assassination was carried out. Israelis obviously were saying airstrike, but I've heard some people say that they don't quite believe that. And I mean, it's sort of unprecedented for them to do it to someone that they're in active negotiations with over an ongoing conflict. But they have hit people inside Iran. They have hit, high level ministers. And I think in 2019, they hit Iran's top nuclear scientist with like a remote controlled drone that had a machine gun attached to it. So is there a sense among, people in just the general axis of resistance that Iran fucked up like a little bit here? Because I've seen a few people sort of grumble about incompetence on that side.
That's a good question. I haven't seen any public discussion of this kind of humiliation, the kind of thing that you're describing. But everyone outside of Iran's direct orbit, the direct media orbit, I think is discussing it. I mean, there have been, as you've been talking about, numerous security breaches in Iran before, nuclear scientists getting assassinated. Lebanon and Iran in particular are really well penetrated by Israeli intelligence, who have a widespread network of collaborators who are very much willing to do their dirty work for them. What makes this, I think, so brazen is that I think, at least from the new information that I got recently, I think you have it a bit reversed. What I saw from the New York Times a few hours ago was that quote unquote Middle Eastern officials, which is always code for Israeli officials, told the New York Times that it was in fact a bomb that was planted inside the apartment that Hania was using. And it just sat there for 2 months until he went in, which to me seems inane. Like there's so many different factors you would have to account for him to stay in that exact room. I think Israel wants to portray, even though they do absolutely have an immense penetration into Iranian society, I think they want to portray it as more intense and overarching than it actually is. And I think that narrative, is preventing, at least at the moment, any sort of discussion that I can detect about how badly Iranian security services fucked up. Because if it's a quadcopter, like they're talking about, as you're saying.
I mean, you probably can't pin it on any one thing, but like, to what would you account for like the failures in Iranian counterintelligence? Like, why have they not been more successful at like rooting out collaborators?
This is a question that has vexed people forever, because if you were to talk to reformists or opposition Iranians, they would tell you that they are so focused on rooting out internal opposition that they leave the issue of Israeli infiltration mostly secondary, because that doesn't immediately threaten the government's grip on power, the Islamic Republic's grip on power. As for like an objective reason for why, I have to say I'm not sure. Like Israel has dedicated so much of its time to infiltrating all of these places, of setting up blackmail, of setting up payment systems of the CIA doing similar things, that, I mean, this is a situation where it just might be too many nodes to effectively counter. Like, again, millions upon millions of people, tons of nuclear facilities, tons of military facilities. It's not like Gaza where you have like a tiny little space of people who very rarely leave. It's a different ballgame, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it's kind of hard also to run like effective counterintelligence against people who have like, for these kinds of purposes, virtually like unlimited monetary resources. Like, if you could just pay people that much more than the host nation, that is pretty tough to countenance.
No, exactly. Like, there are monetary incentives. There are also incentives in which, again, like I was saying, people are blackmailed. Like, I mean, why does anybody become a collaborator? You think that you're going to get a better deal out of it. And if you are just some like Joe Schmo who has happened to be assigned as part of your military service to any one facility, then you are a prime target for this kind of thing. But again, as I've been saying, like, this is something that has no clear answer as to why it is so vexing for the Iran intelligence services to effectively counter. It's a major issue in which giant holes keep getting found. It's been a pretty constant problem.
Séamus, I want to return to the New York Times report you mentioned that the Hamas negotiator Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed in Iran, was killed by a bomb that was placed in his apartment what could have been 2 months ago. I mean, like that's an odd, it's a very Looney Tunes way to assassinate someone. I mean, I'm not going to like totally dismiss it. I often don't open packages for a long time thinking about them. But in this case, like, what would be the reason here for like, is it a way of not saying that they killed him with a drone over Iranian airspace, or is that, or did they actually kill him by leaving a bomb in this guy's house for months and then setting it off when he was in the right room?
I think the original reports that came out about either a drone or a quadcopter firing on the apartment that he was staying in to be probably correct. Israel has been able to penetrate Iranian airspace before with similar kinds of technology. I don't think it would be outside of their purview. What makes this, I think, so astonishing, and what I think lends some credence to the bomb theory, is that despite the fact that this happened in one of the largest cities in the Middle East, extremely densely populated area, almost nobody heard the explosion. There were a few reports here and there, but barely anybody detected, barely anybody saw it. There were no recordings of it. Many people, such as myself, just opened the news, when we woke up in the morning, it's like everybody at once saying that Haniyeh had been killed. And yet there was no photos of the crash. There was no photos of the explosion site. There were no photos of the building itself. All of that had to be released later on. Everything about the retaliation, about the circumstance of the assassination, everything surrounding this situation has been kept under real lock and key, I've been noticing, much more so than I think in the past.
I mean, like you and I, when I woke up to see this news, I was like, oh, wow. I was like, okay, they assassinated a Hamas official in Iran. I was like, well, that seems like an escalation. But then when I found out that they assassinated the guy who was apparently the chief negotiator in the ceasefire talks, I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. I mean, like, this is after months of saying, oh, Hamas has got to take the deal. They got to take the deal. Israel just killed the guy that they're dealing with. And I want to read this from the Washington Post that writes, according to an Axios report citing senior sources, Mossad confirmed the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. The report, citing one of these sources, states that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is directly in charge of the Mossad, made the decision to assassinate Haniyeh, describing him as an obstacle to the deal. The source claimed that Haniyeh held a more hardline view on the deal than Hamas leader in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar, and was complicating efforts to reach an agreement.
I hadn't heard this.
Yes.
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. Oh,
so right. Okay. Well, the good news is we're going to get a deal now because they took out the one guy who was against the deal. Oh yeah, and he happened to have been killed by the other.
Is more compromising. All right, okay, I'm okay.
The art of negotiation.
Yeah. So it's like, look, if it's now legitimate to assassinate political leaders who are obstacles to passing the ceasefire deal, then CIA, you may fire when ready at Tel Aviv, okay? Because, like, I mean, just what do you make of this? And I want to talk a little bit about just the way in which, like, getting a ceasefire done has become, over the last couple months or so, the new two-state solution. In so much as it seems like the thing that officials and representatives of our government has to say that they support over and over again to maintain what is an increasingly blood-soaked status quo.
No, I mean, the thing is that the reason why I lost my shit at that, and I apologize to listeners at home, is that Haniyeh, the way that Haniyeh's negotiating style had been characterized was that he was someone who was responsible for a lot of the breakthroughs in the negotiating process. He was able to get to certain points with the Israeli negotiating team that weren't able to be reached before. And I mean, I don't know how much credence to put on Western press reports about Sinwar, but he was someone who I think was seen as more uncompromising in these respects. So the idea that Hania was the more hardline person behind this is insanity. It's ludicrous. This is an absolute fucking lie.
Séamus, another quote from the Washington Post here. White House officials believe the key channels to Hamas leadership were inside Gaza, not Haniyeh from his outside base in Qatar. And perhaps they hope the death of the nominal Hamas leader will give Netanyahu more space to negotiate. I mean, how can you say, how can they possibly be saying that they...
Nobody can hear this because,
how can they say...
Inanity.
I mean, it's pretty clear that Israel does not want to negotiate because they just killed the person that they're supposed to be negotiating with.
No, I mean, look, these negotiations, the thing that I've continually seen over and over and over again is the Israeli negotiating team, even though these are all people who are liars and they're working for a genocidal regime that is undertaking a murderous campaign of violence, but they have a task in front of them, right? They have a task in front of them to reach a ceasefire of some sort. And the Palestinian negotiators have the same impetus to work. And what I keep seeing is that, okay, they get somewhere with something, and then Netanyahu completely blows it up because he does not want this war to end. And neither does anybody inside the Israeli government really, despite what they want to say otherwise to Western reporters. The fact that Haniyeh was still alive, was still doing his job as the leader of Hamas, despite being the leader of the political bureau, despite the fact, his continued existence was an obstacle to the end of the war. That is the thing. If there is a ceasefire, then everything that Netanyahu has done to this point comes back into focus. He has to answer for things. Israel's conduct has to be confronted in some manner or another. The end of the war is a disaster for him. It's a disaster for the far right, which wants an apocalyptic scenario to be enabled. It destroys his whole plan, which isn't really a specific detailed plan, but it's a general plan of ethnic cleansing and of conquest. It can't come to pass. But nevertheless, the one pressure point that Biden has on Netanyahu is that he wants at least there to be a nominal sense of progress. That there will be a spokesperson that comes out every once in a while, often, but not all the time, that says, of course, we want a ceasefire, we want to see our hostages home. We want to bring Hamas to the table, but they continue to refuse our offers. So that is the thing. They need to keep this alive like the two-state solution, like you're talking about, even as these things, they get increasingly further away to the point where they cannot even be grasped at. Because what does this look like? What does a ceasefire look like? What things will Israel compromise on? Because I haven't seen any evidence of it. It's inane. The fact that you would think that anybody, I mean, even outside of Israel's direct orbit, would think that killing the lead negotiator would show anything other than contempt for the entire process is ludicrous to me. The idea that Hezbollah would submit to mediation to do anything, I can't fathom.
I mean, it seems part of a broader pattern of Israeli behavior where every time there is a news cycle or an individual event or set of events that calls into question Israel's status or the illusion of being a normal country, the thing that they want to portray, to the EU especially, they could care less about what America thinks, but the EU, especially, that they are a normal country experiencing, a counterterrorism operation. Every time a news cycle runs counter to that, specifically recently with, being on the verge of civil war over the right to rape detainees, they will do something that forces America's hand. Not that there's any real resistance within the U.S. security state, but forces them even closer into this mutual suicide pact, inching everyone closer and closer to a broader war and making it more and more impossible for any American administration to break away.
Yeah.
I don't know if this would have happened if like the rape riots didn't happen. I mean, maybe, but it's such a clear pattern.
I don't know if it's the rape riots or like, a new presidential candidate, but like it's hard for me to view these latest provocations and escalations outside the context of trying to lock in whoever the next American presidential administration is into a now much broader conflagration, and with the end goal, as always, being some sort of American-led war on Iran.
Yes.
Yeah, that's broadly correct, I think. When I use the phrase like dragging the U.S. into a war, I get criticism from some people who want to point out to me, of course, that America is enabling all of this, is supplying all the weapons for it. And of course, this is true. But what we mean by dragging the U.S. into a war is that, like you were saying, they want to lock in the administration into something that they cannot escape from. When you escalate like this, and this is what it is, this is an escalation. This isn't trying to bring forth any sort of peace deal. That's not what's happening. Obviously, Israel cannot do this on its own. When Iran attacked in April, it cost the Israeli military, I think, something like $1 billion in interceptor missiles. This is something that Iran can do on its own with very few foreign suppliers. It is a regional power of very much of its own making. So Israel cannot do this on its own. If it wants to persecute its Endsieg, its final conflict that it envisions as securing it as a state that cannot be countered by anyone else, it needs the U.S. And, getting embroiled in Lebanon, getting embroiled with Iran, having drones fired at it from Iraq, having missiles fired at it from Yemen, all of these things coming together, it is something that the resistance axis is really locked into this, I think, having to do to some extent to respond to Israel forcefully. But also that means that Israel now has the opportunity to tell the U.S. media, tell U.S. politicians, look at the threat we are up against. We need your arms. We need your soldiers. We need your weapons. We need everything, or else the people of the steppe, as the Nazis would say about the Soviets, the threat of worldwide Bolshevism, these Islamists, these terrorists, these Arab hordes, they're going to overrun us. I mean, they use the same language that they talk about in Ukraine, right? The idea that Israel is protecting Western civilization, that without Israel, then America is going to
the neighborhood watch, keeping the gangs out of Europe.
It becomes existential, yeah.
But I feel like Felix brought it up. I have to mention this on the topic of Israel, the most normal country in the world. I'd like to share another American media headline. This is courtesy of the New York Times, Patrick Kingsley and Aaron Boxerman. This is a headline from just yesterday. Unrest at Army base highlights a long battle for Israel's soul.
Unrest at Army base? Unrest at Army base? How was the fucking play, Miss Lincoln?
I would just like to say
unrest at Army base.
I'd like to say
what the fuck are you talking about? It is the closest that country has come to, like, I'll put it this way: their Nat Turner would be a soldier who raped 20 children. Like, that is all that it is about. Unrest at a fucking army base?
I go to the New York Times for the theater reviews, and all parties agree. Our American cousin, a barrel of laughs until the final act. No, like, so Israel has actually had to withdraw soldiers from Gaza to put down the civil unrest of settlers aided by MPs in the Israeli Knesset storming military bases and military courts to free the special rape unit of the Israeli torture regime. And like Séamus, I mean, like the way a battle for Israel's soul. I mean, coming from the New York Times that has leaned heavily on the mostly totally spurious depictions of Palestinians as sadistic, depraved sexual predators. The fact that they can't bring themselves to put the word rape and torture in the headline here is really saying a lot. No, it's unrest that's a battle for a nation's soul. What fucking soul? What nation with a soul would this be a like real serious political problem in?
They're talking about it like it's the Biden 2020 campaign.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I stupidly thought, oh my God, like this is beyond horrible. This is one of the most depraved things I've ever heard in a lifetime of watching depraved Israeli shit. But maybe, just maybe, it will be unconscionable for like some people in the liberal media to, passive voiceify this whole thing. Maybe this was the turning point. No, it turns out there's nothing that could make them do that.
Sorry, the subheadline for this is, after Israeli soldiers were detained on suspicion of abusing a Palestinian, riots broke out that symbolize a wider struggle over Israel's future.
Abusing?
Listen to this. Abusing a Palestinian. One guy.
Abusing a Palestinian like they gaslight someone that they were in a relationship with. That could mean anything.
The torture unit love bombed.
They love bombed one guy. They fucking they left him on red. It isn't a mass pedophile rape campaign.
It says here, it's suspicion of abusing a Palestinian. It said riots broke out that symbolize a wider struggle over Israel's future that has divided a country. Yes, this is all in the realm of the symbolic here. The systematic rape and torture of Israel's political prisoners, it's a symbol for the soul that's being argued over in the Israeli public. I mean, like
Jimmy Savile and all those terminally ill children, they were in the second battle for Britain. It was a fight over what British values will prevail.
I mean, Seamus, like obviously, like this is the way the American media covers this, but like I'm curious, like how is the Arab press like metabolize this story? Or like, I mean, obviously this should be like nothing new to people who live in the region and have to live next door to a country like this. But like, how would you characterize the reactions to the story about the? I'll put it in the quaintly, the civil unrest happening over carceral practices in Israel right now.
What I've noticed is that Arab commentators and Arab newspapers are far more willing to engage with the actual views of the Israeli far right and of the Israeli governing parties than Western correspondents are. Like, there are the people who are paying attention to the shit that's on, like, the far right channel 14. They're listening to what Likud MPs say. They get spread around and then they get actually reported by people. Because this is what's relevant to the discussion, not what gets disseminated into, the English language Israeli press that, Jerusalem correspondents love to read and what determines that. No, I mean, this is nothing like... This is both not new and something new. This is not new in that, of course, Palestinians have been abused horrifyingly in astonishingly depraved ways for decades. But the fact that it caused a riot of people trying to defend it, I noticed people like really kind of taken aback by. I can't name any like specific newspapers in which I saw such a thing, but if you look on Arab social media, or Iranian social media, like everybody's talking about this in very explicitly about what this is about. Like they're not mincing words about what has occurred here. No, I mean, I think people, if Western readers, if Western consumers of media, of journalism, knew the kind of political discussions that occur inside Israel on a daily basis, I genuinely think a lot of them would abscond with the country entirely if they actually knew what was happening. Because no normal person who has not lived inside of a Nazi state, when they hear a politician say, it's okay to rape a Nukba terrorist, there is no one on the planet who is not insane who hears that's like, whoa, wait a minute. Let's roll back here.
Yeah, this is, a tertiary part of all of this every time that there's an Israeli news cycle. But every single time you get one, you get like a certain type of journalist who says, hey, white people specifically, you're taking away agency from people in Gaza. by saying they all think a certain way or do a certain thing, like a very specific, like they would have been a Vice reporter like 8 years ago, that type of journalist. It never gets applied to Israel. No one ever talks about let's give far-right Israelis agency and broadcast what their actual views are and what issues are up for debate in their parliamentary system, which in this case is whether or not it is possible to rape a non-Jew. That it never gets applied the other way. There is no agency on that end because, as you said, if the average American had any clue to what is up for debate in a fucking Nazi ethno state, it would be a lot harder for them to just passively defend this.
And I don't want to credit the United States government too much, but I remember like similar debates happening under the Bush torture regime. And when we were talking about waterboarding or like 24 like Jack Bauer scenarios, if there's a nuclear bomb ticking down, you're telling me you're not going to pull out the fingernails of the asshole who planted it in Times Square, shit like that. But like all of our horrific and like just horrific depredations on human beings and human life and dignity were always couched in the term of like a ticking time bomb scenario, or the idea that there was some sort of actionable intelligence to be gathered here. And what I find striking about the debates currently going on in Israel about the soul of that nation is that there is no pretension whatsoever that these people are actually even Hamas terrorists, or that they have any, or that raping them will, shake loose some secret details about Hamas's organizational structure or military tactics that wasn't previously known. This is purely and loudly announced to be a campaign of purely sadistic retaliation on Palestinians, men, women, and children writ large for what supposedly occurred on October 7th.
I think the most illustrative aspect of what exactly this phenomenon you're talking about is that a few months ago, there was a photo that was taken in Deir al-Balah, which is a city in central Gaza, and it was of Palestinians on the beach trying to cool off and amidst all the destruction and carnage around them. It was an entirely banal image, but this caused a gigantic firestorm inside the Israeli media. Why? Because Palestinians were seen as enjoying themselves under such circumstances. And then Israelis were so incensed by that there were demands for the city to be demolished, for these people to be bombed, for there to be more pressure applied on.
It's hard to imagine
there needs to be more. Yeah. There needs to be more pressure put on Gazans so that they feel subdued completely, so that they never think about enjoying themselves, that they surrender en masse, that they don't live lives anymore, that they live in tents forever, constantly upset, injured, maimed, dead. There is literally no scenario, as much as like Israeli liberals like to tell you, there is no scenario of Palestinian life that Israel as a society is willing to accept. That needs to be clear. Every single time the Palestinian society is depicted as functioning in any way, they lash out, they get furious, they scream, they shout, they demand for more people to die. This is not a state that has any sort of pretense anymore of wanting a sustainable peace. This is a state that wants everything to be demolished around it.
To your point about that specifically, I recall the thing with the beach images. It was, predictably horrific. But I had seen something like that before in Israeli and like Israeli friendly media, like during the height of the Syrian civil war. I saw an article in, I don't know if you remember Vocative. It was a very weird online publication owned by like an Israeli guy, but an article that was just, hey, here's a bunch of Alawite teenagers at a beach. They're not fighting in their country's war. What the fuck? That was the entire article. And like multiple articles like this about how like kids who could not have been older than 14 or 15 were at the beach in Syria and not fighting and dying. They want this to happen to people who they are fighting in a war that they ostensibly, I mean, obviously Israel has immense involvement in the Syrian civil war, but ostensibly, for all official purposes, they are not a combatant in. It's just a wholesale desire for military-aged men or much below that age to put themselves in immense danger, no matter where they are.
Oh, certainly. No, like they want Arabs who are even just in states that are in opposition to them to essentially be slaughtered. Iran is also like an example of this phenomenon of like, they may say it's about the Islamic Republic, but really it's about Iran. Whenever there is military action suggested against Iran that might kill people, there are always like, I keep seeing this, like Israelis talk about how great it would be. They slip up from their supporting of the Iran opposition every once in a while, and they say, wouldn't it be great if like Iran got like bombed? And then monarchists and supporters of the MBK come in. It's like, how can you support this? I thought we were friends. Like I thought we understood each other. Yeah. And it's like, no, idiot. These are racial nationalists. They want to see who die. Like this was always the game. You got fooled. You got punked. Like, and vengeance, even when you personally haven't done anything to them, that is the name of the game. Like circling back to where we're talking about at the beginning of this with Hania. Hania, while he was in Qatar, while he was negotiating, Israel killed over multiple different strikes, over multiple different weeks, killed tens of members of his family, children, sisters, grandchildren, for literally, and I do mean this explicitly, literally no other reason other than they were his relatives as a revenge killing. They barely attempted to claim any sort of involvement with terrorist activities because these are children, these are grandchildren. And then it was whisked away as like, oh, they would have been terrorists anyway. These small children. Again, anything can be justified. Anything can be whisked away as like, oh, this is fine. This is like they're animals. They'll always be animals, no matter where they're from. We have to just get rid of them.
Whether it's this country, Great Britain, or our imperial outpost in Israel, I mean, it's sort of like a fucked up psychological quirk of maintaining empires of conquest and bloodshed that you can't help but start being affected by like this bizarre and horrific obsession with rape and domination of other people, where it's just sort of like there has to be some sort of symbolic act that the individual can carry out that stands in for the broader structure of our entire society, which is based on the extermination and domination of other people.
Yeah, I think about. I think I said this phrase a bit too many times, but again, the most illustrative example of what you're talking about, which I think will probably have another day in the sun as the hostages continue to be held in Gaza. There were reports in I believe the Jerusalem Post and other right-wing outlets like it, that the hostages in Gaza, the female hostages in Gaza, that Israeli hospitals were preparing to receive pregnant hostages when they were going to be released. Why was this said? Was there any evidence for it? No. Was there any sort of inkling that this was happening? No. But it was the assumption that these dogs, that these murderous apes in Hamas would, of course, be raping these hostages day and night, that they would be carrying half-Arab, cursed children, and that Israeli society needed to be able to receive these people who were in pain. There was never any evidence of systematic rape on October 7th, but that circulated in the air so much that it caused this kind of mass hysteria in which these rumors could permeate. They can't just be held in Gaza. They need to be subject to these racially motivated crimes in which a subhuman race is infecting our pure citizens.
You need to have the fantasy of rape either being committed to, or like the potential that it be done to like your women, to justify the unspeakable things and blatant violations of international law. That's what you're protecting your people from. But it also entitles you to do that very thing to the people that you think are evil, or the people that you think are the barbarians, the savages, the animals. The seed of Amalek.
That is the greatest fear of like any any colonial power or empire, that their baseline fear that they operate off of is that their enemies will treat them the same way that they have historically treated them. And it's such a tell that from day one, it was these these just outright lies about mass sexual violence, when, of course, that has been being perpetrated by the Israeli side for years and years and years, since the fucking beginning.
Oh, and also that thing about like fearing what will be done to you that you have already done. It's the reason why so much discussion about a Palestinian state is automatically met with, rapidly expressed fears by Israelis of like, so what, we're going to be pushed into the sea? So what, we're going to be all genocided? We're all going to be destroyed? We're all going to have our homes expropriated from us? We're going to have to go back to Europe or something like that?
We'll be made refugees?
We'll be made to think. Like, all of these things are colored by the fact that that was what happened to Palestinians. And they fear that these things, deep down, they know this is what happened. And they fear that all of these things will be met by what they did. That this is the only way, and also that this is the only way that states are built. This is the only way that states come into being. There is no functional way that if a new, let's say, democratic Palestine would be formed, that would not also be met by every single Jewish person inside of Israel being exterminated, just as
it's of the Hanea operation, and whether the United States was informed that Israel was going to assassinate Hanea in Iran. Blinken said, "This is something we were not aware of or involved in." And then when asked about what that implies about our relationship with our wonderful ally, he said, quote, "I've learned never to speculate on the impact one event may have on something else, so I can't tell you what that means." And shout out to our good friend, our old friend Ellie Valley, who just said, this is a great interview with a random guy on the street. You would forget that this guy is the U.S. Secretary of State. And he's like, I don't really have much feeling about it. I can't really speculate one way or the other, but things happen. But I've learned in my long career in government not to speculate on what other things might happen as the result of one event that we probably could have prevented from happening.
It's like he's talking about NBA trades. What the fuck are you talking about?
Literally.
What do you think about Jason Tatum being sat against Serbia, sir? Your comment.
They literally made him disavow the idea that one event can lead to another. He's just working with Israel for 3 years has caused a former leader of CENTCOM to go I don't even know if one event leads to another ever. I don't know if that's ever happened.
But the fact that he can't comment on the fact that our close ally that we're supplying with billions of dollars in military aid and unlimited diplomatic support in the UN and elsewhere, that they wouldn't inform us when they assassinate the guy that is the chief negotiator in the ceasefire deal that we say is the only path to peace in a country in the sovereign nation of Iran. To assassinate him in Iran, that they didn't tell us about that. And you're I don't really think it's none of our business.
And it's none of our business, and it probably won't affect anything
in the ceasefire negotiations.
No events do.
Killing the chief negotiator will probably not affect anything in the ceasefire negotiations. Well, I mean, I assume it affects
anything that will happen was written in the stars millions of years before our births.
Is going to discussion about free will. No, this is the thing that I talked about in the piece that I wrote. The idea that the Biden administration and Israel to some extent are both they're trapped in this path that they have created for themselves, but also they are entirely willing participants.
Yeah,
they've entirely bought into this narrative that has been built up over decades about how Israel needs to be supported at all costs and all of its endeavors and. At least publicly, and that, especially in this war, they need to be given everything that they possibly have. But also they recognize that this war is leading into incredibly destructive paths forward for them. There are no good options out of this. But also, if we were to entertain any other path, then that is a complete unknown that we can't even comprehend. That's unfathomable. Why would you even suggest that? And then that leads to a situation where, oh, fuck, Israel has done something like absolutely escalatory, absolutely should not have done, and is clearly trying to wrap us into a conflict that we cannot extract ourselves out of. But I can't say that, even though we need to stop this. So I'm going to go and tell the supporter, look, cause and effect really has never been proven by any scientist. I can't speculate.
I mean, like, not to compare it to something glib, but like, it does seem to be like very similar to the mindset of people that were like, look, Biden simply can't drop out of the race. Okay, like that, that's simply that's just simply too risky. But like, Séamus, in light of the rape riots in Israel, in light of like these latest escalations, it is insane to me that there is not more momentum around the very simple idea that if we want to juice this ceasefire deal or bring people to the table or bring an end to this conflict, that weapons shipments be on the table for something that we'd be willing to cut off, at least until Israel plays ball. And like, look, I think we should cut them off in a lot more ways than just sending them weapons. But it is insane to me that like this is this tool as part of our capacity as a world superpower is completely unheard of, or it's not even dismissed. It is not even discussed when any of these things are brought to someone like Anthony Blinken.
Well, that is the art of negotiation. Whenever you're negotiating with someone, you instantly have to remove all of your most your most powerful tools and your most your strongest sticks and your best carrots, or else you're anti-Semitic. That's in the first page of every book written about negotiation.
I mean, like compare Israel to Russia. Like, Russia is under God knows how many sanctions. They can't even compete at the Olympics. They're treated as a pariah state. So the idea that like let's say like an ally of the United States shipped one gun to Vladimir Putin, how we would react to that versus the way Israel is treated, and the way that the way that they continue to be treated like a normal country that's doing normal things that we support, but we have no control over what they do. Like, how can you continue? How can, when there be like international headlines about how Israelis are rioting, like, as I said, not to repeat myself, for their right to unfettered rape and torture, how can we continue to keep giving weapons to the people that are doing this shit?
Obviously, on a moral standpoint, but just on a cold-blooded, practical, cynical standpoint, does this seem like the most stable place in the world where you would want to give them all your most advanced weapon systems?
No.
Yeah,
absolutely, like, fucking
what
not.
The fuck.
This is the thing, and this is something that I see kind of increasingly discussed, which is something that I always fear to get discussed, but I see increasingly discussed. That in the absence of a ceasefire, which I fear is not going to happen, unfortunately, that the only thing that is going to rein in Israel is a regional war, like a full-blown regional war, the kind that America has feared, even though it's already burning. That the only way that Israel will change its behavior, that it will realize what it has gotten itself into, that America and Israel cannot win against all of these people, is if they actually are subjected to the military weight of Hezbollah, of the Houthi movement, of Iran, of the militias in Iraq, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If there is a intifada in the West Bank alongside the war inside Gaza, like, it's a terrifying thing that we are at this point, where the only thing that could possibly make Netanyahu and company realize, oh my God, like, we've been running this completely wrong, is if like they actually get what they want. I fear this was always coming, but I fear that is the way that it is.
Séamus, as long as we're talking about Russia and countries that are the epitome of all evil, the news this morning was consumed by the story that the Wall Street Journal reporter and others were released from Russian prison and are now on their way back to America. And like every journalist in America has tears in their eyes. Glad this guy's back in America, but I cannot swallow these stories right next to the one that happened just the other day of Israel assassinating yet another Al Jazeera journalist, Ismail Al-Ghul, and hundreds of other journalists over the course of this war in Gaza. And just once again, like the contrast between Russia and Israel here is very stark. Because, like, look, do I think it's good that Russia imprisoned that Wall Street Journal reporter? No, I don't think it is. But they imprisoned him. They didn't kill him and his whole family.
No, I mean, look, I got frustrated, like, seeing reporter after reporter after reporter, Western outlets, like they're counting down the days that Evan has been in prison. And they almost never discussed journalists in Gaza. And if they did, it was always in passing. They never had anything substantial to say. And Evan was always going to be released. Let's be honest with ourselves. This is why you imprison him, is because you want a prisoner deal. And Russia and the U.S. have engineered deals like that in the past. This is what was going to happen. But when I saw what they did to Al-Ghul, I was already mortified. The fact that they so violently killed him. They decapitated his head with a drone strike. They double tapped his car with his cameraman as well. And then to find out, I think only a few hours.
Yeah, no, they copped to it and said that he was a Hamas operative, that he was a Nukhba terrorist, and that his participation in Hamas was because he did news reports on casualties sustained by Israeli forces, or that highlighted Hamas resistance attacks on the occupation forces.
To see them, as you said, cop to it, to admit to it, and also to further. I mean, when while Al-Dadus, another Al Jazeera correspondent's son, was killed by Israel in a drone strike, they had claimed that he was in Palestinian Islamic Jihad. That part wasn't new. What was new about this, and which disturbed me so much, was that they explicitly talked about the fact that his documentation and his publicizing, as they said, of actions against the IDF was the reason to kill him. That should be an immense wake-up call to all Western journalists about the fact that Israel is literally killing this man for doing his job. They're not mincing words about this. But of course, I don't think it's going to cause any of them to have any other second thoughts. I mean, these same Western journalists that are talking about Evan, they're coming from outlets that were more than happy to give quote unquote exclusive looks into the Gaza Strip where no other journalists are reporting from. Under IDF control, they told them where to go, they told them where to look, they told them what they can't ask about. They tore them through tunnels, through all of these wasted streets, and which they clear bodies out of so that they can't see what they've actually done. And then they, whenever the IDF spokesperson gives them a statement, they take it, they use it as gospel. They don't see a scenario in which the Israelis could turn on them. They don't see a scenario in which Israel could ever jeopardize this collaborationist agreement that they've entered into. Rachel Corrie, they killed back in 2003. The World Central Kitchen aid workers, they happily killed.
Remember when they killed that American citizen who was this was years ago. The American citizen they killed on that Turkish relief boat that was trying to get supplies into Gaza.
Yeah,
they killed an American citizen. It was an American citizen on that boat that they killed for trying to bring aid into Gaza, and this was over 10 years ago.
No, they'll kill Americans. Yeah,
This is par for the course here. But I mean, this is just but one, nauseating hypocrisy that is worth mentioning. But I don't have too much more to say on it. Where I want to go now is we talked about this idea that these escalations, these provocations that Israel is doing is they're putting both the United States and the axis of resistance, be it like Hezbollah, Iran, especially, they're putting them in a position where some sort of retaliation is inevitable. And it's likely to be a retaliation that is a bit stronger than what we've seen recently, like the sort of largely symbolic cruise missile attack on Israel that was all intercepted by the Iron Dome. I think everyone knows at this point that this was a very telegraphed punch that was meant to be sort of symbolic rather than an actual attack on Israeli military or civilian targets. But as you've laid out here, they're sort of Hezbollah and Iran both are in a situation right now where their response will have to be an escalation on what they've done previously, which, like I said, has been largely symbolic and telegraphed. What do you imagine that might look like? I mean, in your article, The Baffler, you talk about how precarious Israel's electrical grid and infrastructure is. What would an attack on that look like? Or like, what do you expect to be the response from both Hezbollah and Iran to these latest escalations?
Well, in the speech that Nasrallah gave today, he was very, he emphasized a lot that Israel will not know what retaliation this could be. This could be on our own. This could be with other people, so on and so forth. But my expectation would be, since Lebanon is now expected to retaliate, Iran has to retaliate, and also Yemen, we shouldn't forget, has to retaliate. I mean, it's been passed off of the news cycles by now, but they struck Tel Aviv
a drone
with a drone
into Tel Aviv.
and then Israel.
Yeah.
That's still insane to me that they did that.
Yeah, that is utterly historic. I mean, to get a single loitering munition launched from that far away to pierce some of the best air defenses that money can buy is, people have very deliberately discounted it. I mean, I said it before on Twitter, but I think, like, for an economy that's already in tailspin, like the Israelis, the amount of brain drain they'll see when they can no longer, like, guarantee people's safety to a reasonable extent in Tel Aviv will be enormous.
Yeah, and this is something that, just as a minor tangent, this is something that Al-Houthi was talking about in the speech that he gave after the drone strike and then Israel's strike on Yemen. Like, the reason why it was effective was because it pierced the shield around Tel Aviv. It caused mass panic. Like, that is the result, and you cannot try to de-emphasize or take away from that fact. But I think because of all those retaliations that are owed at this point, I would imagine that it is going to be a comprehensive attack from all of those fronts at once, including the Palestinian ones, I assume. There was an article in Al-Akhbar, the Lebanese newspaper, recently, where a military source in the Yemeni capital, and I'm reading the quote here. Today's response is no longer Yemeni alone, but alongside the Lebanese, Iraqi, and Palestinian resistance movements. The response will be an open war targeting the entity's core and all of the interests of its supporters in the region. The response will be stronger and larger than Israel's defensive capabilities. My intuition tells me that this will be something that, okay, there will probably be some notice given to Israel and America beforehand, just like the strike in April. But this is not something that they are anticipating all of Israel's interceptors are going to be able to take on, as was the case in Iran. This is something that is going to have to deal damage to Israel. It's going to have to send a message about, like, war that you anticipate happening. It is not going to be, I think a Gazan academic wrote this, I wish I could remember his name. Like, Israelis anticipate that war will simply be, a few sirens and that's it. They can get back to normal life. Their beach, being on the beach is disrupted, but that's mostly it. Like, no. These forces contain within them capability to make your lives very difficult. And I imagine that will be what they want to show from this response, whatever it may be.
Well, as long as we're going the full length here, I figured we'd have some fun and do this piece that was in the Wall Street Journal from last week that provides sort of an American and Israeli perspective on the war, and certainly in light of the scenario you just sketched out, I'm sure we can expect more of pieces like this. But this is, I had to take note of this. This is an opinion piece for the Wall Street Journal titled "The Bronx Bombers Beat Hamas Rockets," and this is by Stuart Halpern for the Wall Street Journal.
What?
Yeah, okay, well, let's see where this one's going. It begins, "My family is relieved to be swapping Hamas rockets for the Bronx Bombers. My wife and I moved to Israel 3 years ago with our then 8-year-old and 4-year-old twins in tow. After living in a country at war for 9 months, we've returned to New Jersey for a few weeks, visiting relatives. We picked up tickets on StubHub and caught the July 3rd Yankees game against the Cincinnati Reds. The kids cheered the great subway race on the Jumbotron, danced along with the grounds crew to YMCA, and gazed in awe at the fireworks that followed. Especially exciting because Israel's Independence Day fireworks in May had been canceled to avoid traumatizing soldiers newly returned from the front." Got to be careful with those fireworks. But it says before.
Sorry, I tried to restrain my laugh. I couldn't.
Before the game,
I feel so sad.
Before the game, our last wondrous sight in the sky had been Israel's Iron Dome defense system intercepting 300 missiles from Iran. The phrase "safe at home" had assumed a new meaning for us following 4 middle-of-the-night dashes to our apartment's bomb shelter, which doubles as the twins' bedroom.
This sucks. Is the entire article like this? Is the entire article like when we saw Hamas terrorists fooled fucking 4 23-year-old lieutenant colonels into walking into a giant mousetrap? 3 strikes took on a different meaning. When we fucking fired a Delilah missile directly into a preschool, line drive meant something else. Did he fill up an entire page this way?
Felix, one can only hope that the government of Israel continues to put ours in a suicide squeeze over this upcoming war with Iran. No, yeah, the article is like this. It says, the phrase "safe at home" had assumed a new meaning for us following 4 middle-of-the-night dashes to our apartment's bomb shelter, which doubles as the twins' bedroom. It was nice to hear the phrase used in a happy context by the umpire after Jahmai Jones made a nifty slide into the plate. It's just, once again, it's like,
okay, if your fucking bomb shelter is also the regular bedroom for your kids, it's not a bomb shelter.
Yeah,
that's
it's just like
in Dr. Strangelove, they weren't like, let's meet in our normal meeting room. It's also underground.
Well, I mean, once again, it's just like speaking to like a society, a culture, a people, and by that I mean both America and Israel, that is just utterly, utterly blind to like what they just cannot see. So the idea that this guy thinks it will be evoking sympathy to be like, air sirens go off, and we have to run to the basement. It's just like, have you not seen what you've been doing to Gaza for the last year? They don't have fucking bomb shelters there. Oh, sorry. They do have shelters like schools and mosques and UN refugee sites, but those are also bombed directly by the IDF. But listen, it goes on. Following Hamas's attack on October 7th, watching our beloved Yankees on the Major League Baseball app was a helpful escape from the battles around us. Could you imagine, like, just compare that to the life of any Palestinian? This is just,
I bet a Palestinian in Gaza would have fucking loved to be able to go to a Yankee game, or perhaps to leave the Gaza Strip at any point for any reason. Oh my God. Okay.
So it says,
you get a fucking El Al flight to New York City, JFK, no problem. This is not Jesus. All right.
Yeah, it says it was a helpful escape for the battles around us. Like you're an American citizen. You just made an escape to the country you were born in to take in a fucking Yankees game. You could escape anytime you want, asshole.
3 years ago.
You moved there 3 years ago.
They make it sound like they stowed away here in a shipping container and landed at Yankee Stadium. This daring escape.
They had to do a U.S. military evacuation from the only remaining port. Oh, and asshole.
So it says here, following Hamas's attack on October 7th, watching our beloved Yankees on the Major League Baseball app was a helpful escape from the battles around us. As family and friends went off to fight, we supported the effort by packing food for refugees, visiting relatives of the fallen, and reciting psalms. So wait, what refugees are they giving food to? Oh, sorry, I'll leave that aside.
Do they mean from the north?
They probably mean from the north. Yeah.
Cheering on the screen images of Aaron Judge and Juan Soto jogging to the locker room after a 9-inning win over the Astros gave us succor. It was a quantifiable victory, one that we could celebrate while our real heroes were in combat. First of all, do not compare my New York Yankees to your fucking relatives in the IDF. Count the fucking rings. You need to rack up at least one victory. I know the Yankees have had a World Series drought for about a decade now, but I mean, you want to talk about 0 championships.
The Bronx Bombers are what they called the dancing Israelis on 9/11.
Wait. Do you remember from, I think this was a few months ago, there was a tweet from some fucking random Israeli social media guy, and he was like, my cousin just got injured by entering a house in Gaza that was booby trapped. And then he started yelling at everybody who was telling him that his cousin was a fucking idiot. All fucking oafs. All right.
He drove a tank into what he thought was a tunnel, but was merely something painted on a wall by the Hamas terrorists. Going on here, it says, it's just like this baseball stuff is disgusting to me. But okay, going on. Are there rockets in New Jersey? One of our twins, now 7, asked the other on learning of our family's summer trip. I assured the kids that the only bombs bursting in air would be the national anthem and the fireworks that followed.
Oh, that's very nice to know that you have a traditionally stupid family. There aren't a lot of those left, where everyone in the family is stupid.
I'm trying to imagine an editor looking over this article, and he let all of this pass. The same structure repeating over and over and over again. Like, nah, this looks good, guys.
Yeah. Sorry, one more paragraph here. After a stupid kid, are there rockets in New Jersey? Like, again, you moved your family to the place where there are rockets. You moved them there. So, like, again, like, you take your family out of danger and just go hang out at Yankee Stadium. There's plentiful baseball and 0 rocket attacks in the United States. But he says here, we plan to catch the Yankees at home at least 3 more times during our stay. At summer's end, we will return to Israel. We hope that the IDF soldiers will soon emerge victorious. The hostages will be returned and regional peace will be achieved. We'll miss the Cracker Jack, but we do care if we ever get back. I'm gonna run that one back. We hope that the IDF soldiers will soon emerge victorious. The hostages will be returned and regional peace will be achieved. We'll miss the Cracker Jack, but we do care if we ever get back.
Oh my!
This is the entirety of Israeli culture.
You revoke their passports immediately. You like Israel so much, fucking stay there. I don't want you back in Yankee Stadium.
God,
Jesus Christ! This twee blinkered worldview where like these, I'm sure, completely spurious, made up comments from your kid are like, it's supposed to make me feel bad for you. They're supposed to give you like a flavor of what it's like to live in a country at war. Go fuck yourself. And you know what? If what we said on this show comes to pass, and Hezbollah and Iran does retaliate in anything like a serious way that does actually make Israelis feel some level of pressure or pain, I guarantee you this asshole will stay in New Jersey. He's not going
100%. This is what, like, we've over the course of 8 years, we've read a lot of articles that like did not need to exist. None as badly as this one. I don't think an article has needed to exist less than this. I mean, talk about a right to exist. This article had none.
Like this is an article that is exclusively meant to be shared around like an auntie group chat. This is number one
to Israel. Yeah,
this is number one on the aunt charts.
Completely fucking meaningless. All right.
When it comes to Israel facing retaliation from both Hezbollah and Iran, it's like I always say, let's play 2.
Hey! It's a wonderful, wonderful game.
America's national pastime, everybody. All right, let's wrap things up there for today. Séamus, thank you for sitting through that horrible article, but thank you once again for your perspective as our official Lebanon correspondent.
Israelis shouldn't even be allowed to watch baseball. Like, no, you have to invent your own sport that's like a shittier version. You have to invent like a shittier version of cricket where you sing songs. Like, that's, if you want to be a different country, that's what you have to do.
Don't encourage them to steal more sports, man. Like
James Naismith was an Israeli. James Naismith invented basketball. Basketball is an Israeli sport.
Did you know that Shohei Ohtani is Jewish? They respect the Japanese respect the golem. Every Japanese person wants a golem.
Due to events currently unfolding in the Middle East, we will not be discussing the new season of Tulsa King, unfortunately. So I apologize for that. So we're going to have to talk about some real shit going down. Well, Tulsa King will just have to wait.
Here's how I think you should have done that. Tulsa King on the back burner, but Tulpa King on the rise? Are Israelis making tulpas of themselves?
So, of course, today we got to be talking about.
I just think it would have worked.
Today, obviously, we were talking about Israel, Lebanon, Iran. And to do so, we are joined, of course, by our good friend, Brother Séamus. It's Séamus Malekafzali, back again, senior for Chapo, Lebanon and Middle East correspondent. Séamus Malekafzali. Séamus, welcome back to the show.
Always a pleasure to be back on.
I'd like to begin with the ballistic missile attack that Iran launched against Israel earlier this week. And Séamus, I want to start with this because it's This is Iran's, what I would describe as a totally proportionate and reasonable response to the assassination of Haniyeh in their own country. They launched, according to Iran, something like 180 ballistic missiles at a number of Israeli Air Force bases. And I guess I'd like to begin because in trying to assess what actually took place, there's quite a bit of competing information about exactly what happened in this missile attack, because Iran is claiming that most of their missiles that they fired of their hypersonic Fatah variety missile, which they have not used thus far in this war, Iran has claimed that something like 90% of them hit their targets. Israel is claiming the exact opposite. So, Séamus, as best you understand, what can we tell about the relative, strategic success or failure of this missile attack on Israeli Air Force bases?
Well, there are two different ways to measure strategic success. One is the Israeli one during this current war, and one is the current Iranian one. The current Iranian one, as it is with the rest of the axis of resistance, is to, show the ability to overcome Israel's defenses, to show its resolve, to show its abilities, to indicate that if there are more moves against Iranian territory in the future, that the next strikes will be against more targets that Israel will not be able to shoot down. According to Israel, however, success is measured by whether or not Tel Aviv is destroyed, or whether or not thousands upon thousands of civilians are killed, which is how they measure success in Gaza and in Lebanon.
Yeah, I noticed that Elan Levy, the world's only freelance spokesman, was bragging about this and saying, you didn't even kill any civilians, which is darkly hilarious. It's basically like if they put out a press release, it's like, you haven't even molested any of your prisoners of war.
And I'm sorry, this is being echoed by National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who said that there were no deaths reported in Israel. Quote, in short, based on what we know at this point, this attack appears to have been defeated and ineffective. And look, we know that some of those missiles definitely hit Israel. I mean, there's video of it. There's video of missiles landing in Israel, and in terms of I've heard, again, it's very hard to understand conflicting reports about what damage this missile attack may have done at the Air Force bases that they were targeting. I've heard some reports that they may have taken out half of Israel's F-35 fleet. I mean, but it's very hard to tell because Israel is obviously not going to cough up any information about what this attack may or may not have accomplished. But I mean, what are the likelihood that the Iron Dome was able to intercept something as they're claiming 90% of the ballistic missiles that were fired?
It's not the Iron Dome is not the anti-ballistic missile system.
Oh,
David
okay.
Sling is the anti-ballistic missile system. Iron Dome is more for just rockets that follow a ballistic trajectory and don't cross the Kármán line, much smaller projectiles.
In either case, David Sling, Iron Dome, virtually none of these missiles seem to have been shot down. What Will is describing with the videos of these missiles that were impacting Israel, it really kind of undersells it. There is one video, I think near Nevatim Air Base in the Negev Desert, where these missiles are falling and clearly making impact one after the other every single second. This was a massive security failure by the state of Israel. Back in April, Israel could maybe portray that it was able to withstand Iran's attack because a lot of the projectiles that were fired were slow-moving drones, and the amount of ballistic missiles was far, far smaller. But here, you absolutely cannot make that argument. To make that argument, to assess that it was thwarted, The new line of argumentation that is from the Pentagon about an hour ago was that the main target was civilians and they hit military bases, I guess by mistake. Like some of them, it was a really odd line of argument.
Yeah. Wow.
Incredible. I wanted to ask you, unfortunately, like we probably won't really know like the totality of the damage and the true efficacy for another like 20, 30 years. I think it wasn't until 2018 Israel released what Iraq's Scud missiles actually hit inside of Israel. They played all of that very close to the chest, but it was absolutely fucking remarkable. And you never really get to see like short range ballistic missiles deployed in those kinds of numbers. They were reaching like just absurd reentry speeds. Some people said that they might have been like Mach 18, Mach 19 by the time they reentered. But I was wondering, you mentioned it in passing, the more limited strike with like subsonics and loitering munitions and drones in spring that was largely intercepted, and clearly the intention wasn't the same as this one. I've seen a few people speculate on this, but I don't know if I agree with it, that some people think that attack in spring was a feint to make Israelis believe that was the true extent of Iranian strike capabilities.
I don't think so. I think in all of these cases, the intent is to show that like, the language that President Pezeshkian used with this attack was to show that this was only like a corner of our capabilities. The point is to show that like we can do this now very cheaply, very effectively, and we can increase this without any sweat off our backs. While that specific retaliation measure might be complete for the embassy bombing, for the embassy strike back in April, that's not the be-all, end-all of the war. New lines of engagement are being drawn here. And even if and we can get into this if you have questions about this, the new equation where every single assassination, every single new violation of Iran's interests is violated, it'll be immediately met with the same kind of response. Even if that wasn't the case, clearly we're in a different stage now, where it's no longer all the emphasis on strategic patience, and we'll take this as with a restrained capability. Things are different now.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people were taking note of like the kind of unprecedented restraint, not unprecedented for Iran, but really unprecedented in recent history for any state being treated this way, shown by Iran in the last year. And a lot of us were wondering, well, like what would it actually take for them to, give Israel a black eye? Well, I guess we found out.
Yeah. With an April, you cross over a pretty significant line. You hit the embassy. You destroy an embassy complex, which is technically the territory of another country. So that gives you the reasoning. And here, okay, you hit Hania in Tehran. You get away with that for about 2 months as Iran, restrains itself, is told that you need to wait for ceasefire negotiations. But then you kill Nasrallah. And then you, in addition, kill a very high-ranking brigadier general in the IRGC in that same attack. There's only so much, like, strategic patience eventually runs out. And it runs out when you kill the leader of Hezbollah, when you kill the leader of an important Iranian ally.
You also noted that, like, this is not the apex of Iran's, like, surface-to-surface capabilities. And I did see that noted, that right as things were hitting, they actually have, like, ballistics that are even faster than what they deployed this time, and presumably would have more success not being intercepted by David's sling and have more destructive capability. It's kind of fucking impossible to get inside anyone's head, much less someone who clearly doesn't have like any type of plan or anything, like Israel does not appear to. But do you think this has caused any pause amongst at least the Israeli military?
Oh, that's a good question. The thing that I've been mulling over is, like, did this attack, however effective it may have been, did it come too late?
Yeah.
in terms of the fact that the original plan, as I think I discussed on the last time I was on here, the plan that they were mulling was a combined attack by the resistance axis, one that would show the ability of these countries to overcome Israel's defenses. This would be that kind of attack, what you would have seen maybe back in August. But now that it has happened after Nasrallah's death, after the invasion of southern Lebanon has begun, is that deterrent capability that Iran wanted to recreate, is it just finished? Because now Israel has been given even more of a blank check, even more impunity than it had back in July, where there literally seemed to be no guardrails about what America is willing to do. I mean, just today, if you were thinking about oil prices, if you're thinking about how much damage you would do, Biden comes out today and journalists ask him about like oil prices and if they're thinking about striking oil facilities in Iran, and he's like, "Yeah, we're discussing it."
Yeah, no, I have that here.
Oh my God.
I have that here.
There's no, yeah.
Okay, I think this is from the Financial Times. Oil soared to its highest level in more than a month on Thursday as traders speculated that Israel could engage in retaliatory strikes against Iran's oil industry. West Texas Intermediate climbed as much as 5.5% to trade at $74 a barrel after U.S. President Joe Biden told reporters that such a move was under discussion. Asked whether the U.S. would support Israel striking Iran's oil facilities, Biden said, "We're in discussion of that." Although in his truncated comments, the U.S. president went on to say, "I think that would be a little anyway."
Oh, okay, good to know.
we could entirely destroy the oil market right before my vice president needs to be reelected, driving up gas prices through the roof. No, it's okay. No, but it's this thing, like, you may have believed even 2 months ago or even a month ago that there might be things that America does not want you to do. Even still, throughout all of this, there might be still things that they don't want you to do. But lately, you get the permission to destroy entire apartment buildings in order to kill the leader of Hezbollah, and you get not even so much as a condemnation, you get just like a stamp of approval from Biden once you do that, once you kill 300 some people. Like, why would you ever believe that anything could ever hurt you? If you strike Iran and Iran strikes you back, then you've got America backing you up every step of the way. So
yeah. I mean, just in like the grand scheme of things, it does appear like Israel has no like plan. Like no matter how many people they kill, and they're killing just a horrifying amount and committing horrifying acts against civilian populations, but just in their grand execution of this, how does it ultimately play out? It does kind of appear to me that they don't really know what they're going to do next. And I do kind of think part of that is they anticipated that the Biden administration would behave like most other previous U.S. administrations, in that, you know, they get a very, very broad reign. They get to do a lot of horrible shit, but eventually you get reined in. And that is your off ramp. You get to say, "Oh, we would march all the way to Beirut, but America stopped us." Mm-hmm. I think they've been kind of surprised at how little the Biden administration has done, which is to say they haven't done anything. They haven't given them any type of off ramp. So they're just kind of like caught out continuing to do this. And I'm not saying that like this is somehow against their will or not completely their fault. It entirely is, and it is a consequence of a nation with rabies. But it does seem like they counted on there being some kind of like basically their friend holding them back and them going, "Oh, you're fucking lucky."
Oh yeah. No, all I was saying is that I think the dog catching the car sort of analogy is pretty apt here. Mm-hmm. They have like a grand plan, as it were, to reshape the Middle East in Israel's image. Talking about, like at the UN, Netanyahu talking about there's a plan for the blessing, and then there's the curse. The idea that the entire Middle East could theoretically be the blessing if they all abandoned their opposition to Israel. And they roughly know how they would do it. You would affect regime change, and some sort of regime change in Lebanon, some sort of regime change in Syria if you wanted to. But when it comes to specifics, now you are totally rummaging around in the dark and you have to kind of feel everything out. Like, what can we do? What can we suddenly be able to do now? And that leads you into these wild and crazy avenues that are now being suggested in the Israeli media for the Israeli government to take up, talking about making the entirety of northern Gaza into a military zone where nobody is allowed to live. There are pundits right now advocating that Israel should start striking in Iraq now, start striking Iraqi militias that are firing drones at Israel. Like, everybody's trying to figure out what's, like, even within this realm of impunity, what is next? What can we be able to do? Are there things that we couldn't even conceive of that we weren't able to do, and now we have to figure out plans for that? And that is an extraordinarily dangerous thing for a state to be enabled to do. And they're being given billions and billions of dollars with no strings attached by the Biden administration.
And, we talked about hitting Iran's oil facilities. Whether, obviously that would, spike the price of crude. It would crash the global economy. But Séamus, Iran has stated that if Israel or the United States retaliates against any of its domestic oil production, that they will retaliate by hitting the domestic oil production of Saudi Arabia, Azerbaijan, and several. And once that happens, you're off to the fucking races at that point. But this is a real powder keg. It doesn't bear thinking too hard about how quickly this can become something that is, something that people, we have an idea of what it might look like, but until it happens, most people don't want to countenance the idea of what that might look like. No, I guess I just wanted to think outside the strategic success or failure of this missile attack. I guess what I was thinking is more just symbolically. When you see Israel get attacked, when someone punches them back and hits them back hard, or however hard they may or may not have achieved, I think a feeling that I have, and I would imagine most of the people around the world have, is fucking finally, right? And it's just this idea that you for a year now, I've woken up every day to see another account of Israel killing just unrestrained number of people in Gaza and now in Lebanon. And I think for most of the people in the world who are, in countries that are far away from where this is happening and whose governments may condemn it, they may support it. But for the people of the world, I think for it just to see Iran or the Houthis or anyone actually fight back against Israel, I think they're relieving a sense of shame. They're sort of taking it upon themselves to sort of do something to relieve the for some small period of time, relieve the sense of shame that everyone in the world feels for allowing this to occur, and that the knowing that we're not doing anything really to stop it or fight back, and that Iran is probably the largest regional actor who is most capable of actually fighting back. And what that will look like, I don't know, but how do you feel about the way in which symbolically what Israel getting their nose bloodied, what that really means?
No, in Iran, I will temper this by saying that, there are a lot of people who were obviously panicked by this development. It's a ballistic missile attack against Israel, a country that absolutely has the capability to strike back at Iran. People were worried. People were running to gas stations. But there are also crowds of people who were celebrating based on this very idea, the idea that they were finally given a bloody nose after all of this, and that it wasn't just purely symbolic. They hit air bases. They punched holes in hangars. There's damage that the Israeli army is trying to hide. But I will say, just regardless of all this discussion about military effectiveness, how you measure that, all I will point to is the videos that emerge out of places like Khan Yunis, out of places like the Jabalia refugee camp, places in Gaza that have been absolutely decimated by the Israeli military and what they've done. And you see the cheering, you see the applause, you hear the hooting and the whistling, and you see people like reporters from Al Jazeera who have seen nothing but absolute terror for the past almost whole year now. And they say this is the first time in a year that we've seen people happy. That is how I measure the success of this. What does it do? There was something that I think one of the Houthi spokespeople, Mohammed al-Bukhaiti, said I want to say back in like July when they sent a drone to Tel Aviv. Like, we are not measuring the success of this by specifically like how militarily effective it is. Like, are we physically able to establish a deterrence? Like, this is a battle of morality. Whether it's effective or not, we still have to do it because of how important this is about in regards to Palestine. That is how I would measure this.
Yeah, watching especially videos of like kids who were probably like 18, 19 have not really known a life but this, a life under this boot on their neck. Little kids, just people who have been living in hell. And for them to like finally get some satisfaction out of this. I mean, it was like if you could watch the entire Dachau reprisals. It was kind of stunning to watch. But I will say, for pure military strategic success, I have an informal system for figuring out how successful an attack against Israel is or isn't. And you measure it by the posts of online Hosbris. If they're saying things like, this is not normal, and like, this is our life, yeah, they hit something.
Yeah,
when they start acting like they were just having a day at the park and someone launched a missile at them, unbidden, that's when you know something happened.
Oh yeah, there was that one post by the official government account by Israel saying, yeah, like this is not normal, and then saying like all of these missiles are meant to kill. It's like what you guy? That is you. Like, what have you guys been doing this whole time? What? I don't get it. All right.
And then when Israel actually does get punched and punched hard, then of course in the last couple of days we've seen a return of the concept of international law and the crime of aggression, and also, the Mossad headquarters is in a heavily civilian area. How dare they attack it? It blinkers the imagination.
No, and there was also, in addition to that, which is, I think I know the CNN bit you're referring to with Jim Scudio, which is, all right, spell it out, whatever. But there were also, when they questioned this to Matthew Miller, our favorite smirking
that's my guy.
Cunt Chocula.
They questioned him, like he was saying this was unprovoked. Obviously, he said it was unprovoked. And when somebody brought up the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, he said, "Oh, that happened weeks ago."
Oh, that's old shit. Don't bring it up.
Yeah, why are you bringing up old shit?
It only happened weeks ago.
Like October 7th has been the justification for all of this, and that happened almost a year ago. And there were also Congress people who were talking about how great Nasrallah being killed was because that was justice for the Marines who were killed back in 1988. Like, how are we measuring this? Where suddenly there's a time scale where if you go over it, it's like, you know what? Bygones, bygones. That's not how it fucking works. That's never how it's worked. You can't even say this with a straight face because you immediately, like, dog, they bombed Tehran. Did you think that this was going to like go over well with people?
This is the insane standard where like Israel can assassinate someone in Iran, attack their consulate in a foreign country, and then if Iran responds militarily in any way as any other country would, as we're told over and over again when it comes to Israel's self-defense, quote unquote, and then they do it and they're like, oh well, that's a war crime. That this is terror. This is aggression. These missiles are intended to kill people. They're trying to kill people in a war. That this is not normal. This is not okay. And it's just like, or when I hear accounts are like, every Israeli right now are you're sheltering in a, they're cowering in a bomb shelter. This is not normal. It's just sort of like, what do you think you've been doing in more or less in front of the entire world for the last year? And like, again, whether it's now a possibility of a war with Iran, we'll talk in a second. Israel is invading Lebanon at this moment. It bears stating that the only reason all of this is happening is because the United States is allowing our client state and ally to pursue unrestrained war against a captive civilian population. Like, and I like in the U.S. like the U.S. state planners, they keep saying that like, oh, like we need to separate these conflicts, or just like we need to like drive a wedge between Gaza and all these other wars we're fighting, but like it's only happening because they did what they're doing to Gaza in the first place. And like the people like Nasrallah before he was assassinated are like, they've made it pretty clear that like, no, like Gaza is the issue. Like that's why we're launching rockets into northern Israel, is because of what you're doing in Gaza. And like, and there are some accounts that like that Nasrallah was assassinated because of his stance on the ceasefire.
Not for nothing, the Israeli strike that killed Hananea, the assassination of Hananea, that was not their first strike inside of Iran, where they killed someone who, previous assumptions would dictate that maybe they don't fucking go inside the country to assassinate if they don't want this to happen. You don't you have to go back like 3 or 4 years to find that instance of them sending that it was like an automotive drone that had
you're talking about Fakhrizadeh. Yeah, nose turret thing. It was weird. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's okay for someone else to kill Nasrallah because of the attack on the Marines in '83, then where does that leave something that happened in fucking 2020?
No, the only people who are allowed to, abide by international law, to invoke international law, are the United States. When somebody else talks about their responsibility to protect, the backbone of humanitarian intervention throughout, since Kosovo. Suddenly it's about unprovoked war. Suddenly it's about, you're blowing up the entire region. Well, dog, people would say, Hezbollah would say, the Houthi would say, well, we're trying to abide by the conventions that you guys yourselves that you wrote it. You conjured up this entire thing. We're trying to follow it. And now you've gotten to this position in which nobody in the Middle East believes anything that the State Department has to say, that the United States has to say. There is a generational break in the perception of the United States and the people of the Middle East, far greater than existed after the Iraq War, I think. I don't even know a time in which this could be washed off.
Yeah, there obviously is like no one has like a monopoly on horrible acts committed by the U.S. or its allies in the Middle East. But just as far as like, can you believe anything that this administration or this government says? Like, there is no even attempt at any type of propriety. I mean, which is, aren't these the norms, people? Aren't these the people that love fucking norms? Wasn't that what the 2020 election was entirely about? Norms?
No, well, they've abandoned. I mean, this is a larger domestic politics thing, but every single norm that we were obsessed with protecting back in like 2016, 2020, that's all gone out the fucking window. Everything has to immediately lurch right. All that stuff about immigration is out the window. Nobody gives a shit about that anymore. Now they're praising Biden and Kamala Harris for enforcing the tightest border security that's ever existed. No, there is a silent acknowledgement here that norms can no longer be afforded to exist. Norms got us into a very bad position. We're now out on our asses trying to defend ourselves. Now we have to continuously obfuscate. Now we have to, I guess, fall back on the barest of bones of international law justifications to get where we are.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the norm, I guess, here is that it is only people who attack Israel that are escalating this conflict. Like that still holds. And like that's the thing is like Israel can blow up every cell phone and pager in Lebanon. It can level a housing block full of hundreds of people to kill one guy. None of those are that's actually escalation to de-escalate. But when Iran fires a volley of ballistic missiles, they're escalating this conflict. Hezbollah is escalating this conflict by killing the Israeli soldiers that are invading their country.
No, everybody complained about the fact that, people were always saying like this all started on October 7th. And then people had to remind them that this occupation of the Gaza Strip had been going on for decades at this point. But now you see this whole thing where history now starts on September 30th, where these ballistic missiles came out of the sky while Israel was doing its own counterterrorism operations in Lebanon and Gaza. Or really, that's not even mentioned too much. So now this is entirely unprovoked. There are this unchecked aggression from Iran, the country that desires the complete annihilation of the Jewish people, the only Jewish state in the entire world. And this immense evil needs to be countered. The Iranian people, the noble Iranian people, as Netanyahu had said in that one message in English, they need to be freed. Iran will be free much sooner than many people think. And Israel needs to be supported in this measure. The entire free world needs to be behind them. Like, that norm still remains, but it's become Flanderized almost. Like, there used to be, people, even by the George Bush administration, there used to be, parameters that Israel was not supposed to get out of. They couldn't kill too many civilians in the operations that they would do. They had to at least say that they were going with some sort of two-state solution, but otherwise they can do mostly what they wanted. Now, supporting Israel has become this completely all-encompassing form that overcomes and just swallows up every other thing that the United States is involved with. Nothing can come above that, not laws, not courts, no international standards of any kind. If it interferes with that, then the whole thing comes apart. And it's become like this linchpin of the entire international order.
And as far as like our domestic political scene here and the presidential election, I see this and I'm just thinking, like, is Joe Biden trying to get Kamala Harris to lose? Like, I think he may be at this point. I think he probably can't stand the fact that she's running for president and not him. And it's just like, but for Kamala herself, she's aiding and abetting this because, like, all of her statements this past week, her national security advisor put out a statement attacking Donald Trump for not supporting Israel as much as they are in their attacks on Lebanon.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. There were, I saw that. Yeah, they were trying to. I think this was during the DNC. I want to say this was in the platform. They were critical of Trump for not hitting back after the Iranian attack on the Al Asad Air Base in 2020, leaving out the fact that retaliation had come after Trump had assassinated Qasem Soleimani, one of the top commanders of a sovereign state's military. The idea being that Trump is obviously weak on all sorts of things, Russia, blah, 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 but they're also weak against Israel's enemies. He gives them too much leeway. We, the Democrats, would create the most lethal army in the world. We'll counter Iran better than he did. We'll be more right-wing on this issue. And it's
Donald
bad.
Trump,
It's fucking insane.
Donald Trump called Hassan Nasrallah, quote, very smart and a beautiful man. It's like it's shit like that. And again, what? There's an election in like a month, and like they are. I mean, like I said, they're now. I mean, I'm just going to turn here to the invasion of Lebanon, and this is from Politico from this week. Headline: U.S. officials quietly backed Israel's military push against Hezbollah. Senior White House figures privately told Israel that the U.S. would support its decision to ramp up military pressure against Hezbollah, even as the Biden administration publicly urged the Israeli government in recent weeks to curtail its strikes, according to American and Israeli officials. Presidential advisor Amos Hochstein and Brett McGurk, the White House coordinator for the Middle East, told Israeli officials in recent weeks that the U.S. agreed with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's broad strategy to shift Israel's military focus to the north against Hezbollah in order to convince the group to engage in diplomatic talks to end the conflict, the officials told Politico. So, like, once again, it's like, who is actually in charge? I keep hearing this asshole Brett McGurk, Dirt McGurk.
Always punch low. Okay. That means below the waist. Right. Get him in the legs or in the crotch. Do stuff like that.
Do you think that's dirty fighting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. But there's nothing wrong with dirty fighting.
Really?
That's right. Mm-hmm. You know what? Because fighting is wrong. Right?
Yeah.
So if you're going to fight, you're already wrong.
Yeah.
So if you're going to dirty, you might as well dirty fight.
Yeah.
Because you're already there.
Yeah.
You're already at the party.
Right.
And like, what are they doing here? Like, this is, it's a limited ground, like the Israeli troop movements across the border. It's like, yeah, that's called an invasion. They're invading southern Lebanon right now.
This is just in pure, like, domestic politics terms, just electorally, not morally. I think we all know what this is morally, but just electorally doing this, it is the equivalent to if Jimmy Carter in October of 1980 had called Iran and been like, could you kill like half the hostorages? Blame me for it. But you brought up McGurk. I think like any other country, someone who had fucked up as bad as repeatedly and just in the same way as McGurk always had, they would be, forget even being employed like McGurk still is and probably will be in future Republican administrations as well as Democratic ones. In a halfway normal country, Brett McGurk would be forced to be a dunk tank clown for the rest of his life at gunpoint. Brett McGurk would be sent to buffoon's prison. Just someone who had fucked up this bad. He would have to do pratfalls in front of the president until he died. But they're just going to keep having this guy do the exact same fucking job that he's been doing for 16 fucking years. And he seems to get worse at it every year.
I remember somebody, I really hope this is not me just making something up out of thin air, but I remember something about how Biden saw him as a son surrogate. I remember reading this.
Oh my God. Fuck off, you weepy Irish fucking cunt. I am so sick of this. Every other man he meets under the age of 70, you're like my son. Oh my God. Take a fucking Zoloft, you Nick.
Look. I'll ignore the usage of the M word.
Sorry.
It's what I will say is that McGurk, his line of thinking is it's shocking. I mean, it's not necessarily too shocking, but it's shocking how long this has persisted. This idea, I think, spearheaded by him, that the key to peace is getting a ceasefire, but then entrenching it with a Saudi Arabia-Israel peace deal, ignoring the fact that, one, the idea that Palestine is being de-emphasized was what drove October 7th. So I don't know how that would work out very well. But also this idea that Saudi Arabia in its current form would be gung-ho now on doing a peace deal with Israel. Even though MBS, has been essentially quoted as saying, I don't give a shit about Palestine, which I believe from him.
Yeah.
But, the Saudi diplomatic corps is more shrewd than he is on this issue and understands how it looks to the population, which is still broadly anti-Israel and has gotten more anti-Israel as the war against Gaza has gone on. No, it's a immense kind of myopia where you were already going to do something before October 7th. So if you just forcibly pull everything back into place, we can reestablish the status quo. And
Abraham Accords, baby. Abraham Accords. We're going back to the once Israel gets done with Iran and Lebanon, then we'll go back to the Abraham Accords. Everything will be normal and fine. And sorry, just one more thing from that Politico piece here. It says,
but that is what's sort of so incredible about this. When the Abraham Accords were linked, ending the brutal decades-long war between the UAE and Israel that claimed millions of lives. We're all glad to see that one done with. Thank God, peace in our lifetime. It was, roundly mocked by liberals, by Democrats, by just the general anti-Trump sphere, because it is a pretty. It's just codifying back channels and tacit alliances that have existed in many forms and across many different theaters in the Middle East for over a decade.
Or was this extortion in Sudan's case? Yeah,
100%. But it is now the fulcrum of Biden's Middle East policy. You're exactly right. That it is just, they want to do a big Abraham Accord. And I don't think that any fucking Saudi monarch has given a shit about Palestine since King Faisal. That he was the last one who gave a solitary shit about any of this. But even as an incredibly powerful monarchy, you need, you can't have your populace completely fucking despising you or thinking that you're weak on this. It's just a non-starter right now.
And the UAE can do this kind of thing because 90% of its population are non-citizens. So, the Arab population still disapproving of Israel is not going to really make a huge amount of a difference. But in Saudi Arabia's case, contrary to whatever belief you might have, they do have a large Arab population, one with a lot of wealth, one with a lot of influence, and they are not friendly to Israel. Even if MBS and King Salman are unelected leaders like the other people who did the Abraham Accords, curiously, they had no input from the national populace. They're not going to be behind this. Even if they think, some sort of defense pact with the U.S. might be beneficial, maybe if they fucking hate Iran, to do it after all of this, to be like next year, you guys are going to be able to take a direct flight from Tel Aviv to Riyadh. How cool is that? This is not like you already, if you're a Saudi businessman, you already have relationships with Israeli companies. That's not really a huge thing. The only reason you would care about this is because you wanted some sort of like outward public political easing of tensions, the ending of that cold conflict. But that's not like, it's like, this is of very little worth to you as a Saudi. It is only of worth to you if you're in the Biden administration and you truly, honestly think that this is going to solve the whole thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, to that point, Séamus, just further in this Politico article, we get to this here. Some in the administration say that what looks like a rift is just the United States pursuing multiple routes at once. Both things can be true. The U.S. can want diplomacy and support Israel's larger goals against Hezbollah, a senior U.S. official said. There's clearly a line that the administration is towing. It's just not clear what that line is. Behind the scenes...
What do you mean? You're saying that there's multiple lines, and you say you don't know what they are?
Well, no, both things can be true. The U.S. can oppose a war, a broader regional war that brings in Iran and Lebanon, but also pursue exactly that at the same time. We can pursue both routes, fomenting war and trying to prevent one. And sorry, it goes on here. It says here, behind the scenes, Hochstein, McGurk, and other top U.S. national security officials are describing Israel's Lebanon operations as a history-defining moment, one that will reshape the Middle East for the better for years to come. The thinking goes, Israel has obliterated Hezbollah's top command structure in Lebanon, severely undercutting the group's capabilities, and weakened Iran, which used Hezbollah as a proxy and power projector. The internal administration division seems to have dissipated somewhat in recent days, with top U.S. officials convening Monday at the White House with President Joe Biden to discuss the situation on the ground. Most agreed that the conflict, while fragile, could offer an opportunity to reduce Iran's influence in Lebanon and the region. Now, I think this has to be I think of this in the context of the Harris-Walz campaign proudly touting the endorsement of Dick Cheney for their ticket. And to me, when it says actually this operation could reshape the region for the better for years to come. This to me is just a Democratic administration pursuing what has been the neocon dream for a final conflict that will redraw the borders, settle all family accounts, and then just remove any resistance to Israel in the region. And that means Iran and Lebanon and Hezbollah, essentially, to just, clear the decks, have a true war that will remove all of Israel's enemies and redraw the borders of the Israeli state. And like I said, that was, I think, basically Dick Cheney and George W. Bush's hope for the Iraq war that, they didn't achieve with the Iraq war. But now I think these same people, they see the same opportunity to do what has been, I think, their dream for years now, which is regime change in Iran.
Yeah. And also, I mean, for one thing, for any history buffs among you, you might want to look up the term Endsieg. It's a very cool thing that the Germans thought up of that might sound a bit similar to this. Look, when Iraq failed, essentially, when the U.S. lost the Iraq war, lost the Afghan war, there was an opportunity that was obviously being dashed. But Israel presents a new opportunity, a somewhat new opportunity, in that it is a state that has far more protections around criticizing it than the United States does. Criticizing it still gives you accusations of being anti-Semitic, of being against Judaism, of being entrenched with the enemies of the world, like Iran. But simultaneously, you are now in a much more volatile position in which you have reduced control over what the army you are supporting can do. They constantly need more support. It's a much more tenuous network. And, I hate to say this, because I know that there were people who were maybe hoping that this might be what Politico was saying, the new opportunity to reduce Iranian influence in Lebanon. They've tried to kill Hezbollah secretary generals before Nasrallah, back in 92. After that, Hezbollah's influence increased, its strength increased, and now it can take on Israel in toe-to-toe, any battle it can. In Iran's case, they're getting more irreligious, but they are not getting less anti-American.
Yeah.
There's been nothing in the, they might have different opinions about Islamic Republic governance, but they are not getting hugely pro-Israel anytime soon.
One does not necessarily need to believe in God to understand that America is indeed the great Satan.
That's right.
The whole thing of like the administration like falling over backwards and at the behest of Israel trying to make Abraham Accords too is like, this is a very tertiary thing, but like it is in the light of all the Hasbara that's like, oh, try being fucking gay in Gaza, they'll cut your head off. Is it the only countries in the region that have the most laws on the books against that type of thing are the only ones that Israel actually wants to be friends with. Yeah. Israel wants to be friends with the nations that have the most executioners out of anyone on earth. That has always driven me crazy. Just like, this idea, like, they always go to beheading. I get it's a very like post 9/11 thing where it's like, oh, beheading is the Muslim way to kill people, and they all do it. But like, it does not withstand like a second of scrutiny when you look at Israel's actual, allies, tacit or otherwise, in the region.
Who chops more heads than Saudi Arabia? That's their official death penalty.
Yeah, and they're completely They don't have any fucking problem with that.
Look, just to better round out what I was saying about like the tide of history, I guess, going toward Israel in some way. There's an idea prominent within these circles that like if like all these populations in Lebanon, in Iran, or wherever, they're just waiting to be exposed to the liberal light of Israel. That the idea that if they are given the opportunity to be free, to be given, I don't know, gay pride parades and so on and so forth, that they'll break with Iran, they'll break with Hezbollah, they'll embrace America, so on and so forth. All I will say is that I knew a lot of gay people, and I knew trans people in Lebanon. Does anyone want to maybe like take a guess as to like what side they were going for?
Yeah.
Out of all of this, there were so many people who were otherwise they were critical of Hezbollah on matters of gay rights. They had criticisms of religious authorities, but when it came to fighting Israel, what Israel represents, there was no disagreement. Like everybody sees this for what it is, and it is impossible for it is a very difficult proposition to say to these people that, hey, we're bombing you. Hey, we've said over and over again that we want to annihilate your country. But, maybe if you just give us a chance, maybe you ever be able to get a better deal. And it's like, no, idiot. We see what you're saying. People see what you're saying. They can make decisions for themselves, and they're able to make. I know that like you're, as the state of Israel, are not able to conceive of Arabs having complicated opinions, but people are able to figure out the situation and what's on the other side waiting for them.
I thought that like maybe this type of like idiotic thinking that at least maybe people would be too ashamed to openly put it in such terms after the Iraq War. I don't know why I assume that. But there is like the general assumption among the U.S. security state is that like if we can just get like 1 million Lebanese to watch the show Schitt's Creek, they'll welcome Israel as liberators. Like just any Western culture, they've never seen it before. They have never seen a show. They've never seen any. Oh, they all they have are like oral Islamic traditions because they can't depict images. There are no images in Lebanon even. And like, they just see that, or the don't trust the bitch in apartment 23 if things are really tough. They'll go, oh my God, what have we been missing out on?
No, all these places like, Yemen, Iran, I know this is maybe a hot take. all these places, Iraq, Iran, Yemen, Lebanon, they all have access to the internet.
Yeah.
They've been on the internet for a while, and they see clips from Israeli media that are translated into Arabic. They see what Israelis speak about them. Like they see what they talk about them. This isn't how it was maybe in like the 1980s. And even that might be a bit, stretching it, where there was a clear separation between Israeli PR and its actual conduct, where maybe you couldn't quite see what was on the other side. And you could maybe make the argument that, well, maybe this Israeli invasion won't be too bad. But that all those opportunities, however extraordinarily slim in their time, do not exist now. The PR machine that Israel has constructed has never been in worse shape, but it has also never produced as much.
Yeah. That is a great way to put it. And like I think that there is an analogous degeneration of the Israeli PR state that it's sort of an analog for their actual military. With the military, we see this thing that is, it is a unavoidable truth for every military in history. Any military that changes its focus from the traditional focuses of a military to exclusively, internal repression and jackboot shit within its own borders loses its ability and kind of the individual willingness of soldiers to actually fight an armed enemy. You cannot go in one direction without greatly diminishing the capacities of the other. And similarly, with the Israeli PR state, as it's become like, more of a third rail to even suggest like that we condition weapons, much less stop sending them, as unified as the major parties in America have become with their position on Israel. And since their output has been concentrated exclusively towards like getting people fired or in trouble or just screaming at people that they're fucking Nazis, like they did with Corbyn. Once it shifted to that, which is the PR equivalent of an army geared towards control and repression, they lost any, ability to, have any subtlety or really any efficacy in their propaganda as far as like appealing to the uninitiated. As far as like appealing to people like Michael Rappaport, who are already going to be down for anything, no matter what. Yeah, it's like anything where you just pump up your base now. But anyone who wasn't previously on their side sees like Israel's endless parade of crying bald men, saying that Palestinians can reproduce asexually, and it's like, what the fuck is this?
This is a good segue to my the reading series for the week. If you gentlemen want to have a little fun at the end of the episode. In terms of talking about the increasingly strained efforts at Israeli PR, I think we're seeing a very good example of that right now, and I think a very interesting one, with the reemergence of American author Ta-Nehisi Coates and his new book out right now. And in that book, I mean, the thing that's gotten is one of the chapters in it is he talks about his experience going to the occupied territories and stating flat out that Israel is a, ethno-supremacist apartheid state. And that like he is talking in the terms of the American experience of civil rights. He is applying the same standards that everyone in America hold to be true to Israel. And because of the prominence that he has gained for himself, or like been raised up by this same largely liberal media to be like the voice of truth on the history of racism in America, is now applying those same standards to the racist ethno-supremacist apartheid state of Israel. And because of his position, he can't just be ignored. He has to be contained or confronted in some way. And I'd just like to talk about a couple examples of those efforts to contain and sort of neutralize the message that he's talking about here. Specifically, the appearance he did on CBS Sunday Morning with that guy, Tony Dokupill.
And so then I found myself wondering, why does Ta-Nehisi Coates, who I've known for a long time, read his work for a long time, very talented, smart guy, leave out so much? Why leave out that Israel is surrounded by countries that want to eliminate it? Why leave out that Israel deals with terror groups that want to eliminate it? Why not detail anything of the first and the second intifada, the cafe bombings, the bus bombings, the little kids blown to bits? And is it because you just don't believe that Israel in any condition has a right to exist?
Well, I would say the perspective that you just outlined, there is no shortage of that perspective in American media.
Oh,
You
my,
saw that?
yeah. For people who don't know, Tony Doki Doki Panic or whatever is it. This is one of the most baffling figures in American media. He is the son of a successful his father was a successful Czech version of James Franco in Pineapple Express. He was the weed dealer that forces you to watch the entire movie with him. And he sent Tony Doki Literature Club to college, where he met his first wife, who now lives in Israel with their 2 children. Tony then married another Jewish woman, sensing a pattern here. And he wrote an article about how, though he was circumcised at birth, he let a reform Moyle samurai perform a bloodletting ritual so he could marry his wife.
That is indeed the article I'm going to discuss here. This is Tony Dokupill, My Adult Circumcision, How I Made the Cut for My New Religion. And now, keep in mind, this was the guy that clearly got the contract to, he was the guy who was appointed that you got to counter the Ta-Nehisi Coates guy. And in that CBS Sunday Morning interview, it was pretty hilarious because he was just like, your book, you don't give any voice to Israelis. How come you're not giving the Israeli point of view and how they're in such a dangerous neighborhood and the rocket attacks, blah, blah, blah. And I think he very calmly and ably just been like, well, if you want that perspective, you can literally find it everywhere else in the media.
Yeah.
But this idea that if you give voice to the Palestinian point of view, you always have to justify yourself, and then justify yourself in the terms of why this isn't anti-Semitic. And that's what they got here. But this is, I thought it was interesting. The Tony Dokupill, his article on adult circumcision, he writes, I understand the world doesn't usually think much about adult male circumcision. It's like having a chat about it's like having
Great
a chat
start.
about
Great start.
It's like having a chat about ball trampling or the Pentagon's Kevlar underwear. Even on the covered wagon side of the circumcision wars, where people fight for the foreskins of baby boys, no one wants to talk about grown men getting their corn shucked. Take it to Craigslist, please. I get all this and so much more. And yet, as someone who knows the sting of this particular ritual, who volunteered for it, in fact, and signed his own check to the part-time reaper who did the job, I have to say, it's not so bad. There's no need for any of us to go on treating our junk like our father-in-law's scratch-free Ferrari. It's much tougher than you think.
Felix, if you want to, I have something, but please go ahead.
I just wanted to just very quickly say that, if Ta-Nehisi Coates, he's to the liberal media, he is like Anton Chigurh. They're like, oh my God, this is fucking terrifying. He's coming out against Israel. This guy's he's the best. What the fuck do we do? And him being Anton Chigurh, that makes it, Tony, who they sent to take him out, he's Woody Harrelson.
Woody Harrelson, yeah.
Country for Old Men. They were like, who's the best guy we have to take out Ta-Nehisi Coates? Bring me the guy who got his dick filleted, I guess. Is that what happened to him?
Well, I mean, this is the thing. When I read the article, I was like, wow, this guy got circumcised as an adult. But as the article will make clear eventually, he was circumcised at birth. So I don't understand what he's bragging about here. It's like the cut's been made. So basically, he hired a freelance Moyle to just basically kind of poke his dick or something in an official bloodletting ceremony.
Look, there's something about what he mentioned at the very first thing where he talked about ball trampling. That I think was very choice. Why do you know about this, one? And two, maybe this just represents something about my own sensibilities. But I don't care what faith I would be a part of, you would be a part of. I am not, if I'm conscious, you are not getting a blade anywhere near.
Yeah.
And I don't care if it's just a little drop of blood. No. Don't do it. But okay, fine. That's your thing. That's your thing.
That is sort of the problem. I was talking about this with Hassan yesterday. That this is the generational trap of circumcision, is that like, if I have a son one day, it's like, obviously, like in my conscious mind, in my moral mind, it's like, well, like, I don't, that's a fucked up choice for me to make for you. Like, Jesus, I don't want to do that. But then you think about the actual logistics and the practicality of it. And it's like, I don't know how to wash an uncircumcised dick. And like, what do? Do I invite an uncircumcised friend over and have him show me?
Yeah,
I can't have him show.
You use soap.
But
use soap.
I have
that's easy.
Yeah, but there's like a whole like part to it. Like
it's a lot easier than you think, Felix.
It's like winterizing a pool. It's so much work. It's so hard.
It's really not.
All right.
To go with Tony Goku Pill, he writes here, I came to this knowledge on the way to the altar of all places. I was engaged to a nice Jewish girl, taking some free conversion classes at a big progressive Manhattan synagogue. I wanted to learn about something that mattered to her, and the more I learned, the more it mattered to me, too. This wasn't a fur coat in the summer kind of congregation. It was part of the reform movement. Only game for the high holidays, mostly casual about pork, always down with gay female rabbis. When one of my own rabbis, gay female in parentheses, slipped me the number of a moil, a professional snipper, I laughed it off. Classic Jewish humor. But no. Medically speaking, I was already circumcised along with most of the other babies born in America in the 80s. But that's no good for God. I needed a hatafat dam brit, a drawing of blood. To remain uncut, I was told, is to remain spiritually cut off from the Jewish people. That's the idea of the covenant. He goes on to say, that's how I found myself biblically nude in a kind of a spiritual locker room, a shower space in a converted brownstone, waiting on a man with a razor.
I don't like how much joy he's taking in describing this, so please continue.
He goes, the surroundings were civilized, more university club than Russian bathhouse. Blue and black tile ran along the floors and climbed the walls. A minty scent hung in the air. But all noise had already washed away in the roar of my thoughts. I was 12 when Lorena Bobbitt cut her husband down to the size of an elevator button, igniting prurience and anger. It was hard to get to 7th grade in the morning without encountering sliced soda jokes and love hurts humor. It all made the very idea of external genitalia seem, well, kind of crazy. All of it so fundamentally exposed. When the moil arrived, he looked, I'm sorry to say, like Danny DeVito in Curls. We stood in silence. I opened my towel. Hello, groin. He opened a shaving bag with glinting instruments. Hello, knife. My moil produced a pen-sized lance, which he wielded ever so gently, like Lady Grantham with a paring knife. He sliced, squeezed, dripped, and was done. The whole transaction was over in seconds, long before I could scream or faint or decide if I liked it. Instead, I felt the way I remember feeling as a child when, rising early, I could watch light fill the woods behind my house, revealing nothing at all scary. When the moil finally spoke, he spoke in Hebrew, and I couldn't make out a word of it. But I had the feeling that the substance of his words was important, and that if I could understand him, I would be in possession of something profound, a message from God. It's only a penis. That's the piece there. But
we should all know less about each other.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right.
But I mean, I simply have to go around to the idea that, like, of the blatant cap in this article, the idea that, like, my adult circumcision. No, you did not get an adult circumcision. And if you did, there's no way you would have gone through with it for your nice Jewish fiance or anything. There is no way that, like, you could actually count into actually being circumcised as an adult, nor would any human being.
Yeah. I think I've made this point like 3 or 4 times now, but like the way that he's describing this throughout the piece, you can tell that he's trying to like be humorous, trying to like be how crazy absurd is the situation. But man, does this seem like he's describing like he's trying to hide this fetish that he has. It's really bothering me. I don't know if this is, am I crazy? Like,
he found the only reformed temple on earth where it's like, you could clearly see why they schismed away from another group. They were both like, okay, we like it when the rabbi is a woman who plays an acoustic guitar. We love interfaith dinners. We don't really care about kosher. Okay, circumcision, good for Jews, but if you convert, whatever's fine. And then whoever founded this temple was like, have you ever read Lone Wolf and Cub? What if we did that ceremony, but specifically to Czech Americans who convert to Judaism 2 times for their wives?
I'm interested in the economics of a freelance mohel. Is this something that? Yeah,
he's the lone wolf. He's the Ronin, just wandering with his blade, free from his feudal daimyo lord.
I love that he complained about the mohel looking like Danny DeVito, because it's sort of like porn where you're like, well, I'm not gay, but I want the guy to have a big dick. I'm not gay, but I want my mohel to at least be handsome. Like, is that so much to ask for?
God, man, they gotta look. There's only one reason why these freaks. These are the only people that are willing to like go out and interview Ta-Nehisi Coates and essentially tell him off and be like, "Oh no, you're the weird one in the situation, man.
Yeah,
you're the fucking weirdo. No, this is out in the open, man. We can see it. You published this in, I assume, a somewhat reputable publication." Whatever.
Yeah, indeed. This was the New Statesman or something. Yeah, it was in the New Statesman.
You can pitch anything to that fucking paper. All right.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
But as it relates to Ta-Nehisi Coates, and like, I think the problem that he's presenting now for the Israeli and American PR machine is that, like, you can tell in the critiques of him that have been offered, for instance, in the pages of The Atlantic, where like they're accusing him of seeking moral purity at the expense of nuance and complexity. And I think the danger here is that he is, like I said, speaking in the terms of the American civil rights movement, which is legible and, heralded by most Americans. But he is saying that, like, no, this is simple. And it's like either apartheid is right or it's wrong. And you don't need to like speak 3 different languages or have lived there, or like all you need to do is just visit the occupied territories if you have any doubt of what I'm talking about. Any doubt.
No.
And I think that is a very the shield of this idea that like there's this endlessly receding horizon of nuance and complexity, which can always be mustered to like counter the argument that Israel is an apartheid state. Because like, once you admit that, either you have to deny it outright and say like, no, none of that stuff is happening. There's no like 2-tiered legal and political system that's based on, Judaism. Are you a Jew or not? But like, they can't really do that. But instead they have to like I said, always make a plea for some sort of imagined complexity that's being lost in this issue that like you don't really understand, or that like in pursuing moral clarity, you are, eschewing nuance or reason or complexity.
There's something that Coates talked about, I want to say on Jon Stewart.
Yeah, he was just on Jon Stewart. He was just on The Daily Show.
Yeah, Jon Stewart. Or maybe it was on Chris Hayes, where he brings up the fact that like victims and victimizers are ever flowing. Like people who are victimized are entirely capable of, making other people into victims. So while it's not like he is, not understanding the complexity of the situation. Over and over again in interviews, Coates talks about the fact that like he understands why Zionism came into being, why the severity of their proposed solutions came into being, the immense amount of persecution that Jews suffered, in so many different places around the world. But that complexity does not let you off the hook.
Yeah.
Like, there can be a million different explanations for why you think a certain way. But at the end of the day,
the word nuance is just like hitting the emergency escape hatch. Like nuance, you just hit that word, you just say that word, and that somehow gets you out of the the moral contradiction and the impasse of morally speaking that you arrive at having to defend this shit.
And even if we are accepting the argument that okay, there's so much complexity and nuance to the situation that you have to excuse everything that Israel does. I mean, be honest with yourself. Do you think that the Palestinians don't have complex and nuanced explanations for why they do certain things? Do you not have the Arabs have complex and nuanced histories that they draw from? The only true explanation for why you would think this and only propose that Jews and Judaism and Israel has a complex and nuanced history and nobody else does is if you truly and honestly believe that Jewish people are exceptional in a way that it has to be enforced through supremacy.
Yeah.
And that is not something that you, unless you are a hardline Zionist, are going to be willing to admit to yourself. You have to dress it up in all of these sort of liberal platitudes about, like, you know, heard voices and we need to listen to you know, the voices of the oppressed. Meanwhile, you are endorsing one of the most right-wing states currently existing on the planet.
It's like, you know, if the Palestinian point of view, or the or an Arab journalist, or, you know, pundit is allowed to be interviewed on American television, American or British television, it is only in the context where they are on a panel with like 4 other people who are screaming at them the entire time. Whereas if any representative of the Israeli government or anyone who is pro-Zionist, they get a one-on-one interview to just like speak their truth, have their voice be heard, and that their narrative is never asked to justify itself in the same way that, you know, the perspectives of people who have borne a history different than, you know, like the Israeli one, or have been like victimized by it, always have to like beg for some sort of like a tone for what they're for that. They can offer a point, but then they are cajoled to atone for it and their point of view about, like, well, what about the families, you know, in bomb shelters hiding from rockets right now? Why didn't you, you know, when you were visiting the occupied territories, like, why didn't you take any time to interview the settlers who are, you know, like they have their own history and feelings as well?
I mean, ultimately, this is the root of this central freakout. Like when, Jesus Christ, I've already forgot his name. Tom Dookie, what the fuck is his name?
Doku
Pill. When Doku Pill is essentially arguing to Coates on CBS that the Palestinians deserve their own oppression, that they deserve everything that has come to them.
Not only that, but he also in that interview basically kind of made clear that he was like, you're attacking the foundations of Israel. And what he was saying is like apartheid is wrong. So he's basically kind of admitting that the foundation of Israeli society is racial apartheid.
Yeah, I mean, this is the root of the freakout, right? The idea being that they have been able to cover what Zionism, what the state of Israel actually does, what it represents, and now that it has been flung so publicly in front of the world that there is no way to truly escape it unless you only consume like NBC. It's a major source of concern, of worry, that, I mean, not only, I mean, speaking pretty cynically, that you no longer have this monopoly on information, that you no longer can operate this PR machine cleanly, quietly, but also, like, if you are an honest believer and you see all this, like, you're brushing up against acknowledging something to yourself. If you are truly an honest believer in Israel, but also you are a liberal at heart, that this pablum about Israel being a democracy that respects its minorities and values the opinions of all of its citizens is a fundamentally bunk proposition, and that you have been supporting a state that is now engaged in a genocide against Arabs and is poised to expand that genocide potentially into Lebanon. That is a very scary thing to, you know, be on the precipice of admitting to oneself. And I think there are a lot of Americans who have already made that leap very early on. And I think there are also a lot of people who are still trying to lie to themselves about what they actually are supporting.
I think that sums it up, and I think we can leave it there for today, gentlemen. Séamus, welcome back.
Always a pleasure.
So I'd like to obviously begin today's episode talking about a little bit about the protest that I attended yesterday at Foley Square in New York. It was the first legal hearing regarding the basically the rendition of green card holder Mahmoud Khalil, who is, you know, as we've covered on last week's last episode. I think we all are aware of the situation regarding his proposed deportation from the United States for, as the Trump administration has admitted openly, not for breaking the law, but for personally being a threat to the national security of the United States by protesting Israel. I just want to begin there. What do you make of the idea that the people deporting him are resting their case by saying explicitly this is not about whether he broke any law, but this is about whether the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, can personally deem, based on like an obscure 1952 law, any legal resident of America basically a threat to the national security consensus and be like subject to deportation. And by that I mean, are we to believe that this one individual is a threat to the national security of the United States, or is it rather the opinions that he represents and advocates on behalf of is a threat to the national security consensus of the United States?
I mean, this is a weak case, and they know this is a weak case because every time that it gets brought up to either a journalist on CNN or in the White House press room, the people who are defending this action can't just rest it on Marco Rubio's own assertion that, this person is such a deep threat to the foreign policy consensus that he has to be deported. It's always the fact that, he was getting paid by foreign terrorist organizations that we can't name, or he was handing out flyers with Hamas iconography that we can't show you. Or it's that, I mean, just today when they were talking with people who were in the DHS, the idea was that because he was pro-Palestine, that therefore meant he was pro-Hamas. And because you're involved in that space to begin with, therefore you're pro-Hamas, and therefore by that, you're supporting a foreign terrorist organization, therefore you have to be disappeared. You have to be deported from this country. It's an incredibly weak assertion. And I think Marco Rubio also knows this deep down, that Mahmoud Khalil, a negotiator for the Colombia demonstrators, is not such a deep threat that he is some sort of... I don't know if the analog would be some sort of Tokyo Rose.
Some sort of Islamic James Bond in America.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
No. By all accounts, the description that people utilized for him was that he was an obsessive rules follower. He was very calm. He was very level-headed. And they're trying to make an example out of him now. Someone who is not going to all these different... He's not going to Nasrallah vigils in Manhattan. He's not going out talking about how much he loves Abu Ubaidah. This is someone who is ostensibly a very positive public face for the Colombian encampment. And if they can get this guy, based on this incredibly flimsy case, then they can get to everyone else. It means that you cannot defend Palestine in any meaningful way in any public setting.
Yeah, I mean, the assertions that, he either received or contributed financial or material support or did anything approaching espionage is especially ridiculous. Anyone who's paid attention for the last 20 years or so knows that federal prosecutors are really not shy about stringing anybody up on material support charges. There's a long list of people doing gas price sentences for really nothing in the way of that. But yeah, this is sort of kind of flies in the face of the idea that you can condemn Hamas your way out of this.
Yeah. I engaged on this topic the other day. And the thing you have to remember when you're arguing with people who just flatly assert that he was violently preventing people from going to class at Columbia seems to be something that they've settled on, or that he was a member of an organization that distributed a pamphlet that had the quote, the destruction of Western civilization or something. The point is, it's not about any of this stuff. None of these people have the courage of their convictions to flatly advocate for the thing that the principle they're actually defending, which is that it should be illegal to protest Israel. I had one guy, I was on the matter of material support for terrorism, I made the example that during the 70s and 80s, there are many Irish Americans and Irish American advocacy organizations that went quite a bit beyond rhetorical support for the IRA in terms of just outright raising money for them. And I said, well, what do you make of that? And the guy said, Will, what you don't understand is that they weren't doing it in a library, that they did in a school they didn't go to. And I thought, well, okay, yeah. If you'd just been raising money for terrorists and not bothering anyone during study hall, then I'm sure you'd be totally okay with what's going on here.
I'll hold my tongue about the library thing, but and Irish Americans. I want to make it clear that I'm not saying that Mahmoud Khalil was a condemn Hamas guy at all. What I meant by that is, if just the concept of protesting alone is enough to warrant this, then there is no clarification you can make. There's no carve out. There is no concession that will make it okay for these people. The fact that they have gone this far, I mean, in effect, this would be the most draconian, insane speech law anywhere in the fucking Western world. This was all these people, love talking about those cases where the bobbies show up to your house in the UK if you post Groyper, not even Groyper, Pepe.
Pepe will get you sent to Long Cash. But
we have to stand behind the men behind the wire.
Yeah, like, is it like this is more insane than any of those? Because to say nothing about Khalil's political convictions, his actual conduct and his adherence to the law is beyond question.
And additionally, it moves I hate to use this phrase, but it moves the Overton window on the discussion of this further to the right. I mean, you've seen all of these Democratic politicians, Chuck Schumer, Andrew Cuomo, Hakeem Jeffries. They have to precede their condemnations of his deportation proceedings with 2 or 3 paragraphs talking about how much they despise this fucking guy, how much he represents what's evil in America, that he represents, everything that's wrong with how Jews are treated in this country. And then they say, well, if he can't charge with anything, then he got to let him go. They're purely they're purely reduced to talking about the technicalities of the argument.
Yeah, Séamus, and you made a really good point about this, that like, and look, like I have seen some liberal figures and politicians make decent statements about this, like, that are commensurate with the facts and the moral issue, the moral and political issue at stake here. But in terms of like the leadership of the Democratic Party, Chuck Schumer, Andrew Cuomo, Hakeem Jeffries, the point you made, Séamus, is that they need to make it like a free speech issue in the sense that, like, well, we all find David Duke repellent, but like, the First Amendment protects even the most repellent, vile speech. And this is just like, they just expect you like that to just sort of glaze over your mind, to just be like, oh yeah, he was calling for all Jews to go to the gas chamber or something like that. When in actuality, this was someone who was like the definition of, like, as you said, a thoughtful and considerate, like, political advocate. And this idea that he was, that we simply must defend even the abhorrent speech of someone like Mahmoud Khalil is, I think, very telling.
And it runs you into this trap wherein, okay, Mahmoud Khalil is this evil fucking guy somehow. But then when you talk about other Palestine protesters who are inevitably going to get wrapped up in this, they're going to attempt this again, obviously. Those sorts of defenses are not going to rise to the occasion. You're just going to dismiss them. You're not going to put up this kind of fight if you're already preceding it with all of these qualifications. You're setting yourself up to fail. But if you're a Democrat, obviously, then you want all these things to fail. This is something that you don't fundamentally care about. Situation's dire.
And no, it's really dire. And I think a very important point that I'd like to make here, and this is, one that was reinforced at the protest at Foley Square that I attended the other day with, like about 1,000 other New Yorkers who came out in front of the New York courthouse to hear from his lawyers as they exited his lawyers, by the way, still hadn't even talked to him at that point. I don't know if that's the case now, but like he's been basically denied legal counsel. He has talked to his lawyers, but not on a non-government monitored phone call, which is not legal counsel. But the point I want to make is, like, when you hear like the debates over this or the arguments, or if you wade into any discourse over this, the people who are arguing for his deportation are going to try to get you bogged down in matters of like legal minutia and like, oh, did he stay in the library past, closing hours or something like that? And I think the point that everyone needs to remember here is that this is a case, this is not at all about what is legal or illegal. This is not about the law, because the law is on his side. This is about power. This is an exercise. This is a demonstration of power and a test case to see how much power we are willing to let them have. And that power that they're seeking to accrue for themselves is the power to essentially disappear from public life large swaths of citizens and legal residents alike whose political opinions they find distasteful. And distasteful would be putting it mildly.
No, and right now, Beitar, the people who apparently helped supply his name to the people who could deport him. They're talking about going after what you said, naturalized citizens now. I'm sure they will make attempts to go after born citizens who have foreign backgrounds. When Marco Rubio is basing the centrality of his argument on placing yourself in contrast to American foreign policy, the net that is spreading is so wide, it is so expansive, that it will come after you, it'll come after your parents, it'll come after your friends. Because that doesn't have to just be in Palestine. It could mean being against a future war with Iran. It can mean being against simply giving weapons to Israel outside of the context of an active war. It can mean anything that America wants it to eventually become. This is the canary in the coal mine, as it were. what is happening now will apply to a ton of future situations if it is allowed to occur.
Well, this gets to another thing, is that like the current situation surrounding the suppression of free speech on the issue of Palestine, like, has been compared to like Red Scares in the past. And it's reaching a level of hysteria and danger that I think we all feel. And like, or at least one doesn't really even have to compare it to things in the past to understand the gravity of the present moment. I think specifically about the news story about how a mayor in Miami Beach, Florida, is trying to revoke the lease on a movie theater for simply screening the Oscar best documentary winner at the Oscars this year, No Other Land. And I think the thing to keep in mind here is that like these are not the actions of a political project that has hegemonic control over the narrative anymore. I think they understand that they have lost the narrative to a large degree, and they have lost the public opinion of the United States, of the American people as well. And that these actions that they're taking are commensurate with their understanding that they can no longer just cajole or mystify or just sort of get people to look the other way anymore. Now it has to be outright, full-on, total, in-your-face repression.
Yeah, and it is, cold comfort that these are not the actions of a lobby or a political movement that is either in control or sees a bright future for itself, certainly. I mean, as exciting as those two things are in the American context, that would be unthinkable 10 years ago, much less 15, much less at the start of the war on terror. It unfortunately does mean that it's probably going to get a lot shittier than this. There are going to be much more vulgar displays. I mean, I think just revoking someone's legal status like that it's a clear test case to see what they can do to people who were born here, to everyone.
I mean, just as a brief comment, the fact that I'm still shocked by was that I was under the impression that immigration judges are some of the biggest pieces of shit on earth, but you have to still go through the process of revoking green cards and revoking visas and all that. For an ICE officer to simply say, revoke his student visa because they didn't know what the fuck he was on.
Yeah.
And then to just go around and say, oh, his green card is revoked too. No process, no whatever. The complete breakdown of all structures, of all veneers of structures of power, of checks and balances, I think is incredibly frightening. And I'm not entirely sure how you reconstruct that in this space.
Yeah. And in that case, then there is no distinction between someone who came here and got a green card and anyone else. Because if they can just by fiat revoke anything without any process, then it doesn't fucking matter what your legal status is. It can be done to anyone.
I think another issue that's important to talk about here is I've seen so many people just say, when confronted or asked the question, what law did he break? And then there'll be a litany of things about he terrorized his campus, or did terrorism against his fellow college students. Well, or he's funded by Hamas or a terrorist network or something like that. And when they're confronted with, those are crimes. Why isn't the government charging him with those crimes? They will simply say, oh, he's a green card holder. It's different. No, it's not.
And also not anymore.
Yeah. If you are legally in the United States, you are entitled to all the protections of the Bill of Rights. It doesn't matter if you're a green card or a born citizen. You can't vote if you have a green card, but you are still covered by the First Amendment. But here's another thing. In all of the condemnations of him, that he celebrated October 7th, or he supports Hamas, he advocates for the destruction of Israel. Even if those charges were true and could be validated in any way, shape, or form, that is 100% protected speech. It is literally the definition of speech that's protected by the First Amendment. Saying, I hate the U.S. government and advocate its violent overthrow is free speech. And how about even saying that about a foreign government?
I mean, for that matter, being anti-Semitic is not against the fucking law. That is a right that everyone has. When they started this country, they were like, you can be in your house and think that Jews are annoying. That's not that you don't get kicked out for that. I'm sorry.
Just talking about and again, talking about material support, talking about First Amendment rights. I mean, there was the case of Tariq Muhammad years and years ago. in which this man who was translating, I mean, something way above the pay grade of what we're talking about here, talking about translating Al-Qaeda speeches on his own volition. I mean, they managed to get him on that, but they still had, it was a very weak charge that they were trying to get him on. So they had to tack on the fact that he was at least attempted at one point to go to a terrorist training camp. That alone was not enough for the government to make its case. And that was someone who absolutely was involved with something that could be considered rhetorical support for a terrorist organization. This alone, going to that height, is beyond anything.
What do you make of the fact that news stories have come out that state that Mahmoud Khalil had already received a security clearance from the British government and then presumably the U.S. government as well? I mean,
what I had seen of that is that, I mean, this is only going off of what my friend Matthew Petty had told me, is that he was essentially a recipient of the British equivalent of the Fulbright Scholarship, to my understanding. But even then, he got that kind of clearance, not only from Britain, but also from the U.S. clearly, in order to come into this country. If he was a terrorist, there were places that you could have caught it in all of these chains of discussion, for the fact that from his time, I mean, this is a guy who was literally born in Syria. He's a Palestinian refugee in Syria. The amount of scrutiny that you are under at all points of this stay, it would have caught something. This is a non-argument, a non-argument that he's a terrorist that just somehow slipped through the cracks here.
Yeah, if he was even, I don't know, if he even had a passive interest in terrorism, it would be a failure of the security state beyond anything we have probably ever seen. I did see one of those, one of those base PSYOP guys who also loves Israel say that the British security clearance is proof that, I guess, he was sent here by MI6 to destabilize America.
He is Islamic James Bond.
Yeah, I love a conspiracy theory where Britain is in stark opposition to America and working to undermine us all the time, but Israel isn't. And Israel is in fact that's a new one, I guess.
I saw an interview that a couple Homeland Security officials did with NPR this morning. And the person interviewing them on NPR was just being like, okay, well, what crime? You keep asserting that he is a terrorist or supports terrorism. To what evidence do you have to that effect? And they just kept going around in circles, and they just kept saying, well, look, when you have a student visa, you have to say if you're a terrorist. And if he said he was a terrorist, you never would have let him in the country.
I mean, I do remember when you enter the country, they do say, are you a bigamist? Are you a member of the Communist Party? I guess, yeah. Fuck, he lied. Shit.
That reminds me of when we were going to the UK, and I was looking at the British Customs website because I think it was a vape-related thing. I wanted to see if I was allowed to bring jewels or something. And one of the things I saw on the Customs website was do not bring child pornography. It's one of those things where it's well, I thought that was an unspoken thing generally. Declaring you're a terrorist.
I mean, I think this gets back to Séamus, something we said sort of at the beginning of this conversation, where you can look at him and be like, why didn't they choose someone who was loudly on camera saying October 7th was good, we love Hamas, more terrorism, yeah. And I think the answer is precisely because Mahmoud Khalil isn't someone like that, and is by all accounts a member in good standing of the Columbia community, and is a thoughtful, intelligent, and someone who was born in a refugee camp and then was able to go to an Ivy League college, which is actually, they just hand those out to people born in refugee camps. It's actually very easy. It's all affirmative action for people who are born in Syrian refugee camps. But the point is, because he is not a violent advocate of terrorism, because he's not anti-Semitic, because he represents the virtue of someone that would put their own safety on the line to advocate against war and genocide, of his own people or for other people, I think that is exactly the reason that he is being made the test case for the power that they're trying to accrue to themselves.
If you make everything associated with the Palestinian cause, and I do mean everything associated with it, completely toxic and radioactive, then you don't have to entertain listening to them. You don't have to entertain responding to their queries or their concerns. You can make it a complete criminal non-entity. And if they can accomplish that, that will be a great boon to the Republicans and also the Democrats, in that they no longer have to think about it, or they at least believe that they no longer have to think about it. Like you said before, these are the actions of a state that knows that it is losing. And it is going to lose the generational battle very, very quickly. I mean, more quickly than I was anticipating, even as this genocide was going on. As it loses that control, I really do fear what the next moves could be. My fear is that they're going to start going after naturalized citizens who have done the same things that Mahmoud Khalil has done. And I think they're going to do it maybe within the next month. Like within that sort of time scale. They're moving incredibly quickly with all of these different things.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Like it seems like they're seeing how much they can get away with just like revoking and invalidating by pure fiat.
And it's as we're seeing right now, it's a completely open question about, I mean, like, I don't want to be doom and gloom here because it is still an open question about what they're going to be able to get away with. But I think we should prepare ourselves for the possibility that they very well might get away with it. And I mean, Séamus, you bring up the word that I think is on everyone's mind, or at least it should be addressed: fear. How frightened are you? And I will state openly, and like I don't like doing this on the show, but like when I think about this shit, it makes me frightened. And like if not for my own personal safety, then like imagining what the country will look like in another 5 or 10 years. And you know, like I'm no like free speech martyr. Like I don't think I'm going to be in prison. I mean, shit. Last time Trump was in office, I did get added to $100 million lawsuit for going at one of his fucking communications guys. But the thing is, here's what I want to say, and like I guess this is like informed by attending that protest yesterday. Is like I think everyone who thinks about this or cares about this, whether you are a U.S. born citizen, a naturalized citizen, a legal resident, or someone who's in the country illegally, you're probably already feeling a shitload of fear. The point of this is to make us afraid. And I don't think it's like admitting defeat to say, yeah, this is working, okay? Like, I am pretty fucking frightened of, like, what the implications of this. That being said, I'm admitting that, like, I'm frightened inside myself, in my own thoughts, but in no way, shape, or form is that fear affecting my public stance on this issue or my going to a protest or my continuing to talk about this. Because here's the thing, like, whether it's Columbia University, the Democratic Party, or just you as an individual, it's very easy to be afraid and just capitulate or pretend they don't notice you or just like surrender preemptively or even actively collaborate. But the point is that will only mark you for further persecution and heartache. Like, because all you're proving to them is like whatever they can get away with, they will, and then they'll go do more. So like I think like the only antidote to fear is to continue to show some kind of a physical or moral courage on this issue, because like being silent about it will not spare you.
Yeah, being afraid in and of itself does not mean anything. It is, for the most part, you really can't control what you feel in the moment. None of us are Spears from Band of Brothers. We're not absent that reaction. What matters is what you do in the face of it. It is okay to be scared or even be fucking terrified. But as Will pointed out, no matter what you do, whether you try to acquiesce to whatever demand, whether you try to change your speech to adhere to whatever standards you think are being put in front of you, or just stay silent, the bad thing has already happened, and they will do worse. And when you look back on your life, you are going to regret the choices you did not make more than anything. That is all I can tell you.
Pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. That's what Gramsci talks about. That's all I have to say.
And I'll say again, I was very glad to go to that protest the other day. It was something that like made me feel less despondent and depressed. It was cool to see a lot of the people at the protest came up and introduced themselves, and they said they were at the protest because I shared the flyer for it. It's just like you're not alone on this issue, and if anything, you're probably the majority of people in this country. And that right there is the only break that exists on this, because it's not the party you voted for this past election that's going to stand up for you. And I'm going to bring that up in the context of, did you see Trump's remarks about Chuck Schumer in the Oval Office the other day?
Yeah.
Palestinian, something like that? Yeah.
And Schumer is a Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. He's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
Trump said, Schumer is Palestinian as far as I'm concerned. He's become Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. And I guess my question about this is this a bit of like kayfabe to give people the impression that the Democrats are pro-Palestinian? Or like, do you think about this in the context of another display of power? Or that if you are a member in good standing with Israel and you show sufficient fealty to them, then you as a Gentile can demean the religious and ethnic identity of one of the most powerful and prominent Jewish Americans?
I think it's the latter. I mean, what we've seen throughout, and especially intensified after October 7th, is this idea in which left-wing Jews, which Schumer is not a member, he's not a left-wing Jew by any measure, but the idea of the left-wing Jew is contemptible in the same way that a Palestinian or an Arab would be. Zionism as an ideology supersedes the idea of being a Jew, religious or ethnic or otherwise. So at a certain point, if you get to be a important enough Zionist, even if you are a Gentile, you get to be, as you're talking about, you get to be the big dog. You get to talk about how Jews aren't really Jews anymore. I mean, there are other instances in which, I wish I could remember the name of it, but there was a British politician, a Labour friend of Israel, who talked about the dangers of Jews who don't go to synagogue anymore because they're being pro-Palestine. And this man is not a you're like why, and like why do you
we all know the dangers of Jews who only go to synagogue on the high holidays, okay?
Yeah. Why do you as a non-Jew care about who goes to shul or not? And then you have the German anti-Semitism commissioners who go around
who only prosecute Jewish people. Yeah. Like literally they only prosecute Jewish people for their anti-Semitism laws.
This is so widespread now. I saw one of the guys that the FYM guys watch, this guy Jack Scalafini, who if people don't know.
Sorry, I thought you said Jack Skellington.
Yeah, the FYM guys are just watching A Nightmare Before Christmas over and over again.
Watching Jack Skellington. This guy's an idiot. It's not Christmas, you moron. Jack Scalafini is actually the opposite of Jack Skellington. He's more than skin and bones. Because he's a big fat guy who's his output is he's a sort of like cooking channel, and he's like I do keto recipes like tater tots with bacon and cheese on them. I don't know how that's keto. I don't know what keto is, but he's like a 60-something-year-old man who gets catheterized like 30 times a day, and he's like obviously a Trump guy. And today I saw a post from him that was like, those Jews that were supposedly protesting for Palestine didn't even look like Jews. They looked like NASCAR people. And it was like, what? Jack, you are statistically one of the least Jewish men alive. Jack, you are a presumably indebted, destitute man who only eats like frozen Ore-Ida products. Just enveloped in bacon and sour cream. I didn't know you were an expert in like Judaism. Like, it is everyone. All these guys who have never not been in debt and would explode if they got into the driver's seat of a Volvo. Are not even related by marriage to anyone who went to the Seven Sisters schools. They're like. I bet these guys have a girl for a rabbi and she plays guitar. It's like, why do you care about this shit? I don't even care.
No, I mean, this is downwind of like, I mean, I don't think Trump's understanding or love of Judaism or Israel is particularly sophisticated. But it is still downwind of like the larger philo-Semitic way in which pro-Israel foreign policy is governed. Like eventually you become like fascinated with, you know, Israel and Zionism, you become obsessed with it, and then you get into the way that some Germans do, where like you're doing Jewish rituals as like a reconstruction, like you want to get invested in it. You're wearing the Star of David because you want to like see how they
you're wearing the dog tags, you're doing all that shit.
Yeah.
Seamus, Felix and I have a friend who lives in Sweden, and she recently told us that it's a growing phenomenon among Scandinavians of converting to Judaism so that they can claim that Muslims are oppressing them. People in like Stockholm.
Yeah, like look, people don't want to talk about this. Like being a victim, wanting to like get in on the next victimization thing, it's a thing with some people. And right now, being a Zionist who is under attack, that is like the in vogue thing. So that's why you want to like that's what leads people to get in on these sorts of things. You want to be under attack, and then you want to be able to respond on behalf of those people who are under attack.
Especially if like all your family were Nazis during World War II.
Yeah, that too.
Because if you just kept the name Sven Carlson, you know, something, it'd be a harder hill to climb to be like, these Muslim immigrants are oppressing me. and that's why we should take away their rights.
And I mean, larger discussion that go on for hours, but just like, then you have the phenomenon of people who are literally like the daughters of SS officers who are talking about how everyone in Gaza is you know, involved and is guilty. Like,
yeah,
you are trying to get, like, you're all trying to get away from what your family did.
Yeah, like blood relatives of like the Dirlewanger Brigade being like, they're taught to hate since birth. It's like how the fuck leave it to fucking Germans to find a way to make being a Zionist like more annoying than it already was.
Actually, like speaking of the Trump administration, I think like on our first episode this week, we talked about how there's this weird like a lot of Trump's policies, like his economic policy, his foreign policy, that there is this weird schism in the Trump White House, or at least there appeared to be, on how they were approaching negotiations over the Israel-Gaza ceasefire. And I was going to say, like, there did appear to be this schism, but no more, because like the guy who was the lead negotiator who did direct talks with Hamas and then went on American TV on CNN and said, quote, "America is not an agent of Israel," has been dismissed. And then there was another guy who was up for a position under Tulsi Gabbard, who was he was like certainly a conservative, definitely a right-wing guy, but a critic of Israel and a critic of the idea that the United States needs to go to war with Iran. He's been shit-canned as well. So like, what do we make of what used to be a schism in the Trump White House, at least on this issue, at least a very minor schism, now being what appears to be completely sanded over?
I mean, that minor schism, I think, is something that's created something out of something that is particular to Trump, in that he is obsessed more than anything with that base property of himself, which is getting deals done, right? You'll get the deal done with North Korea. We'll bring Kim Jong-il. I could easily see a future scenario in which he's like, oh, yeah, we brought Hamas to the table. We forced them to get here. We made a brilliant deal with Hamas and Israel, and so on and so forth. But there is only so far in which that can go, and Israel seems to be the threshold in which that cannot go over. So it doesn't matter if it's Kushner's roommate doing the negotiations. If he goes out and he talks to the Hamas guys and he finds out they're human beings, he's got to fucking go. The people inside the administration are going to make that happen. It doesn't matter. And Tulsi Gabbard, I'm not entirely sure that's much of an aberration, at least in her department. She's always been a fucking...
I mean, I don't know what her beliefs are, but any beliefs that she once had, crazy or not, she's abandons and adopts at will.
She is a Hindu nationalist that at one point decided that Bernie was like on the way up. Like that's basically it.
She's gone very far in politics for someone with severe and crippling social anxiety. Like what a weird choice of career for her. What a weird person.
Well, she's got the rogue hair, so she's just got that going for her. That can take
anyone she touches, she picks up their opinions. That's what happened to her life.
with Tulsi, and I just want to immortalize one thing here because it's one of the stupidest things I've ever witnessed. Like, she, for politicians, is very attractive, and that leads people to just like insanely follow her and boost her and make her relevant to the people. Like, I had somebody I knew in middle school reach out to me a couple years ago, and he was a total Tulsi freak now, to the point where Tulsi signed his arm at a campaign event, and the next day he got it tattooed on his arm.
Bro,
like,
no,
you are fucking insane. If you have a support base like that, you will go very far, even if otherwise you've got nothing going on.
Well, Séamus, to move on from like the domestic area, I mean, like the other like big thing on the foreign policy realm that I think is worth talking about this week is both the expansion of Israel's attacks on Syria and their occupation of Syria, but like some truly horrific revelations over the weekend of like massacres of Alawites in Syria. I mean, like, I think the death toll from the weekend is like well over 1,000. It's probably much higher than that. But like, we've seen videos, if you're unlucky enough to come across it, of just mass executions, just men, women, and children being shot to death. When the Assad government collapsed, and we had Derek on to talk about this, this was the open question about like, is this going to happen? Séamus, is it fair to say now that like this is happening?
Yes. Yeah. And it's worse than I initially anticipated. My original estimation was that this was something that was going to happen in a much more clandestine fashion, something that was going to be a terror to Alawites, but was something that was going to run under the radar. What has instead occurred is just one of the worst massacres of this war, like point blank period. Not only the scale of it, how many civilians were killed in the supposed insurgent crackdown, but the degree to which these atrocities were recorded by the assailants themselves and then published online. I mean, the majority of the videos that you're talking about, these horrible videos, they were recorded by the people who were doing the killing at the time. It's clearly shaken the Syrian government, but it has not shaken it in the way that you would hope or expect. They're mostly looking at it as a nuisance that they have to navigate.
Yeah, I fear their response to this is just going to be, okay, we have to finish the job quicker. I mean, people have pointed out the commonality between Zionists and groups like HTS in that they obsessively document their own crimes, often against the orders of their more pragmatic commanders like Jelani himself. The thing that fucking shocked and disgusted me was, I think I expected things like this to happen. Unfortunately, it was a thing that people warned about happening if someone like Jelani took over in Syria. But the methods and relish with which the HTS forces annihilated entire families, dragging people behind cars, is just kind of like a level of hatred and like pure titillation with torture that is just, I mean, only really rivaled by the IDF or the Third Reich. Yeah, after seeing also the EU put out that statement condemning the Alawites.
The EU condemned the Alawite community in Syria?
Yeah.
For what?
They did, what they essentially said was that they condemned the pro-Assad attacks that the Syrian government is dealing with, and then did not acknowledge in any real shape or form the massacres that followed it.
Yeah, and that was just, I mean, I got a really sinking feeling when I saw that, because it's like they really have like no one in their corner. Like, who is going to fucking lift a finger for them in any way?
No, I mean, I just like, I think about this in the context of the conversation we just had about what constitutes material or rhetorical support for groups that are designated terrorist organizations by the U.S. government. Well, the guy currently in charge of Syria is like the definition of someone who was, up until a week ago practically, was a member of a terrorist group that was deemed as such by the British and American governments. And now if you support him or say, I support the current Syrian government, are you supporting terrorism?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess they've got off that list or something as they do these massacres.
They took the bounty off his fucking head. Like, they just met with him once and they decided, hey, it's not worth it anymore. All this stuff is spurious, yeah.
This is another weird parallel between Israel and the current Syrian government. The Europeans that are not currently converting to Judaism so they can claim minority status, the remainder are, Seamus, you've probably seen this, a very weird type of European that I've noticed since like 2014. People who have like never left the Schengen zone, like white Belgians who call people like Rafida. Like,
Jesus.
Like there is this, it's not as widespread, I think, as like the Swedes who are converting to Judaism, but there is like a trend in the EU of like, people who live in like Belgium or someplace like that, or have no intention of leaving it, aren't even really Muslim, but have this insane sectarian hatred towards Shia, which is one of the most like, I mean, I know that like imperial life causes these incredibly weird types of things, but it is one of the most perverse things I've ever seen.
They're putting like black suns behind Jolani. I think I've seen it. There was one image I saw where there was a black sun behind both Zelensky and Jolani. And I thought that was...
God.
No, I mean, Zelensky is one thing, but like Jolani is... They're occupying his country and he's like, thank you. Like, how can you be a fan of like him? He sucks.
I think I'll speak about this in two sort of calibers here. One, my shock that Jolani was able to survive all of this and become president. The fact that he managed to navigate all of this so perfectly that he's now the president of Syria, the official president, and nobody objects to it, really. And also that we have to pretend this is like a new guy, Ahmed al-Shara'a, that is just a suit-wearing moderate Islamist that nobody's ever had any objection to. But two, I mean, what you're talking about, this kind of crude sectarianism that isn't really governed by anything, it's what's been pushing Syrian government policy throughout the fall of Assad, where they're not really concerned by Russia's influence anymore, even though they were the ones who saved Assad and committed scores of massacres during the civil war from bombs. They're not concerned by Israel anymore, despite the fact that there are groups in the country dedicated to Al-Aqsa Mosque. I cannot mention, who knows how many people talked about one day taking Jerusalem, and now they don't care about Israel. The one thing that they do care about, though, is Iran and Shias, and just having no sympathy towards them whatsoever. So you have Jolani talking about Israel, the country that's literally invading it right now, talking about it, well, they have no reason to. We don't really know why they're doing it. We'll respond to them at some point.
We're not going to stoop to their level.
Yeah, like what the fuck are you
when
talking about?
When they go low, we go high.
What the fuck are you talking about? But when it comes to the issue of Shias, that's when Jolani suddenly... he starts talking about how we're not a nation that cries and beats their chests when he's talking about the rituals they do. Yeah. He talks about why are the Iranians, they want to respond to 1,400-year-old conflicts. We don't understand them. When the issue of the massacres of Alawites comes up, it takes him 3 to 4 speeches to actually talk about the substance of the issue. And instead he talks about, there are violations. These are problems that this country is going to have to deal with. He speaks about it as if it's just like a single murder or a robbery that happened. Something like a municipal issue. It is something that he is totally unconcerned with. It's a maddening situation. Maddening.
Yeah, it is one of the most discouraging things. I mean, obviously the situation in and of itself, but like really that EU thing really like... that was incredibly grim. I don't want to just offer like purely awful prognostications, but it is a very grim indicator.
I think in regards to the EU specifically, I mean, they were so gung-ho for Assad to be gone that there were countries like Austria, the day after Assad fell, there was no other government in place. They started deporting Syrians immediately. They didn't care what government was going to go in. They didn't care what was going to happen afterward. Just the fact that Assad was gone meant that the pretext needed to be destroyed. It couldn't exist any longer. So they have to pretend that this country is totally safe to go back to no matter what. And if they interrupt that equation, if they interrupt that pretext, if they interrupt that plan, that fucks everything up. Then the Syrian refugees have to keep staying around indefinitely. Who knows for how long? So they're going to keep sending foreign ministers to Syria. They're going to keep sending whoever they want as long as those Syrians are still there. They're being treated like insects under their shoes that they're desperately trying to get off, and they can feel that they're about to. No, it's very discouraging.
Yeah, really in the last 3 or 4 years, European liberals have talked about Syrian migrants as this problem that needs to be solved more than anything. Just this shitty inconvenience that if not for them, we would be winning these elections and everything would be fine. That is really the most European thing I can think of, is denying a horrific ongoing massacre so you can feel better about deporting people. Because even if they did acknowledge it, they would still fucking deport all these people. But it just has to maintain the appearance of propriety.
I mean, I think about this in terms of I know we have been accused of being Assad supporters on this show, and look, his government carried out all kinds of horrific, kidnappings, tortures, executions, mass murders as well, and it's no support for Assad to just simply say, I've seen this movie before, whether it's Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi, these people that are supported by U.S. policy because they're dictators, and then they become targeted by that same imperial apparatus, removed, and the countries they preside over turn into even greater nightmares than they were before. And it's coincidentally, there's no shortage of people on the left liberal side of things who will never be out of work finding a way of, convincing you that actually U.S. foreign policy is right in this regard. And it's no credit to Assad or support for his government to have seen this coming and seen this movie before.
Yeah, it's a perpetual intervention machine. One shitty government that not that long ago the U.S. would employ as a black site contractor. You are a monster. You hate whatever ethnic group or religion or whatever if you don't support intervention expressly led by the people who were employing this guy as a black site contractor. If you do not trust those people, you are racist. You love every horrible thing that happens. You are driven to glee by sights of bloodshed. They are gone. The next thing that grows and festers in the even worse environment put forth by people that used to contract the former guys of black site, that will be the next place where you have to support intervention, or you like every bad thing that happens. It just keeps going on and on and on like that forever. And you can either be an asshole who loves it when all these people die and you're heartless, or you can be wrong about fucking everything and cause this endless cycle of shit.
You can see that cycle, I think, most particularly obviously with what Israel is doing in Syria right now, the justifications that they were putting forth. Because right now, obviously, following the Alawite massacres, they're talking about how evil Jolani is. But before that, they were trying to propagate this idea that Jolani was about to massacre the Druze, and he was about to genocide the Druze out of existence. These groups like the Suwaida Military Council suddenly popped up, and then immediately the day after they popped up, Israel was saying, if HTS attacks the Suwaida Military Council, then we will intervene militarily. They're talking about demilitarizing the country so that the Druze can be protected. They're sending in aid trucks to aid.
Oh, so they are sending it. They're sending aid trucks somewhere.
Yeah,
that's good to know.
Yeah, no. They're trying. They even though these are people who have spent the last 2 years destroying an entire civilization, they still know that on certain people in the West, these narratives will work. So the Druze within Israel, they're sort of perceived as loyal Israeli citizens. Therefore, getting more into the country, unifying that territory, maybe potentially in the future. That's a great idea. And then they'll be protecting ethnic minorities which are under threat. It's a well-laid track here. The Syrian government is trying to head off that. They're trying to do agreements with Druze leaders. They're integrating the SDF. They're doing all these different things. But as long as they are unwilling to oppose Israel in any meaningful way, they're going to continue to get railroaded here. There's no way out of the equation that Israel has formed for them. It's bad. It's bad for the Giuliani government on basically every front at the moment.
Okay, I Felix, I don't think we have time to talk about UAE. Do you mind if I just bring it back to like just two quick hits from back here in America? Just a little palate cleanser because this episode was extremely grim.
Yeah, no, go for it.
I always like to talk about two things that happened domestically in this country this week that I would like to address on the show. The first is everything's computer.
This is a different panel than I've had. Everything's computer.
It's all computer. Everything's computer. The Tesla auto sales room on the White House lawn, I got to say, was, again, like, unfortunately, you do have to hand it to him. Over and over again, Trump just keeps creating these singular images and moments and turns of phrase that so perfectly capture what modern America actually is that, like, it's like a perfect diamond bullet fired into my head. It's like Apocalypse Now. But, like, Tesla's stock price dropped 40% over the weekend, and then they had this, like, auto showroom where it's like, they're fantastic cars, and then he gets in one and he goes, oh, wow, it's all computer.
He hated it.
Yeah, no,
it is really not up his alley. That was incredible. I mean, have you seen that video of the first person I saw post it was Michael Hudson, where it's he's driving with Melania she's recording it. She's in the backseat and Barron is in the front seat with him. This is like 2013. And he's listening to the song Blank Space by Taylor Swift.
Yep.
One of the most like surreal, dreamlike videos I've ever seen. I love
I mean, I couldn't even believe he was behind the wheel of a car.
That is the most dreamlike aspect of it.
Yeah.
But it's like it's like a Rolls Royce, and you can tell he just hates all the like touch screens, the way that everything's like a little higher, a little lower, the hardness of the seats. He hated the shit out of it, but this was obviously one of those things where, you know, mathematically about like a third or a fourth of people who love Trump hate Elon. If you just look at their respective approval numbers. And I guess this was them trying to cut the Gordian knot here. A third of people that love me think you are the most annoying piece of shit ever. Why don't I say your car is great? Well, it turns out your car sucks, but it's computer.
It's computer. And I bring this up because, look, I'm guilty of this. Like, my initial instinct on this is that Trump is going to get sick of Elon in about a week's time. I mean, like, I got to say, I have to eat a little crow on that one, because if he's willing to put up with this shit and like, and just let another rich guy big dick him like that and like turn him into like a crazy Eddie.
Crazy Eddie. His prices are insane.
You know, what can I do to put you in this Tesla today? I don't know. Well, I gotta talk to my boss, but you know, he never done this before, but he's willing to knock 10% off that True Coat. I mean, there's something else going on here. And I don't expect the Trump-Musk relationship to sour anytime soon, despite my initial erroneous assessment of how that might play out. I mean, how do you feel about that?
My assessment of it, like, initially was that Trump likes the fact that Elon is like a lightning rod for all the criticisms that are happening. I mean, all of it seems to like squarely be focusing on like Doge, the brunt of it. But I mean, to like dive head first into it like this, to make yourself joined at the hip. I mean, what was he talking about? Like the Chinese think in centuries, we think in quarters. And he was positioning that as a positive thing. Like maybe,
you know, some people when they play chess, they're thinking 5 moves ahead, but not me. I'm thinking on the next move. That's the most important one.
Yeah. Some people play chess. I play checkers.
like I know he's dumb, and then we say that, but then he actually, but no, like some things he might just be like, I don't think he's thinking ahead. I think he's just like, oh fuck, oh Elon, yeah, you start stumbling, buddy, I'll help you out, and then not thinking about what comes, like, oh god, this is
Yeah, I think you're right. The prediction that they would have a grand falling out very early on, I really don't think that was the worst prediction in the world, people who made it, because it does follow a pattern, certainly. Of course, like Musk is an aberration to that pattern because he just, it's the same reason why Trump has not had like a big public episode with Miriam Adelson, in part because he thinks that she's Warren Zevon, but also, she's giving him like, $40 million a month to his PAC or to fucking whatever, right? Like, they are necessary to maybe not his political project, but his project of getting $40 million. I think, though, if there is like a fracture, the thing I said a little while ago was that if there is a fracture, it won't be on Trump's end, him initiating it. It will be because Elon is so... I mean, you saw that thing where he got booed at the Dave Chappelle show and he was like cutting himself. He's really good. Some people are able to like withstand 100 million, 200 million, however many people hating the shit out of them. Trump is one of those people. Elon is like really not.
I mean, it goes back to his dad abusing him and like telling him that he's a worthless piece of shit for getting beat up at school every day.
Yeah, I mean, I think he eventually like the realization that he is the lightning rod and he's getting the shit end of the stick publicity wise, because he used to have like Obama type favorability, much to my chagrin. And now it's like Bush in 2007. It's like 30 fucking 65. It's really shitty. And I think that will, I could see him doing something rash or stupid. I could see him in like 2028 being like, I've just realized how stupid racism is. Like some bullshit profound thing. We're all made from the same corners of the universe. We're all made of stars. What difference does it matter if one star is a different color than the other? Something repellent like that. Yeah, we're all from Africa. We're all from Africa by way of the universe.
They call him Brother Elon.
Something like truly gross like that, where it's like, I condemn Trump. Because he's done it before. He was on Trump's business council, and then he was like, after getting yelled at, I've realized that he's bad. Back when he was woke, like not that long ago. So I think look forward to that when he does that. And one of the only J6 pardon people who is not returned to prison for killing a cop or abducting a child will blow him up. And that is my prediction.
All right, and the final thing I want to talk about, this pairs so nicely with it, because it's like I'm thinking about like in a bad like comic book about like a dystopian future that was written in the 90s that was like really heavy-handed, really leaden, where it's just like America's a dystopian nightmare. Like, a cyberpunk hacker, Ajax Milktop, is, bringing it down from the inside. So it's like in that version, like the White House is just a car dealership. Like, what is America? Giant car dealership. What's the other really like ham-fisted like dystopian satire that you could like paint about the world 2025 in the year 1992? What is America as well? Burger. What is our health? What is the Secretary of Health and Human Services? What's his job? Promoting burger, or rather, promoting beef tallow. The shit with RFK Jr. just essentially doing ads for Steak and Shake because they've now claimed that they're frying their fries in tallow.
Yeah, I love the American health movement because it's like, oh, are you going to take on like agribusiness or like the horrible way that we process meat or like the quality of the food? No, we're going to make fries yummier. That's all beef tallow is just how yummy the fries are. It's the same thing with fucking Mexican Coke. How much better for you is cane sugar than fucking corn syrup slop? It's probably like
tastes better.
It tastes better, and it's on a long enough timeline. It's probably better to have the real thing. But you're still not supposed to like drink it every fucking
Felix,
day.
I've been drinking 5 Mexican Cokes a day, and I'm doing fine.
Wait. Hold on. So the fast food companies were making fries less yummy for no reason?
Yeah.
And we're supposed to be supporting that?
Well, I mean, the reason is because it's cheaper to use seed oils.
Of course. I'm sorry, I don't know how the Steak and Shake business runs.
I'm pretty sure Steak and Shake gets the fries delivered frozen, pre-fried in seed oil, and then they just reheat them in the fryers with tallow in it.
Yeah, that is more than likely what's happening. But it is like, I remember seeing people who were like, I think some of our arcade stuff is stupid, but it's good that someone's talking about health. And it's like,
that's telling people to eat burger and fries.
He's literally
He said it was good if everyone got measles.
He's like, in his capacity as a cabinet secretary for Health and Human Services, his announcement is, guess what, everyone? Fries taste better now. Like, fucking crap. You're right, Will. This is so much like a seat, like a not an A-tier anus like Preacher, but like one that no one remembers, where it has my favorite convention of 90s graphic novels. A fat guy sarcastically reciting the Pledge of Allegiance while smoking a cigar that he lit with money.
Except instead of George Washington on the dollar bill, it's Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. And the Pledge of Allegiance is like, I pledge allegiance to the United Shareholders of Corporations.
I'm right. I feel like you should write this comic.
This is such a good idea. Yeah. Oh, I love stuff like that. That's like my favorite genre of stuff. Is things from 1993 like that, where it's like I
love that we can hear the ice cream man in the background of this.
There is this fucking ice cream truck that goes by my street 5 times a day. It's 45 degrees outside.
Yeah, but it was 60 degrees yesterday. So.
No, I don't know. Whatever.
Get your beef tallow, frozen beef tallow.
That type of like Gen X stuff where it's like the protagonist sees like a Nike billboard and then he just writes like "fuck you" on it. Like that's I don't even know what you call that genre because it's so specific to like a 3-year period of the 90s. But it's my favorite thing.
Well, we're living it.
Enoscore.
Enoscore, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
This is a politically confusing day for me as a long-term enjoyer and defender of Steak and Shake. That was my go-to late-night burger place in Cincinnati. So this is my own personal, I'll still keep eating that garbage.
I've never had it. Is it any good?
I thought it was pretty good. Good shakes.
Steak and Shake is good.
Yeah.
It is good. And the one bad experience I ever had there, it wasn't really it was their fault because they didn't hire enough servers, but like it was just packed. I was with my family in Ohio for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe we were banished there or something.
Maybe you and I were at the same Steak and Shake for some reason years ago.
Yeah, it took like 120 minutes for them to like get to our table, and it really upset me as like an 8-year-old. But they did as like a consolation because our server felt bad about it. She left the syrup dispenser at our table. Yeah.
There, in my hometown in Illinois, I remember outside of the Steak and Shake, there was for some reason a bronze statue of Roger Ebert. I don't remember what it was for, but it was directly related to the fact that it was a Steak and Shake.